This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Desert Armor, Tank Warfare in North Africa, Beda Fomm to Operation Crusader, 1940-41, by Robert Forczyk, narrated by Chris Montero. Preface. One of the most disconcerting aspects about moving tanks in the desert, aside from kicking up choking clouds of fine sand particles, is the lack of recognizable terrain features. Tactical navigation and orientation in the desert can be extremely difficult due to the paucity of the kind of terrain features found in other regions. Distance can also be very deceptive, particularly with shimmering heat waves rising from the desert floor. At night, navigation in the desert is even more challenging, since everything appears to be the same. In North Africa, in 1940-43, it was not uncommon for soldiers to walk off a short distance from their unit in the dark, then have difficulty finding their way back. In recent conflicts in the Middle East, tankers had the benefit of GPS for navigation and thermal vision, which greatly reduced the risk of getting lost in the desert, although misorientation, being pointed in the wrong direction, can still occur even if you know your exact position. In contrast, the tankers who fought on both sides in the North African campaigns of 1940-43 had only magnetic compasses and their common sense for navigation. However, magnetic compasses do not work well on tanks made of steel, forcing commanders to dismount to check their bearings. Maps also tended to be problematic, with features poorly marked, if at all. As a result, it was not uncommon for units and commanders to become lost or misoriented in the desert, particularly when exhausted or under the stress of combat, which could lead to serious consequences. In one famous incident, on the night of 6 to 7 April 1941, the British generals O'Connor, Neame, and Combe made a simple navigation error, ended up running into a German patrol, and were captured. Deserts tend to excite the imaginations of armored tacticians, who envision the wide open spaces as perfect for swiftly maneuvering large mechanized forces. Senior commanders on both sides tried to maneuver large armored formations across desert wastelands, but found their pincers running out of fuel at inopportune moments. The school of tank zealots, fed on pre-war notions that tanks did not really need much infantry, artillery, or engineer support to achieve decisive successes, found their theoretical form of mechanized warfare to be impractical on most occasions in the desert in 1940-43. While tank charges and wide encircling maneuvers were possible in the desert, they did not necessarily lead to favorable outcomes. Indeed, the wide open spaces often meant that the enemy could see tanks coming a long way off, which gave them more time to react and employ defensive fires. British tankers learned this lesson the hard way at Halfaya Pass in June 1941, and American tankers learned an even harsher lesson at Sidi Bouzid in February 1943. Instead, experience taught that armored warfare in North Africa worked best when combined arms tactics were applied within a framework of careful intelligence and logistics planning, ensuring that the armored fist could strike a decisive blow under optimal circumstances. Introduction. As with my two previous books concerning armored warfare on the Eastern Front in the Second World War, my intent here is not to provide a chronological record of all military operations that occurred in North Africa in 1940-43. Rather, my intent is to provide a focused, analytic account of armored operations in this theater, from the tactical and operational level perspectives of both Allied and Axis combatants. Although the contributions of other arms of service are necessary to evaluate the effectiveness of each side's efforts to employ their version of combined arms tactics, operations which were not armor-centric fall outside the scope of this volume. For the sake of definitions, some non-tank armored fighting vehicles, AFVs, such as armored cars, tank destroyers, and assault guns, will be considered within the context of armored operations. Much of my analysis is couched in terms of mid to late 20th century military thinking, rooted in concepts such as the principles of war, operational and tactical levels of combat, center of gravity, and culmination point. The meaning of these terms may seem arcane or confusing to academic or general listeners, although they are employed so that my analysis is based on recognized methodologies rather than subjective opinions. While the term principles of war is a bit fluid, with slightly different variations used by different militaries, it generally encompasses core ideas such as objective, mass, maneuver, economy of force, unity of command, surprise, and flexibility. Simply put, in order to achieve success on the battlefield, an army needs to successfully incorporate as many of these factors into its planning process as possible. This book is meant to cover the operational level, division and above, to tactical level, below division, of combat, meaning that strategic issues tend to lie outside the scope of this work. Understanding culmination is an important part of evaluating the progress of an offensive action, which is what armored warfare is most concerned with, because it is the recognizable point at which the attacker no longer has sufficient strength or resources left to overcome the defense. A successful defensive operation forces the attacker to reach his culmination point sooner than intended. The concept of identifying the enemy's center of gravity is an essential component of modern strategy, which began with the theories developed by Clausewitz in the 19th century. It is the factor which enables a combatant force to achieve its objectives. The center of gravity might be logistics, communications, or a unique military capability, without which the combatant will fail. Operations that target a valid enemy's center of gravity are more likely to achieve success at lower cost. Operations that do not target enemy centers of gravity are called battles of attrition. Some listeners may question why I put so much emphasis on pre-war doctrine and tank developments before moving on to the actual campaigns. The reason, I believe, is the essential need for context in historical evaluation, which is the purpose of this work. The armored forces that fought in North Africa in 1940 to 43 did not spring up suddenly out of the sand, but rather were the result of conscious pre-war decisions made about doctrine, training, likely missions, and technology. It is an often painful but necessary component of military history to expose how pre-war decisions contributed to failure or success on the battlefield. My own experiences as an armor officer in the U.S. Army in the 1980s have helped to give me some insights into the dynamics of armored operations, but are by no means unique. Likewise, my own experience in armored logistics and military intelligence roles adds some additional perspectives, but on the other hand, I have no direct experience of the Libyan desert. Likewise, I have spent time around German, Italian, and British tanks at Aberdeen Proving Grounds, but I never broke track on a Panzer IV or punched the gun tube on a Matilda II. As a historian, I have come to recognize the limitations of personal perspectives, even when a participant lived through an event, since memories can grow vague in just a few years. Furthermore, having spent years talking with Second World War veterans, I can see that most participants were aware of their own unit and immediate surroundings, but lacked big-picture awareness. Most wartime tanker memoirs are written at the tactical level, and very few address the kind of doctrinal or technical issues which are a necessary part of evaluating the effectiveness of armored operations. After reading about the Afrika Korps and Erwin Rommel for over 50 years, I'm frankly surprised that no one has yet written a beginning-to-end analysis of armored operations in North Africa in 1940 to 43. Tankers who did serve in North Africa, such as Michael Carver and Pip Roberts, have written some very useful accounts about armored operations in North Africa, but primarily from the British perspective. It is also surprising that while the names of Rommel and Montgomery, who were not tankers, live on 8 decades after El Alamein. The names of the squadron, battalion, brigade, and division-level commanders who actually fought the major tank battles, like Gazala, El Alamein, and Kasserine Pass, have all but disappeared. Nor has there been a serious effort to examine armored operations in the Desert War in 1940-43 from a holistic perspective, incorporating the viewpoints and experiences of all the major combatants. This work is intended to help fill that void. Strategic setting. This first volume will focus on armored operations in Libya and Egypt in 1940-41, and a second volume will cover armored operations in 1942-43, including the Tunisian campaign. Although both Britain and Italy employed small armored units in the East African campaign in 1940-41, they will not be covered in this analysis. Likewise, the use of armor by Vichy French forces in the Syrian campaign of 1941 is also outside the scope of this work. Also, as far as terminology is concerned, Libya was often referred to as Tripolitania or Cyrenaica in 1940-42, which were the two sub-regions within the Italian-owned colony. However, I prefer to use the term Libya as much as possible to avoid confusion. Terrain and weather factors. In looking at the North African theater of war, the most important factor is the great distances involved to get anywhere. The distance from the main Italian port of Tripoli to Tobruk is 1,500 kilometers, and another 570 kilometers to El Alamein. In contrast, the distance from Berlin to Moscow is about 1,800 kilometers. Most of the tanks of this period required engine overhauls after traveling 1,500 kilometers, which, given the to and fro movements involved in actual operations, meant that armored units were effective for about 2 months of continuous activity before their declining operational readiness rates immobilized them. In 1937, the Italians completed a coastal highway known as the Via Balbia, which stretched over 1,800 kilometers from the border with French-held Tunisia to the border of British-held Egypt. The 12-meter-wide, asphalt-paved Via Balbia was the primary east-west transportation corridor, and without it, large-scale mechanized warfare in Libya would have been logistically unfeasible for the Axis. It is also important to remember that none of the combatants in this theater of war in 1940-43 were native to this region, and they had to bring virtually all of their equipment and supplies, every track pin, every ounce of grease, every round of ammunition, from great distances. Thus, the tyranny of distance was an important geographical factor that shaped operational outcomes for armored warfare in North Africa. At first glance, most deserts appear to be fairly flat and uncomplicated terrain, which sets the stage for dangerous assumptions. While much of North Africa is covered by the Sahara Desert, there are thin, fertile regions along the Mediterranean coast which are quite different in composition. Near the coast in Libya, there are a number of low-lying salt marshes, or sabkha, which can be quite treacherous for unwary vehicles. Oftentimes concealed by a thin cover of wet sand, the salt marshes represent a natural obstacle that invites vehicles to become mired. Further inland, there are salt pans, which are large areas covered with salt and other minerals, left behind by the evaporation of bodies of water long ago. The salt pans are often marked by a thin white crust, which may conceal layers of sticky mud underneath. Not only are salt pans another potential driving hazard, but crossing them in daylight poses a tactical risk, since they offer no natural cover or concealment. In the Sand Sea, or Erg, itself, there are large areas of the Sahara covered by sand dunes, which shift with the wind. Minefields laid in sand could be covered one day and a few days later be completely exposed. Deep, soft sand could seriously slow vehicle movement and increase fuel expenditure. Although there were a few ancient desert camel tracks, trigs, like the Trig El Abd south of Tobruk, they provided only a limited boost to trafficability. While some sand dunes in the deep desert could be over 100 meters in height, the ones in the main areas of military operations near the coast tended to be much smaller. Having been in Libya for some time, the Italians had generally figured out how to drive on or around sandy areas, whereas the Germans often needed to discover such things the hard way. It is also important to distinguish between hard sand and soft sand, both of which pose different kinds of hazards for armored operations. Hard sand is very granular and abrasive, which can cause excessive friction for tank tracks and running gear, which are in continuous contact with the substance. Tank tracks, with their many moving parts, want to fall apart, and dry sand encourages this process. Nor do rubber-covered tank road wheels appreciate hard sand. On the other hand, soft sand tends to consist of finer particular matter, which gets kicked up by recurring sandstorms or vehicles moving quickly over a soft patch. Soft sand was particularly debilitating for vehicle air filters, which protects engines from excessive dust ingestion. If enough dust was ingested by the engine, the oil in the engine and transmission would turn into a thickened sludge, which would stop a tank more effectively than an anti-tank mine. British tank tracks on the A9 and A10 cruiser tanks were initially lubricated to reduce friction, but in the desert, this quickly resulted in tracks fouled with sticky sand. As a result, the British stopped lubricating their tank tracks. In Europe, it was also standard practice to lubricate machine gun bolts to reduce stoppages, but in the desert, even a light coat of oil would attract dust and result in a sludge-covered bolt that would not function until cleaned. Dust storms, locally known as Khamsin or Ghibli, typically blew from the south and appeared for several weeks in April. The dust storms could last for up to 2 days and might be up to 100 kilometers in width, with winds of up to 140 kilometers per hour. When these storms appeared, military activity ceased and units hunkered down to wait them out. The Khamsin also created a huge amount of static electricity, which caused problems with radio reception and could produce sparks that might ignite fuel or ammunition. Afterwards, equipment needed to be dug out and brushed off. On clear days, visibility in the desert could enable observation of enemy movements from much greater distances than normally possible. In particular, aerial reconnaissance made large-scale armored movement difficult to conceal in the desert in daytime, putting greater emphasis on night movements. Natural erosion from wind and water greatly influenced the terrain in Libya and western Egypt. Much of the coastal region in Libya is characterized by broad escarpment terrain, which consists of steep limestone cliffs, some up to 100 meters in elevation. High escarpment channels military movements into predictable mobility corridors, and the few crossing points in the escarpment, such as Halfaya Pass, become key terrain. Yet, even low escarpment can be problematic for vehicle movement, since these formations are usually topped with large, jagged stones. Desiccated terrain, typically ridge lines or rock outcroppings that have been splintered by erosion, can also prove to be a significant obstacle to vehicles. The most well-known example of this kind of terrain in the region, which had a major impact on armored operations in 1942, was the Qattara Depression in Egypt. To this day, the Qattara Depression remains virtually impassable. Natural erosion has also formed numerous wadis or valleys and dirs, which can provide excellent cover and concealment for small military formations. Wadis may also serve as water sources, particularly after seasonal rains. Some large wadis, such as the Wadi Derna and the Wadi al-Khalish, represent serious obstacles to vehicles of all kinds. Not all of Libya was covered by desert. There is significant vegetation in some areas, particularly in the hilly Jabal Akhdar, Green Mountain region between Benghazi and Derna, which the Italians sought to develop into an agricultural zone. However, unlike other theaters of war, civilian settlements had negligible impact upon armored operations in North Africa. The total population of Libya in 1940, including about 100,000 Italian colonists, was under 1 million. Aside from a few populated ports such as Tripoli, 86,000, and Benghazi, 33,000, there were hardly any civilian settlements or dwellings of consequence in the main areas of military operations. In addition to sandstorms, the impact of weather and temperature upon armored operations in North Africa was just as significant as the effects upon armored operations in Russia. It was, of course, extremely hot and bright in daylight, with the hottest period being June to September, average high temperatures being in the region of 80 degrees Fahrenheit, and the coolest period being in December to March, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Soldiers coming from temperate zones in Europe needed time to acclimatize to this harsh environment. The incidence of heat stroke, as opposed to heat exhaustion, was high in the North African theater and could lead to death. At the time, tank gun barrels were not equipped with thermal sleeves, which meant that excessive heat could greatly reduce accuracy. Water was a consistent problem, and every soldier needed a minimum of at least 5 liters per day, more if cooking and washing were included. The German army reckoned on 3,000 liters of water per day for a battalion, not including water for vehicles or washing. The Germans allocated 40 liters of water per tank every 2 days. Each British cruiser tank also needed 32 liters for its water-cooled engine, adding up to over 1,500 liters for all the tanks in an armored battalion. Each British armored battalion had 4 water trucks in their B echelon, which carried a total of 3,000 liters. Soft-skinned vehicles and water-cooled machine guns also needed water, or they overheated. Unlike battlefields in Russia, the North African battlefield saw limited rainfall, and water sources were generally hard to find. A short rainy period occurs in December to February. In part due to the consumption of contaminated water, and in part due to the plethora of indigenous insect-borne infection vectors, the North African theater of operations presented a significant biomedical threat to troops from Europe and the United States. Swarms of flies, sand fleas, and other parasites plagued both sides and helped to spread various pathogens. Rommel himself was afflicted by jaundice and amoebic dysentery at a critical moment in the campaign, and large numbers of his troops were incapacitated with a variety of other environmentally induced maladies such as leishmaniasis, hepatitis B, and diphtheria. The British Army, with much longer experience of colonial warfare in the region, referred to these maladies as jippy tummy, but took more stringent measures to protect their troops through better field hygiene. The much-vaunted Africa Corps proved much less adept at field hygiene in the desert and suffered accordingly. Overall, the North African theater of operations was rough on both soldiers and their vehicles. Unlike Europe, there was no means for armies to live off the land on the desert battlefields. Indeed, North Africa was a large, austere environment that forced both sides to use a few fixed bases as logistic springboards for short-term offensive lunges into the desert void. The seeming open nature of the terrain invited bold, tactical audacity, but mistakes could prove extremely costly, and veteran troops gradually learned to adopt more cautious methods better suited to the environment. Chapter 1. Pre-War Doctrinal and Technological Influences. Britain loses its lead in armored warfare. Battles are not won by clichés or little hardisms. J.F.C. Fuller, 1937. Armored warfare in North Africa in 1940-43 was heavily influenced by doctrinal and technical developments that occurred in the interwar period following the end of the First World War. Tank technology revolved around 3 core functions: mobility, protection, and firepower, and in order to build effective tanks, A balance had to be achieved between these functions. However, tanks were still very much cutting-edge technology in the period 1919 to 39, and the limited number of suitable engines had a major impact on the ability of armies to introduce new armored fighting vehicles. Most tanks and tankettes built prior to 1935 were powered by low-torque petrol engines which delivered no more than 80 to 90 horsepower, which limited the size and speed of tanks. Indeed, the famous Matilda II tank went to war powered by two 87-horsepower engines designed for city buses. Every tank design bureau also struggled to perfect effective transmissions and suspension systems, which slowed the creation of better armed and better protected tanks. It is also important to note that it generally required about 3 years to move from issuing a requirement for a new tank to initial production, and designs which were too conservative could become obsolete by the time they reached the field. The development of doctrine for armored warfare rested squarely on experience from the Western Front in the First World War. Both the British and French armies invested heavily in the development of tanks in order to break the stalemate of trench warfare, and their efforts paid off in 1917 to 18. Under the dynamic leadership of Brigadier Hugh J. Ells, Britain's Tank Corps quickly grew into a formidable combat force. On 20 November 1917, the first day of the Battle of Cambrai, Ells personally led the attack of 9 tank battalions, with a total of 378 tanks, which achieved an 8-kilometer-deep penetration into a well-defended section of the German-held Hindenburg Line. On 8 August 1918, on the opening day of the Battle of Amiens, the British committed 12 tank battalions with a total of 432 tanks and were able to advance up to 13 kilometers. At the Battle of Saint-Mihiel in September 1918, the newly formed U.S. Army Tank Corps successfully employed 2 battalions with 144 French-built Renault FT light tanks under the command of Lieutenant Colonel George S. Patton. In contrast, the Imperial German Army took little interest in tanks and never employed more than a dozen of its clumsy A-7V heavy tanks in a single action. Despite issues with mechanical reliability, the combat experience gained by the Allies in 1917 and 1918 demonstrated that tanks were quite effective in the infantry support role, capable of suppressing enemy machine gun positions and bunkers, which greatly facilitated the advance of conventional infantry. Most infantry officers were satisfied with that simple conception of the tank as a tactical-level combat multiplier. During the First World War, the British Army used tanks as a corps-level fire support asset, not as a force capable of independent action in its own right. Although Ells had 3 tank brigades under his command, his armor was dispersed in combat, typically with 1 tank company supporting 1 infantry battalion. Battlefield experience in 1917 to 18 taught 2 important lessons: that armor achieved the best results when used in mass, and that tanks were a finite resource, which quickly dissipated due to losses and mechanical defects. Essentially, the tanks of 1918 were regarded as capable of short, powerful offensive jabs, which required careful planning to successfully execute. However, Colonel John F. C. Fuller, Ells's chief of staff of the Tank Corps, argued that tanks could be more than just an adjunct to the infantry, only capable of punching holes in an enemy's front line and advancing a few kilometers. Fuller was one of the early tank zealots who believed that the tank was a revolutionary weapon, like bombers or mustard gas, which would fundamentally transform warfare. After being briefed about the development of the new medium Mark D tank, which was expected to have a speed of 32 kilometers per hour and a range of roughly 300 kilometers, Fuller began developing a theoretical model for future mechanized offensives. He argued that medium tanks, supported by artillery, infantry, and tactical air support, could create an initial breakthrough in an enemy front. Then light tanks would exploit deep into the enemy's rear areas to disrupt their line of communications. As a result, the enemy defense would be shattered in depth. Although historians have often referred to Fuller's concept as Plan 1919, that term was actually not coined until much later. Nor was Fuller the only officer to suggest that tanks could lead a powerful combined arms strike force. Others did as well. Furthermore, it often goes unnoticed that it took much longer to perfect the medium Mark D tank than Fuller expected, and his concept was based upon future, not current, armored capabilities. Britain's War Office did accept some of Fuller's ideas in a document produced in July 1918 entitled Memorandum on the Requirements for an Armored Striking Force for an Offensive in 1919. Had the First World War dragged on for another 6 months, Britain's Tank Corps was on the cusp of developing the tanks, doctrine, and vision to conduct a form of maneuver warfare that embraced combined arms tactics. However, after the armistice in November 1918, Fuller's grand vision was quietly shelved. Nevertheless, Fuller's concept created the germ of the idea that tanks might be capable of operating independently in order to achieve decisive operational-level results. When the First World War ended, Britain's Tank Corps was reduced from 25 battalions to just 4 regular Army tank battalions, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th RTR, Royal Tank Regiment. Els remained in command of the Tank Corps for several years, but his tank battalions were dispersed, possessed few operational tanks, and did not conduct any large-scale collective training until 1925. Many of the senior officers in the RTC, Royal Tank Corps, became fiercely parochial and resentful of any attempts by the infantry or cavalry branches to usurp their monopoly on armored vehicles. The French Army managed to keep 27 tank battalions with over 3,500 Renault FT light tanks in its post-war force structure, giving it the largest armored force in the world in the 1920s, but all tanks were placed under the infantry. General Jean-Baptiste Etienne, in charge of the French tank force, opposed the relegation of his tanks to just the infantry support role and advocated the creation of a mobile army with 4,000 modern tanks. Given the limited post-war military budgets, it was easier for the French government to simply ignore Etienne and his ideas. Instead, the French government assigned only limited resources into developing a replacement for the Renault FT light tank and a new heavy infantry tank, which would not produce any substantive results for nearly a decade. In the immediate aftermath of the First World War, most military officers recognized that technology had changed warfare, but it was difficult to determine which equipment and tactics would be most suitable for the future. In addition to tanks, chemical warfare and bombers also had their advocates. Increased motorization was generally regarded as desirable, since it was a fairly straightforward matter to purchase more trucks to increase the mobility of troops, artillery, and logistic units. Nor did motorization require any great leaps in technology or major doctrinal changes. However, mechanization not only required a substantial investment in research and development to create new tracked vehicles, but sweeping doctrinal changes that would have profound effects on how armies operated in the field. During the interwar period, a number of armies demonstrated interest in further developing tanks, but in each country, the process was hindered by 2 bottlenecks: technological problems, usually revolving around engines/transmissions and suspension systems, and lack of financial resources, which was a factor of political will. In post-war Britain, there was considerable support for both motorization and mechanization. As early as 1921, the War Office openly endorsed the motorization of the field artillery, and senior leaders in the British Army were discussing the formation of an experimental brigade to test new mechanized tactics and technology. Field Marshal Henry Wilson, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, SIGS, until 1922, was a strong advocate for the Tank Corps and envisioned an army capable of mobile combined arms action. Furthermore, the British Army's post-war doctrinal revisions, such as Field Service Regulations, 1924, emphasized the kind of combined arms tactics that had been learned at such great cost in 1914-18. However, Britain's post-war defense industrial base was so reduced that only two organizations were capable of developing new armored vehicles: the state-owned Royal Ordnance Factory at Woolwich and the private firm of Vickers Armstrong, which had its main tank development facility in Chertsey. As a result, the British Army had a very limited range of options to choose from in seeking new vehicles. Furthermore, the Army estimates were reportedly slashed from £62 million in 1922 to £52 million in 1923 and £44.5 million in 1925. From this reduced budget, over £8 million went to pay military pensions, another £8 million to pay the active army, and £5 million for the territorial army, leaving less than £0.3 million for research and development on armored vehicles. Given the adoption of the 10-year rule in 1919, which forecast no major war for at least another decade, there was no political will in Britain to support increased expenditure on the army or tanks in the near future. Despite these limitations, the War Office began to place orders for small quantities of new vehicles, including tanks, artillery tractors, armored cars, and half-tracked armored personnel carriers. The Master General of the Ordnance 5th Department, MGO-5, was responsible for developing tank technical requirements. In 1923, the first of 58 Mark I tanks were delivered, followed by 112 improved Mark II tanks between 1924 and 1928. Although the 13-ton medium Mark II tank was too lightly armored for use in combat, it made an excellent training tank. By 1927, the Royal Tank Corps had over 100 of the Mark I and Mark II medium tanks on hand. In addition, the War Office decided to purchase 8 1.5-ton Carden-Lloyd tankettes, developed as a private venture by John Carden, 8 3-ton Morris Martel tankettes, and a number of Burford Kegress half-tracks to begin mechanizing 3 infantry battalions. The Royal Horse Artillery received enough Vickers medium Dragon artillery tractors to mechanize 1 field regiment of 18-pounder field guns. Once enough of the new tanks and artillery tractors were available, General Sir George Milne, the Chief of the Imperial General Staff, SIGS, and the War Office looked to the officers in the RTC for recommendations on how to forge these tools into a unified, mechanized formation. In the years since the war, J.F.C. Fuller had become an outspoken and influential advocate for tanks, as well as bombers and chemical weapons, with his most important work being The Reformation of War, 1923. However, Fuller increasingly believed that tanks could win battles on their own, and his theories soon diverged from combined arms thinking. In his mind, the infantry branch was obsolete and suitable only for defending fortresses. Furthermore, Fuller began to lean toward fantastic visions of fleets of tanks and land battleships conducting naval-style battles on land, rather than offering detailed recommendations on how to form and train mechanized units. Fuller found himself bored with the parochial post-war army and sought the company of those who appreciated his visions, which led to his relationship with Basil H. Little Hart. Hart was a retired junior infantry officer who was working as a military correspondent for the Daily Telegraph. He was also a prolific journal writer and avid military historian who possessed a talent for ingratiating himself with politicians. From 1920 on, Fuller and Hart regularly corresponded and discussed mechanization. Hart absorbed Fuller's zeal for mechanized warfare and bombers and adopted some of his ideas and modified others, later claiming them as his own. Yet, despite Fuller's ardent proselytization for tanks, he proved remarkably reluctant to get involved with the actual process of developing mechanized units in the British Army. Colonel George Lindsay had far less vision than Fuller, but he had practical combat experience leading an armored car unit in Iraq in 1922. Upon joining the Royal Tank Corps, Lindsay recommended the formation of a brigade-sized mechanized unit with various support detachments, although he was not keen on the inclusion of infantry in the unit. Based upon his experience in Iraq, he also recommended that the brigade should work closely with tactical aviation. Lindsay was able to gain the support of General Milne, who authorized the Experimental Mechanized Force, EMF. The brigade-size EMF would include 1 battalion of Mark I medium tanks, 5th RTC, 2 squadrons of armored cars, and 1 squadron of tankettes for reconnaissance, 1 battalion of mechanized infantry, a motorized engineer company, and a brigade of motorized artillery. Fuller was the obvious choice to command the EMF, but he peremptorily turned it down, and instead an infantryman, Colonel Robert J. Collins, who retained simultaneous command of the 7th Infantry Brigade, took the position. Hart tried to interfere with the EMF from the outset, writing an article that criticized the selection of an infantryman to lead the formation. Fuller was a voluble theorist, but he was also a very odd bird, interested in the occult as much as tanks, and he distanced himself from the EMF and the mechanization process in the British Army, which ultimately left the effort without a clear vision. Collins formed the EMF at Tidworth on 1 May 1927 and commenced collective maneuver training on Salisbury Plain in August. Major General John Burnett Stewart, commander of the 3rd Infantry Division, directed the EMF exercises, and his chief of staff was Colonel Archibald Wavell. Under the influence of Colonel Charles Broad, an artilleryman who transferred to the RTC, the medium tanks spent a considerable amount of time trying to perfect the art of firing while on the move, which proved well beyond the technology of 1927. Tank crews were generally satisfied with the Mark II medium tank as a training tank, noting that it could move up to 80 kilometers without anything disastrous happening. In terms of collective training, there were 2 important differences in how the EMF trained compared to how tanks had been used in the First World War. First, the tanks were not dispersed and used in direct support of infantry, but rather they were massed. The 1 infantry battalion involved played a very secondary role due to its limited amount of mechanized support. Second, rather than attempting to breach fortified lines as in 1917-18, the EMF's tanks were trained to use bold encircling maneuvers to place the enemy at a disadvantage, which was in line with Fuller's theories. However, the EMF's maneuver exercises did not include any significant use of mines or obstacles, which enabled the tanks to move over fairly flat terrain unhindered by real-world tactical issues. Lacking experience with mechanized units, Collins proved an overly cautious commander, which invoked further criticism from Little Hart, who was covering the maneuvers for his newspaper. In the culminating field problem on 27 September 1927, the EMF was pitted against a conventional force from the 3rd Infantry Division and a brigade of cavalry. Both sides were provided tactical bomber and fighter sorties from the Royal Air Force, RAF, although many RAF leaders were unenthusiastic about the close support mission. Despite the lack of radios, which proved a serious handicap for the EMF, the formation performed admirably. In order to promote the development of new armored fighting vehicles, AFVs, and improve coordination with private industry, in January 1928, General Milne created the Tank and Tracked Transport Technical Committee within the War Office. Colonel Sidney C. Peck, an artilleryman, was appointed director. Peck was unusual in the British Officer Corps in that he possessed a civilian university technical degree. He formed the Mechanical Warfare Experimental Establishment, MWEE, at Farnborough to test new types of AFVs. Peck's appointment came as the War Office was struggling not just with developing tanks for the RTC, but creating requirements for a range of other tracked vehicles to mechanize the artillery, cavalry, and infantry branches. In particular, there was pressure from Winston Churchill, Chancellor of the Exchequer, to prioritize mechanization of the cavalry, since horse cavalry units were estimated to cost up to 3 times as much to maintain as armored units. In March 1928, the War Office directed 2 cavalry regiments, 11th Hussars, 12th Lancers, to begin converting to armored cars. However, the British Army only had a total of about 45 Rolls-Royce armored cars on hand, which was not enough to equip even 1 cavalry regiment. Consequently, the War Office hastily approved the purchase of 30 Lanchester 6x4 armored cars without waiting for technical evaluation by the MWEE. The 2 cavalry regiments quickly found that the 7-ton Lanchester was too heavy, particularly when tested in the desert, and Peck was forced to look for substitutes. As a result of the lack of suitable vehicles, it took 3 years to fully mechanize these first 2 cavalry regiments. The development of the 1.5-ton Carden-Lloyd Mark VI tankette attracted considerable attention both in Britain and abroad because it appeared to offer a shortcut to rapid mechanization. The diminutive vehicle was cheap, mechanically reliable, and easy to manufacture. Although only armed with a single machine gun, about 15 Carden-Lloyd tankettes could be purchased for the cost of a single medium tank. However, the actual combat value of the open-topped tankette was negligible, and the EMF only used the Carden-Lloyd tankette for reconnaissance and towing artillery pieces. Major Giffard Lucain Martel, who commanded the engineer company attached to the EMF, was personally involved in the development of the Maurice Martel tankette and was a strong proponent of the tankette concept. While the RTC officers were not impressed with the tankette, Martel, who was an advisor to Peck's directorate, touted the tankette as a potential solution to the mechanization of the other branches. Vickers Armstrong purchased Carden-Lloyd in 1928 and used the tankette as the basis to begin developing a new series of light tanks, which the General Staff eventually designated as the A4 series. The Carden-Lloyd design was also suggested as filling the infantry's need for a tracked weapons carrier, and a spin-off eventually led to the Universal Carrier. Eventually, the British Army acquired over 300 of the tankettes. Foreign armies also became interested in the tankette, and the Soviet Union purchased 20 of them. Despite its full plate with requirements from the War Office, Vickers Armstrong decided that it could open another revenue stream by developing armored vehicles just for the export market. As a result, the firm began developing a new light tank known as the Vickers E 6-ton tank. The Vickers E came in 2 versions, one equipped with 2 machine gun turrets and the other equipped with a single turret mounting a 47mm gun. For its day, the Vickers 6-ton tank possessed a good mix of mobility, firepower, and armored protection, which quickly attracted foreign orders. The Soviet Union purchased 15, which it developed into the T-26 light tank, and both Italy and the United States purchased 1 each. Eventually, about 150 Vickers 6-ton tanks were sold abroad. Britain's War Office purchased 1 for evaluation, but the British Army regarded it as too expensive, at £4,200 per copy, and poorly made, and rejected it for service. In the summer of 1928, the EMF conducted another round of exercises. The commander of one of the mechanized infantry companies assigned to the EMF was Captain William H. E. Gott, Strafer, who would later play a major role in the British Army's mechanized operations in North Africa in 1940-42. After the completion of the summer maneuvers, the EMF was disbanded. At this point, the War Office signaled its commitment to the creation of a permanent armored brigade after a period of evaluation and doctrinal reflection. Colonel Broad and Colonel Lindsay took the lead in developing a doctrinal product based upon lessons learned from the EMF, the Handbook on Mechanized and Armored Formations, dubbed the Purple Primer, which appeared in March 1929. As a piece of doctrine, the Purple Primer was not particularly detailed, but it was regarded as a first step. A number of other officers involved in the EMF exercises, such as Lieutenant Colonel Percy Hobart and Major Martell, were also involved in discussions about how a follow-on armored brigade should be trained and equipped. Hart, again inserting himself into the equation, criticized the disbandment of the EMF and suggested that the British Army was only paying lip service to mechanization. It is important to remember that Hart was not a tanker, had never served with tanks, and had been rejected when he tried to transfer to the Royal Tank Corps. Nor did Hart have any serious training in military theory, although he assisted with the preparation of the 1921 Field Training Regulations and used this editorial role to portray himself as a doctrinal expert. At one point, Hart claimed that he had developed the concept of infantry battle drills in 1918, which was one of his more ludicrous assertions. Mechanization became one of Hart's hobby horses, and after the Second World War, he tried to portray himself as one of the early apostles of mechanization, who not only directly influenced the development of British armored doctrine, but German mechanized doctrine as well. Hart used his position as an activist journalist and military gadfly to minimize the contributions of others, including Fuller, Broad, Hobart, and Lindsay, in order to shamelessly promote his own role. Unfortunately, Hart's post-war popular histories and cultivation of sympathetic politicians thoroughly corrupted the actual historiography of the development of armored warfare doctrine in the interwar period. In spite of Hart's criticisms, the British Army in the 1920s was committed to mechanization and was greatly outspending any other army. Altogether, Britain spent over £1.5 million, $7.5 million, on tanks between 1920 and 1929, not counting funds devoted to other mechanization projects. Furthermore, the British Army's mechanization program was proceeding, albeit slowly, despite the slashing of its budget to just over £32 million in 1929. In contrast, Italy and the United States spent about $1 million, £210,000 each on tanks during the same period. Amazingly, France spent only $160,000, £34,000 on tanks in the 1920s, since the French were focused more on research than production. While the EMF exercises and the Purple Primer fell short of an ideal, they still enabled Britain to maintain its technical and doctrinal lead in mechanized warfare, which would gradually influence developments in other countries. In the summer of 1930, the Royal Tank Corps formed another ad hoc armored brigade, using 3 battalions of medium tanks and Carden-Loyd tankettes serving in the reconnaissance role. Unlike the EMF, this brigade was a tank-pure formation with no organic supporting arms, which made it something of a throwback. Nor was RAF support provided. The most significant change was the use of radio control from 4 specialized command tanks, although companies and platoons were still directed by flags. During maneuvers on Salisbury Plain in the summer of 1930, the Armored Brigade was split up with 1 battalion portraying an opposing force, which allowed for some tank-versus-tank training. Yet since artillery fire, anti-tank mines, and anti-tank guns did not play any real role in the exercises, there were no lessons relevant to combined arms warfare. After the exercise was completed, the brigade was disbanded. A similar experiment was conducted in the summer of 1931 with Colonel Charles Broad in command of another ad hoc brigade. To a significant extent, these tank brigade exercises were intended more as exhibitions for visiting dignitaries, a dog and pony show in modern soldier parlance, rather than as serious efforts to develop and hone tactics and doctrine. Conducting field exercises under non-tactical conditions, often with large crowds of spectators close at hand, is no way to develop doctrine. The inclusion of ridiculous circus stunts, like ramming tanks through walls to impress spectators, further degraded the value of the summer exercises. Predictably, Hart was critical in his journalistic coverage of the disbanding of the brigade, claiming that an opportunity to create a true mechanized division had been squandered. While it was true that the British armored force was stuck in low gear and not heading in any particular direction, Hart ignored the context of the decision. Clearly, a major factor in the loss of momentum was the British Army's declining budget, which hit its lowest point in 1932, and this had a chilling effect on mechanization programs. The Great Depression hit Britain hard in 1930 to 31, forcing the government to drastically reduce spending, including military pay cuts, which precipitated a mutiny at the Royal Navy base in Invergordon in September 1931. With the British government facing a financial meltdown and social unrest, mechanization simply could not be afforded priority at this time. Not having any technical background, Hart also failed to appreciate the problems involved in developing better tanks from a small industrial base. Vickers had been trying to create an improved medium tank since 1926 to replace the Mark II, but the resulting Mark III, also known as the 16-tonner, was a disappointment, and only 3 were built and used in the 1930 to 31 maneuvers. One caught fire and was destroyed. Vickers's engineers persisted, developing 2 A7 medium tank prototypes in 1929 and 1930, but these were plagued by various technical issues. Yet, even if the money and improved tanks had been available for mass production, the pacifist political climate in Britain in the early 1930s did not favor the creation of an offensive-oriented armored division, when the public regarded the idea of another continental war as anathema. During the World Disarmament Conference in Geneva in 1932, both Britain and the United States proposed abolishing or limiting offensive weapons, including tanks, heavy artillery, and chemical weapons. Amazingly, Little Hart pulled a volte-face and claimed that it was necessary to abolish tanks in order to prevent future wars, which attracted criticism from both Fuller and Winston Churchill. Later, the British delegation switched to the idea of limiting the size of new tanks to just 20 to 25 tons, but none of these proposals were ever enacted. Germany and Italy at the time appeared willing to go along with limitations on offensive weapons, but this attitude proved insincere. While the Geneva Disarmament Conference eventually fizzled out, it did influence the British government's attitude against investing substantial resources into medium tanks. As a result of these obstacles, new tank development ground to a halt in 1932 to 33, and the Royal Tank Corps conducted no collective training in 1933. However, Adolf Hitler's appointment as Chancellor of Germany in January 1933, followed by his decision to withdraw from the League of Nations and the Geneva Disarmament Conference, did cause anxiety in the War Office. Sir Archibald Montgomery Massingberd, who replaced Milne as Siggs in February 1933, recognized that Germany was likely to become a problem and took steps to resume the Army's stalled mechanization program. In November 1933, the Defense Requirements Subcommittee, DRC, of the Committee of Imperial Defense was formed to make recommendations about rectifying critical deficiencies in Britain's 3 military services. Although only an advisory body, the DRC proved influential in shaping the future force structure of the British Army and its equipment requirements. In particular, the DRC would recommend the outfitting of an expeditionary field force, comprising 5 divisions and 1 armored brigade. In April 1934, Montgomery Massingberd authorized the establishment of a permanent tank brigade, but only as a tank pure formation. Brigadier Percy Hobart was given command of the 1st Tank Brigade, which consisted of 3 existing tank battalions, 2nd, 3rd, 5th RTC, and the newly formed 1st Light Battalion. Hobart had gained experience with tanks during the earlier summer maneuvers, but, like Fuller, he played poorly with others and had become an arrogant tank zealot with little patience in dealing with the other branches. He also was socially stigmatized in the small pre-war regular officer corps due to an adulterous affair involving a junior officer's wife. One of the few officers Hobart got along with was Bernard Montgomery, his brother-in-law. Hobart proved to be an exceptionally poor choice to try and lead the formation of a combined arms team. In October 1934, Montgomery Massingbird expressed his willingness to create a mobile division, incorporating Hobart's tank brigade with a motorized infantry brigade and a motorized artillery brigade. The next month, an ad hoc mobile force was created for evaluation, with Lindsay placed in charge of the division-size formation. Unfortunately, Hobart worked poorly with Lindsay, and the mobile division was given poor marks by the 3rd Infantry Division staff, resulting in Lindsay's discomfiture. Soon thereafter, the mobile division was dissolved. After nearly a decade of use and training, most of Hobart's Mark I and Mark II medium tanks were worn out, no spare parts were available, and would soon need replacement if the tank brigade was going to have anything more than tankettes and a few light tanks. A trickle of new light tanks were entering service in the early 1930s. In April 1931, Vickers delivered the first of its machine-gun-armed Mark II light tanks developed from the Carden-Lloyd tankettes, followed by the slightly improved Mark III and Mark IV versions in 1934. The RTC was allowed to form a new battalion, the 1st Light Battalion, from its depot personnel, and they were equipped with one squadron of armored cars and one of the new light tanks. Vickers continued to invest resources in upgrading this rather basic two-man vehicle, and the early versions were cheap enough, £2,000 to £3,000, that even the cash-strapped Army could afford to purchase up to 50 in 1 year. Vickers also began tailoring some of the light tanks for overseas service. The Mark III versions were tropicalized for use in hot weather climates like Egypt or India. Although the RTC was given enough of the new light tanks to outfit several tank squadrons, most of them were destined to equip the new mechanized cavalry regiments. While Hobart was training his brigade, the War Office was trying to find an economical way of developing a new medium tank. Lieutenant General Hugh Ells, who had commanded the Tank Corps in the First World War, became head of the Mechanization Branch in the War Office and the Master General of the Ordnance, MGO, in 1934. In these roles, Ells pushed hard for the acquisition of a modern infantry tank, even though Hobart's brigade was not training for the infantry support role. In June 1934, the British War Office wrote General Staff Specification A9, outlining the requirements for a new infantry tank armed with a 2-pounder, 40mm gun. Vickers Armstrong was still trying to perfect its A7 series tank, but after 5 years, the prototypes were plagued by weak suspensions and poor mechanical reliability. Nevertheless, Vickers Armstrong tried to leverage the lessons learned from its past failures in order to develop a new tank to meet the A9 requirement. John Carden, Vickers' lead tank designer, arbitrarily insisted on mounting 2 machine gun sub-turrets on the prototype, which added cost and complexity. He also limited the armor thickness to just 14 millimeters to save weight, thereby ensuring adequate mobility. Apparently, the War Office did not pay close attention to Carden's design changes until the A9 project was well underway, but when they did, they simply created a new requirement, designated the A10 project, which eliminated the sub-turrets and increased armored protection to 30 millimeters. Further complicating the situation, in November 1935, the DRC recommended the creation of 4 independent tank battalions for infantry close support, in addition to the armor in a mobile division. Els decided that a cheap but well-protected infantry tank armed only with a machine gun would suffice for these new battalions, so the War Office drafted another specification, number A11. Vickers duly began work on the A11 specification as well. Based upon the DRC recommendations, the War Office managed to get a token boost of £192,000 for tank development from the 1934 to 35 Army budget, but spreading this across 3 different tank programs was a poor management decision by Els. While Vickers Armstrong was juggling these 3 distinct tank development programs, disaster struck. John Carden was killed in an air crash in December 1935. Vickers put Carden's deputy, Leslie F. Little, in charge of bringing the A9, A10, and A11 programs to fruition. Little focused on expediency rather than innovation. In July 1936, Vickers Armstrong was able to demonstrate the A9E1 prototype, which was a clumsy, fragile 12.7-ton beast. On the positive side, the A9E1 had a hydraulically operated turret, which mounted the new 2-pounder 40mm gun, and it was faster than the obsolescent Mark II medium. However, the A9E1 mounted 2 awkward machine gun subturrets on the front hull, and the suspension system had 2 different-size road wheels. In addition, the A9E1 had poor armored protection and was prone to throwing its narrow tracks. Nor was the A9E1 cheap, with a unit price of £12,700, but at least it was ready for limited production. The War Office hedged its bets by accepting the A9 for service as the cruiser Mark I, but decided to wait a year before placing a limited production order, hoping that the improved A10 would soon be available. Instead, the overextended Vickers design team struggled to perfect the A10 tank, and the program fell so far behind schedule that it was not ready to enter production as the cruiser Mark II until December 1939. Running out of options, the War Office finally placed an order for 125 cruiser Mark I tanks in late 1937, under the theory that some poor-quality medium tanks were better than no medium tanks. Vickers did succeed in completing a prototype for the A11 infantry tank in September 1936. The 11-ton prototype boasted 60mm thick armor, but otherwise it was hopelessly slow and underarmed, which caused the War Office to develop yet another specification for an infantry tank armed with a 2-pounder gun, which became the A12 specification. Due to the death of Carden and the belief that Vickers was overwhelmed by its current projects, the War Office decided that the Royal Arsenal at Woolwich should design the A12 infantry tank. Despite misgivings about the limited capability of the Vickers A11 prototype, the War Office accepted it as the infantry tank Mark I and issued production contracts in 1937. While Vickers was struggling to develop its medium tanks, the War Office began to consider the merits of fast cruiser tanks. Els's deputy, Lieutenant Colonel Martel, had recently returned from an inspection trip to the Soviet Union, where he had been most impressed by the Red Army's BT-2 fast tanks, derived from Walter J. Christie's M1928 tank. While the British Army had not previously paid much attention to the novel Christie suspension system, which had been around for more than a decade, it suddenly seemed like a way to bypass Vickers's design limitations. Martel not only managed to convince the War Office to purchase a sample tank from Christie, but that it would be prudent to incorporate the superior Christie suspension system into a new cruiser tank. While Martel's recommendation was good in theory, it would take at least a year or more for Vickers to develop a new tank based on the Christie suspension, and the British Army needed new tanks as soon as possible, or there would be no mobile force. Nevertheless, in late 1936, the War Office developed Specification A13 for a new cruiser tank, based on the Christie suspension and armed with a 2-pounder gun. Recognizing that it was time to enlist more companies in the development of armored fighting vehicles, the War Office took the risky step of asking a startup company, Nuffield Mechanization and Aero Limited in Birmingham, to work on the A-13 project. Nuffield was able to produce a prototype A-13 by October 1937, which improved upon the Christie suspension, but the War Office decided to place only a limited production order and asked Nuffield to develop an improved model. These would become the Cruiser Mark III and Cruiser Mark IV tanks. By the winter of 1936-37, the War Office was pursuing no less than 5 different tank programs, although no medium tanks were actually in production. In fact, the only tanks currently being manufactured in Britain were the 5-ton Vickers Mark V and Mark VI light tanks, armed with machine guns and intended primarily for the mechanized cavalry regiments. It is noteworthy that while the War Office was willing to incorporate American-designed, off-the-shelf tank technology into their new medium tanks, no consideration was given to encouraging technical exchanges with the French on tank design. Despite a protracted development effort due to financial limitations, by the mid-1930s, French tank
You can enjoy this audiobook for free. Please take this opportunity to relax, listen to soothing music, and thank you for watching.
Designers at Hotchkiss, Renault, and Saumur were beginning limited production of several promising tank designs. French designers were already using welding in construction, unlike Vickers's continued reliance on riveted construction. In particular, the Saumur S-35 cavalry tank was better armed, better protected, and as fast as any of the Vickers designs. The French were also beginning to form their armor into larger combined arms formations, beginning with the 1st Division Légère Mécanisée, DLM, in July 1935 and the 2nd DLM in July 1937. Certainly, the French were interested in British tank developments. General Maxime Weygand, the French Army Chief of Staff, was invited by Field Marshal Montgomery Massingberd to visit Britain in 1933 and observe British tank maneuvers at Tidworth. In return, Montgomery Massingberd was invited to observe the French DLMs in training, but these exchange visits produced no tangible results. Likewise, Hugh Ells and Martel went to Paris in January 1937 for limited discussions on tanks with their French counterparts, but without result. Unfortunately, the governments of Ramsay MacDonald and Stanley Baldwin both frowned upon any kind of serious Anglo-French military collaboration, which ultimately contributed to the military unpreparedness of both nations. The decision to arm the A9, A10, A12, and A13 tanks with the new 2-pounder gun, 40 mm, caused 3 major problems for the RTC. First, the weapon was just entering low-rate production in mid-1936, which restricted the number of medium tanks that could be equipped with the new weapon. In addition, the 2-pounder was also destined to equip anti-tank units in the infantry divisions, which meant competition for the few weapons available. The second major problem with the 2-pounder gun was that it led to a small turret ring on all the new tank designs, which would make it impossible to upgrade them with heavier weapons like the 6-pounder 57 mm gun. Finally, the lack of a high-explosive HE round for the 2-pounder gun meant that its armor-piercing rounds would only really be effective against enemy tanks. One of the few technical lessons gleaned from the EMF exercises was that tanks needed a tracked fire support system, so the Mechanized Warfare Board recommended that some of the new medium tanks should be outfitted with a howitzer to fire HE and smoke rounds. Thus, 36 A9 and A10 tanks would be built as close support CS versions, equipped with an obsolescent 3.7-inch 94mm howitzer, while the A12 CS version would receive a 3-inch 76mm howitzer. However, the CS tanks were too few in number, and their howitzers too short-ranged to provide effective fire support to British tanks in a mobile action, a critical deficiency that was not obvious prior to the outbreak of war. While Peck, Els, and others were striving to get new tanks into production, Hobart was trying to put a spoke in the wheel of the British Army's decision to mechanize the cavalry. When he learned that the War Office had decided to convert more cavalry regiments, Hobart wrote a strident memorandum in February 1935, which opposed the mechanization of the cavalry and stated that only the RTC should operate AFVs. Furthermore, Hobart and other armor officers made churlish remarks about their unwillingness to incorporate cavalry officers into the RTC. Instead, Hobart argued that the cavalry should simply be abolished and the savings used to create additional battalions for the RTC. Obviously, this kind of attitude went over poorly and hurt rather than promoted the interest of developing armored units in the British Army. Nevertheless, the War Ministry ordered more cavalry units to begin converting to mechanized units in 1935 and 1936, although the limited number of armored vehicles available greatly hindered this effort. As the arguments over mechanization continued, the emergence of the Abyssinian crisis in October 1935 provided the British Army with a unique opportunity to test its ability to operate a mechanized force in a desert environment. When Italy invaded Abyssinia, Ethiopia, Britain's political leadership became concerned that Mussolini might consider some desperate military action against Egypt in response to economic sanctions. At the outset, the British Army in Egypt concentrated a reinforced brigade at Mersa Matruh, but decided to deploy a mobile covering force to screen the border area near Sidi Barrani. The only mechanized forces at hand were the 6th Battalion RTC, formed in Egypt in 1933, with about 20 Mark III light tanks, 4 Mark II medium tanks, and 4 Carden-Lloyd tankettes, the 7th Hussars with a few light tanks, the 11th Hussars with about 30 armored cars, and the 8th Hussars mounted in trucks. In December 1935, the War Office decided to reinforce the mobile force with additional troops and equipment from the United Kingdom. Hobart's brigade sent its 1st Light Battalion RTC, equipped with 33 Mark III and 4 light tanks and a small number of the latest Mark V. By the time that reinforcements arrived, the British Army had committed about 60 of its 142 available light tanks to the Egyptian Showa force. Hobart accompanied the battalion to Egypt in early 1936 as an advisor, but he assigned Colonel Vivian Pope to command the mobile force. Although the Italians never crossed the border, the mobile force conducted invaluable desert training, with some tanks traveling up to 800 kilometers over the course of several months. The level of mechanical breakdown was high, particularly among the tanks sent directly from the United Kingdom, which lacked tropicalized air filters. Although some wags referred to Pope's formation as the immobile farce, in fact, the light tanks performed fairly well in the desert. Once the crisis abated, the 1st Light Battalion returned to the United Kingdom in November 1936, and the mobile force disbanded, but the War Office decided that there was a need for a permanent mechanized brigade in Egypt as soon as sufficient AFVs were available. By the time that Hobart returned to England in the summer of 1936, Vickers was just beginning production of the improved 3-man crew Mark 6A light tank, armed with a 12.7mm heavy machine gun and a 7.7mm coaxial machine gun. The Mark VI possessed excellent mobility, being able to advance at speeds up to 20 kilometers per hour cross-country or 40 kilometers per hour on roads, but it only had a maximum of 14mm armor protection. Nevertheless, the Director of Mechanization, Major General Alexander E. Davidson, stated that he was satisfied that the new tank was bullet-resistant, which set a very low standard. The Mark 6A and the follow-on Mark 6B tanks were optimized for colonial warfare in places like India and the Middle East, not against an opponent that might possess medium tanks or anti-tank guns. Since Vickers could manufacture up to about 200 Mark 6 tanks per year, the War Office believed that the remaining cavalry regiments could be re-equipped by 1938. In May 1936, Field Marshal Cyril Deverell became the new SIGs and continued his predecessor's policies in regard to accelerated mechanization efforts. When Deverell took over, the British Army still had 13,000 horses, and it was spending as much on new remounts as it was on new tank prototypes. Deverell intended to change that and wanted to start converting the remaining cavalry regiments. In November 1936, the Mechanization Board in the War Office presented a new tank program based upon the DRC's recommendations for a modern 5-division field force. Altogether, the program recommended 192 cruiser tanks for the 4 existing RTC battalions, 160 infantry tanks for the 4 planned independent tank battalions, and 580 light tanks to mechanize 10 cavalry regiments. The DRC estimated that it would cost about £25 million to outfit the field force, with roughly £9 million going toward the tank program. However, Neville Chamberlain, as Chancellor of the Exchequer in Stanley Baldwin's cabinet, rejected the tank program. Chamberlain was concerned that providing the British Army with more and better tanks would encourage continental commitments, which he was eager to avoid. Instead, Chamberlain recommended that the Army invest any budget increases in anti-aircraft and coastal defenses. Based upon his recommendations, the Treasury only approved funds for the limited production of light tanks. As a result of Chamberlain's decision, Deverell's plan to mechanize the remainder of the cavalry got off to a very poor start. Due to the shortage of light tanks, most cavalry regiments had to make do with substitutes, such as Morris CS-8 15 CWT trucks, for much of 1937 and 1938. The situation for Britain's armored forces became even more dire in May 1937, when Chamberlain replaced Baldwin as Prime Minister. Chamberlain was committed to a policy of appeasement and avoiding military action at any cost. He appointed Leslie Hoare-Belisha to become Secretary of State for War, a politician who had chosen Little Hart to be his personal advisor on military matters. By this point, Little Hart, now working as military correspondent for the Times, had begun to advocate the concept of limited liability, which argued that Britain should not develop large expeditionary armies, which might encourage the kind of military intervention that occurred in 1914. Hart claimed that the French Maginot Line could stop any German invasion without help from the British Army, and that defense was now the ascendant form of warfare, which precluded armored forces from achieving decisive breakthroughs. As a result, Hoare-Belisha had a remit for Chamberlain, egged on by Hart, to limit spending on the Army, particularly on tanks or the field force recommended by the General Staff. However, the fact that Germany had created 3 panzer divisions in 1935 and the French already had 2 DLMs required some kind of face-saving gesture by politicians intent on limiting the Army to little more than an imperial constabulary. In October 1937, Hoare-Belisha allowed Field Marshal Deverell to begin forming a permanent mobile division consisting of the Tank Brigade, 2 mechanized/motorized cavalry brigades, and a support group, 2 infantry battalions, 2 artillery regiments. Hart wanted Hobart to command the division, but his vocal opposition to the integration of mechanized cavalry into the division made this impossible. Instead, Major General Alan Brooke, an artilleryman with no experience with mechanized forces, was temporarily put in charge of the division. Although the War Office touted the mobile division as a force with over 600 vehicles, it actually had only the obsolete Mark II medium tanks and the early model light tanks. Essentially, the Mobile Division was a training formation, with the RTC providing the instructors and resources for the cavalry units to convert, but it was never a combat-capable unit. Indeed, the RTC's training depot at Bovington was inundated with cavalry enlisted soldiers who needed driver training and officers who needed familiarization training on armored vehicles. In December 1937, the emptiness of the Mobile Division effort was revealed when the British cabinet openly endorsed the limited liability concept and specifically mentioned cutting most of the funds earmarked for the Army's tank program. Field Marshal Deverell and Ells both tried to oppose Horb-Alicia's policy, but both men were sacked, leaving the Army's mechanization plans in complete disarray. The British armored force fell further and further behind in 1938, with no cruiser or infantry tanks produced that year. Training in the Mobile Division was hamstrung by lack of resources, and Brooke left after only 9 months in titular command. He was replaced by Major General Roger Evans, a cavalryman. The Mobile Division was redesignated as the 1st Armored Division, but it was little more than a training command, equipped with perhaps 100 light tanks. Most of the British pre-war tankers, who later served in the desert, started their training at Bovington Camp in Dorset, home of the RTC's regimental depot. Interestingly, less than half the 36-week training period for new tankers was actually hands-on training, with large blocks of time allocated for individual drill and sports, such as boxing. 13 weeks were devoted to driver training and maintenance. A tank gunnery range was established at Lulworth Camp near Bovington, where crews spent 6 weeks firing on obsolete medium Mark II and light tanks, which meant the emphasis was on machine gun firing. Since very few tanks were available with the new 2-pounder gun until the start of the war, British pre-war armor training was considerably impaired. The only positive development for Britain's armored forces in 1938 was the creation of the Mobile Force in Egypt, under the command of Hobart. However, Hobart's Rump Division consisted of only 2 tank battalions, 2 mechanized cavalry regiments, and a minimum of support units. In April 1939, Horb-Alicia announced a major structural change for British armored forces, with the creation of the Royal Armored Corps, RAC. The RAC would include both the RTC, now redesignated as the Royal Tank Regiment, and the mechanized cavalry regiments. As a result, the tankers and cavalrymen would merge training resources, but the regiments would still maintain their distinct cultures, which meant 2 different styles of operating on the battlefield. By the time that the RAC was created, the War Ministry finally received the funds which had been withheld for so long, but the industrial base was too small to ramp up tank production overnight. Instead, more firms were enlisted to manufacture tanks, but it would take the better part of a year before they could begin serial production. In January 1939, the first A-9 Cruiser Mark I tanks rolled off the assembly line, yet only 76 had been completed when Britain declared war on Germany in September 1939. The A-9 was quickly recognized as unsuitable for use in Europe, and the decision was made to send about half of them to Egypt. Likewise, 67 A-11 infantry tanks had been completed by the start of the war, enough to equip 1 battalion, 4th RTR, but were recognized as unsatisfactory as well. A total of 43 A-13 tanks had been built, but many were not yet armed. In a frantic scramble, the War Office was able to rush the A-10, A-12, and A-13 into limited production, but during the entire phony war period of September 1939 to April 1940, Britain only built a total of 532 tanks, half of which were Mark 6B light tanks. In contrast, France built 969 tanks in the same period, and Germany built 648. The A-12 infantry tank Mark II, later dubbed the Matilda II, was a promising tank, but production difficulties had caused the project to slip behind schedule, and few would be available before late 1940. On their own initiative, Vickers had offered in 1938 to produce a cheaper, simpler infantry tank based on its own A-10 chassis. At first, the War Ministry demurred, but by July 1939, the urgent need to get gun-armed tanks to the Army led to a contract for 275 infantry tank Mark III from Vickers, which became the Valentine tank. The willingness of the War Ministry to add yet another tank model into the British Army's armored force structure, without even requiring a prototype for evaluation, indicates something of the frenzied nature of this period, with hostilities imminent. When the British Expeditionary Force, BEF, arrived in France in 1939, the French General Maurice Gamelin was astonished to see that the British armored units had no gun-armed tanks, and that many of the trucks were impressed civilian vehicles. The French could not understand how the British Army, pioneers in the development of tanks, did not possess a single armored division ready for deployment at the outset of the war. Major General Frederick Elliott Hotblack, a veteran tanker from the RTC in the First World War and assigned as an armor advisor to the BEF, knew firsthand from his experience as military attaché in Berlin in 1935-36 that the German Panzerwaffe was doctrinally better prepared for mobile warfare. In November 1940, Hotblack urged the BEF's leadership to create an Armored Corps headquarters to control the two regular Army armored divisions being outfitted in the UK, but he was ignored. Although given command of the 2nd Armored Division forming in England, Hotblack suffered a stroke in April 1940 and was retired from the service. The idea of massing British armored divisions under one corps headquarters would not become reality until mid-1942. Amazingly, the 1st Armored Division was assigned a very low priority for equipment and was still not ready 8 months after the war began. Indeed, most of the divisional support group was stripped and sent to other assignments, leaving a tank-heavy formation. When Little Hart's prognostications about the ability of the French defenses to stop German armor proved utterly false, the 1st Armored Division was hurriedly sent to France and then committed willy-nilly into battle at Abbeville against one German infantry division. Indeed, the A-10 CS tanks were not provided with either smoke or HE rounds for their howitzers, and many of the tank radios were not responding. Attacking under cover of a morning fog, which limited their visibility, the thinly armored cruiser tanks advanced at full tilt into a screen of concealed German 3.7-centimeter anti-tank guns, which inflicted heavy losses. Lacking HE rounds, the 2-pounder guns proved ineffective at suppressing anti-tank positions. In its first action, the British 1st Armored Division lost 120 of 180 tanks engaged and failed to accomplish its mission. In just 3 weeks of fighting in Belgium and France, the British Army lost the majority of its tank force, totaling 722 tanks of all types, including 126 infantry tanks, 189 cruiser tanks, and 407 light tanks. In sum, Britain went to war in 1939 with an armored force that was ill-equipped, ill-organized, and ill-trained to conduct mobile combined arms warfare. Essentially, British tanks were designed to fight in 2 different combat environments, in an infantry support role and in a maneuver role. The infantry tanks, cruisers, and light tanks were not complementary, and the over-reliance on the 2-pounder gun was a serious mistake. Due to the shortage of suitable tanks and the nature of summer field exercises, pre-war armored doctrine had not been validated under realistic conditions. In particular, the capability of anti-tank guns to stop armor was underestimated. Nor were units properly configured for combined arms warfare due to the RTC's ingrained tank-pure mindset and the cavalry's incomplete mechanization. However, overall blame for the underpreparedness of British armor has to be laid at the feet of Britain's senior political leadership in the 1930s, who chose to neglect the Army in favor of ill-considered appeasement policies and fiscal parsimony. Yet, even if the British Army had been able to develop better tanks and had the necessary funds to outfit one or more armored divisions prior to September 1939, the lack of reliable close air support seriously compromised its ability to conduct effective combined arms operations against a peer enemy. Despite the money lavished on the Royal Air Force in the 1930s, its leadership was fixated on building up Bomber Command and Fighter Command in order to enhance its prestige as an independent service. RAF doctrinal manuals issued in 1925 and 1935 paid lip service to the Army cooperation role, but the leadership committed only minimal resources to this mission. Indeed, the RAF leadership stated their preference was to use aircraft only to attack targets beyond the range of artillery, which essentially abandoned any pretense of providing close air support. Although the Air Ministry issued requirements for a new light bomber in 1934 and for a dive bomber in 1935, these programs did not lead to aircraft that were suitable to provide close air support to mechanized formations. The Ferry battle proved to be a disappointing light bomber with limited firepower and survivability, while the RAF leadership decided they did not need a dive bomber and relegated the Hawker-Henley to auxiliary duties. Nor was any joint air-ground doctrine developed with the Army prior to the outbreak of the Second World War. It was not until the last months of the North African campaign that the RAF began to field the kind of aircraft and tactical organizations necessary to properly support the Army on the battlefield. After the First World War, every major army recognized that a combined arms approach was an essential requirement for success in modern warfare. Multiple doctrinal documents and professional military articles were produced in the interwar period, affirming the validity of combined arms methods. Yet, in order to arrive at a combined arms outcome on the battlefield, an army has to bake this mindset into its organizational structures and pre-war training. However, the British Army did not do this in the 1930s. Instead, armor became a niche specialty in the British Army, with which very few senior officers had more than superficial familiarity. Germany assembles a combined arms team. Neither of us will ever see German tanks in operation in our lifetime. Generalmajor Otto von Stülpnagel to Major Heinz Guderian, 1931. While Britain, France, and the United States were struggling to develop the precepts of armored warfare, Germany was secretly and aggressively pursuing its own experiments in mechanization. Although the Treaty of Versailles forbade post-war Germany from possessing tanks, the newly formed Reichswehr found a few loopholes, such as the June 1922 Bologna Note, in which the Allies allowed German security police to acquire 150 Daimler-Benz KFZ-13 armored cars to the Reichswehr. Likewise, the Bologna Note allowed Germany to build a small number of armored troop carriers. Nevertheless, the Allies made it difficult for the Germans to develop or manufacture new weapons in Germany. The Inter-Allied Military Control Commission remained until February 1927 and forced armaments manufacturers like Krupp and Rheinmetall to dismantle plants and sell off machine tools, leaving the German defense industrial base in a much reduced state. General Hans von Sicht, commander of the post-war Reichsheer, the army component in the Reichswehr, from 1920 to 1926, regarded the deadlocked positional warfare of the First World War as anathema and concluded that mobility was an essential element in modern warfare. He directed intense professional studies on the lessons learned from the First World War, which identified the Allied material superiority in tanks and tactical air support as key factors leading to Imperial Germany's defeat on the battlefield in 1918. Von Sicht sought to create a professional army which could conduct maneuver warfare, Bewegungskrieg, in order to achieve quick victories in any future conflict. Consequently, von Sicht ordered the covert development of both tanks and aircraft, even though these weapons were outlawed by the Treaty of Versailles. For the sake of security, the development of armored vehicles was kept in the hands of a small technocratic group of military professionals from various branches who were assigned to the Truppenamt, troop office. Although there was some opposition to the development of tanks, mostly from traditionalists in the cavalry branch who regarded tanks as unreliable, von Siecht's imprimatur ensured that the program would proceed. Funds for research and development were very limited, but the civilian leadership in the Weimar Republic did not interfere with von Siecht's rearmament initiatives. Unlike the Allies, the Reichswehr was not tied to supporting any existing operational requirements, such as defending colonies, and was free to experiment with various concepts and tank designs. German officers were attentive to British, French, and American tank developments, but they were not enthralled to them. Fritz Heigl, 1895 to 1930, an Austrian officer with a background in engineering, was a frequent contributor to the Militärwochenblatt, Military Weekly, in the 1920s, and he kept German readers well informed on the new Vickers medium tanks and later the Christie tanks. By 1927, Heigl was raising the idea of tank units with supporting mechanized infantry and artillery. Works by both Fuller and Little Hart were translated into German, but most of the Reichsheer's thinking about tanks came from within their own ranks. Much later, Erwin Rommel revealed that he had not even read anything by Little Hart until June 1942. One of the most important voices promoting tanks in the Reichswehr belonged to Lieutenant Ernst Volkheim, who had commanded an A-7V tank in combat in 1918. He wrote extensively about the use of tanks in publications such as Der Kampfwagen in der heutigen Kriegführung, Tanks in Today's Warfare, and Kampfwagenverwendung im Bewegungskrieg, The Use of Tanks in Maneuver Warfare in 1924. Volkheim advocated the development of faster, better armed, and better protected tanks, since he saw little point in trying to develop doctrine for tanks which did not exist. By 1927, Volkheim was editor of the Militärwochenblatt, and his professional assessments, which were based on hands-on experience, carried far more weight in the Reichsheer than Little Hart's amateur opinions. Although Volkheim initially favored the use of tanks in the infantry support role, he envisioned that improved tanks would eventually be capable of operating as an independent force. One particularly colorful early tank advocate was Wilhelm Brandt, who held a doctorate in engineering and went to Bolivia during the Chaco War in 1932-33. Brandt was given command of the Bolivian armored unit consisting of Vickers E tanks, which he led in combat. Returning to Germany, Brandt wrote extensively about his first-hand experiences with armored warfare, revealing that the thin armor plating on the Vickers tanks were vulnerable to armor-piercing bullets. The Reichsheer concealed its tank development program within the Heereswaffenamt, HWA, the ministry responsible for military research and development, as well as several front companies. Within the HWA, the chief engineer, Heinrich Ernst Kniepkamp, from the Waffenprüfamt 6, Waffenprüf 6 department, was responsible for developing armored vehicle requirements. The Reichswehr could not begin even limited rearmament efforts until after the French Army of Occupation left the Ruhr in 1925, and could then only proceed cautiously and on a small scale. Germany's defense spending was only about one-third of Britain's, and only 10% or less could be culled from the official budget to work on secret projects. Consequently, the initial priority was on low-key programs, such as developing the 3.7-centimeter anti-tank gun and the 7.5-centimeter infantry gun. As with other armies of the period, the Reichsheer initially wanted an infantry support tank. In May 1925, the HWA wrote the requirement for a 16-ton medium tank equipped with a 7.5-centimeter KWK L-24 howitzer in a fully rotating turret. A year later, this requirement was formalized as Armeewagen 20, which led to contracts being issued to Daimler-Benz, Krupp, and Rheinmetall. Each was to build 2 prototypes. Construction of these 6 medium tank prototypes, designated as the Großtraktor, began in 1928, and all 6 were completed by July 1929. After further thought, in 1928, the Reichsheer leadership decided that a light tank would also be useful, so the HWA developed a requirement for an 8-ton light tank equipped with a 3.7-centimeter gun. Both Krupp and Rheinmetall contracted to build 2 prototypes of the Leichttraktor, which were completed in May 1930. Since the Reichsheer could not yet test tanks in Germany, von Sicht arranged to establish a covert facility in the Soviet Union, part of the secret military collaboration begun after the 1923 Treaty of Rapallo. Oberst Oswald Lutz, an engineer officer with experience in commanding motor transport units, was put in charge of setting up the secret tank training school. In March 1929, Panzerschule Kama, the Soviet designation was TEKO, located near Kazan, became operational. The first German-built tanks arrived at Kama in July 1929. Since only about 10 German officers attended each annual course at the school, there were too few personnel at Kama to conduct collective unit-level training. Rather, Kama functioned as a test bed, enabling hands-on training on modern tanks to educate a cadre of Reichsheer officers, as well as providing engineers from German armaments firms the ability to field test their latest vehicle designs. In the classrooms, German officers began to develop plans for future Panzer tank units, including a notional battalion-size organization. Volkheim was eventually sent to Kama as an instructor, where he was able to update his theories on modern armored vehicles. Although neither the Großtraktor nor Leichttraktor designs proved practical, they were clearly antecedents of the Panzer III and Panzer IV medium tanks of the Second World War. The primary importance of Panzerschule Kama was that it allowed the Reichswehr to gain insight into operating relatively modern tanks. Prior to Kama, tanks were mostly theoretical. At the time that Panzerschule Kama was organized, the prospects for the Reichsheer acquiring any kind of substantial armored force did not seem promising. The German economy was in virtual freefall in 1929 and 1930 due to the global depression, and there was barely money available for even modest military research programs. General Oberst Wilhelm Heyer, who took over as commander of the Reichsheer in 1926, was sympathetic to the development of tanks and even attended the EMF's maneuvers at Tidworth. After seeing British tanks in exercises, Heyer concluded that modern tanks in cooperation with mobile forces or in independent units are in a position to carry out missions with far-flung objectives against the flanks and rear of the enemy, and also to fight quickly and successfully and at the battle's decisive point. However, Heyer had no money to spend on tanks, and German tank development came to a virtual standstill by the time he retired in 1930. Heyer was followed by General der Infanterie Kurt von Hammerstein-Eckwoth, who characterized Panzerschule Kama as a pact with the devil and decided to stop sending additional students to the Soviet Union. Instead, he decided that it was now safe to conduct low-key armored experiments on German soil, as long as they were kept out of sight. Hammerstein-Eckwoth also brought a more conservative outlook to doctrinal discussions, emphasizing anti-tank defense rather than offensive action. Experience gained at Kama suggested that smaller, cheaper vehicles than the Großtraktor would suffice for providing the Reichswehr with training troops in handling tracked armored vehicles. Furthermore, the Großtraktor and Leichttraktor prototypes were essentially hand-built vehicles, ill-suited to mass production. Given the reduced state of the German defense industrial base in 1931, the HWA recognized the need to start with simple designs and then build upon them as technical capabilities improved. As a first step, Wahlproof 6 began working with Krupp in 1930-31 to develop a new tracked artillery tractor, which was assigned the cover name of Landwirtschaftlicher Schlepper, or LAS, agricultural tractor. The HWA needed a site to quietly test and evaluate new armored vehicles, and a facility was established at the artillery range at Kummersdorf, 40 kilometers south of Berlin. Through the use of a front company, the HWA was able to covertly purchase 3 Carden-Lloyd artillery tractors from Vickers. The first of these British-built tracked vehicles arrived at Kummersdorf in January 1932. Under Heinrich Kniepkamp's direction, Wachtproof 6 examined the British vehicle and used its suspension as a model to upgrade Krupp's tractor design. The first Krupp Kleine Traktor was ready by July 1932, and testing indicated that the 3.5-ton vehicle was capable of speeds up to 42 kilometers per hour. Although the Kleine Traktor was a turretless, unarmed vehicle, the German army wasted no time in seeking to develop an armed version and to increase its armored protection. Generalmajor Lutz, now in charge of the Army's motorization program, wanted to escalate the Kleine Traktor from a test bed to a viable light tank as soon as funds were available. He also took steps to create the embryo of a motor mechanized force, based upon 2 of his motor transport battalions. Oberst Ernst Fessmann, a cavalry officer who had attended Panzerschule Kammer, was made commander of the Kraftfahrlehrkommando, Motor Vehicle Training Command at Zossen. This innocuous-sounding command was in fact the seed corn for Germany's Panzertruppe, and its early members, including a number of officers, such as Walter Nering and Werner Mildebrat, who would figure prominently in the North African campaigns in 1941-43. Hitler's appointment as Reichskanzler in January 1933 did not immediately change the situation for Lutz's fledgling motorized force, since no tanks were available and funds were still tight. Furthermore, Hitler made clear he wanted the initial stages of rearmament to remain secret to avoid foreign interference. The situation changed on 8 June 1933, when Hitler's regime approved 35 billion Reichsmarks, RM, to be spent on rearmament over the next 8 years, resulting in a 6-fold increase in military spending per annum. Since no large infusion of money was available, Hitler's cabinet authorized armaments contracts to be paid for with Verpflichtungsscheine, certificates of obligation, i.e. promissory notes. The Panzerwaffe would be bought on credit. At a stroke, Hitler had made rapid rearmament possible by the simple expedient of ignoring financial constraints. Now the difficult part was getting German industry to turn out quality armored fighting vehicles in quantity. In January 1934, Lutz met with officials of the HWA to discuss the Army's requirements for AFVs. First, he requested that the HWA initiate production contracts for armed versions of the upgraded Krupp Kleine Traktor, which would be brought into service as the Panzer I light tank. Second, he outlined the need for 2 different types of medium tanks. Oberstleutnant Heinz Guderian, Lutz's deputy, had worked out the details, based on lessons learned from Panzerschule Kammer and analysis of likely future mission requirements. The first tank, designated as the Zugführerwagen, or ZW, platoon leader's vehicle, was envisioned as a 15-ton vehicle armed with a short 3.7-centimeter gun. The second tank, designated as the Begleitwagen, or BW, escort vehicle, was envisioned as an 18-ton vehicle armed with a short 7.5-centimeter howitzer. As Guderian explained, the ZW, which would become the Panzer III, would be the Army's primary medium tank, while the BW, which would become the Panzer IV, would be a support tank. Rather than trying to build a universal tank that could accomplish all missions equally well, Lutz, Guderian, and the HWA advocated 2 different but complementary designs that were intended to work together. Soon thereafter, the HWA asked Krupp, Daimler-Benz, and Rheinmetall to begin working on developing prototypes for the new tanks. Despite its modest capabilities, production of the Panzer I tank proved a milestone in the development of Germany's Panzerwaffe, armored force. Unlike the British Army in the early 1930s, who retarded the development of their tank production base by placing only small orders with a single firm, the HWA placed large production orders for the new tank with Krupp, Daimler-Benz, Henschel, and MAN. While only 54
This audiobook is free to listen to. Take a rest, enjoy the background music, and thank you for being part of our audience.
Panzer I tanks were built by the end of 1934. They were soon followed by 851 in 1935 and 557 in 1936. Ensured of larger follow-on orders for improved tanks, German industry invested in new machine tools, skilled workers, and assembly facilities. As soon as the first Panzer I Ausf-A tanks rolled off the production line, the first batch was issued to Kraftfahrerkommando Zossen to begin driver training. It quickly became apparent that the Panzer I Ausf-A was underpowered, so the HWA quickly approved an upgraded vehicle with the 100-horsepower Maybach NL38 TR six-cylinder engine to replace the 57-horsepower Krupp M305 four-cylinder engine. Rapid identification of technical flaws, followed up by improved versions, became a strong suit in early war German tank design, although ultimately the continuous diversion from standardization negatively impacted mass production. At some point in 1934, the date is not clear, Oberstleutnant Guderian formed a mixed demonstration unit at Kummersdorf consisting of one platoon of tanks, simulated by 7 Kleine Traktor or early Panzer I prototypes, 2 armored car platoons with Kraftfahrzeug 13, KFZ-13, and Sonderkraftfahrzeug 231, SD KFZ 231, 1 motorized Panzerjäger platoon with towed 3.7 centimeter anti-tank guns, and 1 platoon of armed motorcycles. Hitler visited Kummersdorf to examine new weapons, and Guderian was given 30 minutes to demonstrate his mixed combat group on parade ground maneuvers. According to Guderian, Hitler was very enthusiastic about this display and said, "That's what I want. That's what I want to have." It is important to remember that Hitler had probably never seen tanks up close before and had no basis for comparison. Also, Hitler was easily impressed by weapons demonstrations, and he actually spent most of his visit at Kummersdorf watching some of the first rocket tests. Guderian's demonstration was the hors d'oeuvre, not the main course. In time, Hitler supported the development and expansion of the Panzerwaffe, but he was enthusiastic about bombers and U-boats as well. Guderian's account of the genesis of the Panzerwaffe is tainted by a self-serving agenda, which brushed aside the contributions of others to make it seem as though he was primarily responsible for creating Germany's armored forces and doctrine. That simply was not true. Indeed, Guderian had been a minor figure in the Truppenamt prior to 1932 and had made no original contributions to armored warfare doctrine. Instead, it was officers like Major Walter Nering in the Truppenamt's training office, T4, who began to spell out independent missions for armored units, influenced by Heigel's earlier writings. Nering wrote that, "The essence of this armored warfare is not the conduct of protracted battles, but rather the commitment to short, temporally and spatially limited operations with narrowly defined tasks." He also recognized that tanks could advance quickly, but could not hold objectives without the direct support of motorized infantry and artillery. 2 other voices were also prominent in the move toward developing German armored warfare doctrine. Generalmajor Hermann Geier, an infantry officer who had recently headed the Truppenamt's T1 Operations and Planning Office, envisioned a new battlefield rhythm with short, powerful blows to be followed by lengthy periods of refitting, which is remarkably similar to the actual operational dynamic witnessed in North Africa in 1941-42. A retired Austrian general, Ludwig Alfred von Emansberger, who wrote a theoretical work about armored warfare called Der Kampfwagenkrieg, also influenced the development of German armored warfare doctrine. Heinz Guderian would eventually publish his own book, Achtung, Panzer, 1937, by which point German armored warfare doctrine was already solidifying around core ideas. To his credit, Guderian acknowledged he was influenced by von Emansberger's earlier book. Unlike mechanization efforts in Britain and the United States, the actual creation of the first armored forces was directed mostly by officers with technical and service support backgrounds, rather than infantry or cavalry officers. Lutz, like Hobart and Martel, came from the engineers, and Guderian from the signal troops. Major Johannes Streich, who would later command the 5th Leichte Division in North Africa, had previously served with the railroad repair troops and then in the motor transport troops. Major Herbert Ulbrich, who would later command Panzer Regiment 5 in North Africa, had a doctorate in engineering and had previously served in the artillery. Of note, both Streich and Ulbrich served in Wahlproof 6 and were directly involved in designing and developing the first generation of German panzers. On 16 March 1935, the Reichswehr was renamed as the Wehrmacht, conscription was reintroduced, and plans were announced to expand the Army to 36 divisions. In July, the Army announced that 3 of the new divisions would be armored, which led to the formation of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Panzerdivisionen on 15 October 1935. Guderian, still only an Oberst, was given command of the 2nd Panzerdivision. The other 2 divisions went to cavalry officers, although Ernst Festmann was a comma graduate. The 4 motorized transport battalions and several cavalry regiments were used as the basis to form the 1st Panzer units, which totaled 12 panzer battalions. The 1935 panzer divisions were designed by tank zealots like Guderian for independent combined arms operations. Each comprised a panzer brigade with a total of 4 panzer battalions, each with 4 light tank companies, a rifle brigade with 2 motorized infantry battalions, 1 motorcycle infantry battalion, 1 reconnaissance battalion, 2 artillery battalions, and a Panzerjäger anti-tank battalion. The organizational command structure was cumbersome, with maneuver brigades controlling regiments, which controlled subordinate battalions, essentially inserting unnecessary layers of command. At the tactical level, Guderian pushed for outsize units, so tank platoons were supposed to have 7 tanks and tank companies 27, meaning battalions could have up to 126 tanks. On the other hand, the supporting infantry units were quite small, and the artillery support was less than provided to a standard infantry division. Outfitting all 3 panzer divisions to authorized levels would require 39,000 personnel, 1,443 tanks, and over 12,000 wheeled vehicles. But there were not enough to completely outfit the 1st Panzerdivision. It would take over 2 years to equip all 3 divisions. However, the German Heer, Army, could now begin training openly with tanks. Even before the panzer divisions were formed, it was becoming clear that German industry was going to need time to experiment with the 2 new medium tank designs before they would be ready for mass production. Consequently, the OKH, Oberkommando des Heeres, decided to invest in an insurance policy, an upgraded light tank with better armament that could be developed without much technical risk. Daimler-Benz and MAN were able to quickly develop the 8.9-ton Panzer II light tank, armed with a 2-centimeter gun, and the first batch began rolling off the assembly lines in April 1936. Meanwhile, the development of the Panzer III and Panzer IV tanks encountered a number of technical problems, so the new panzer divisions did not receive any gun-armed tanks until 2 years after they were formed. The Panzer IV was gradually perfected into a very good design by early 1939, but the Panzer III was plagued by suspension problems, which necessitated multiple versions. On the other hand, the selection of the 250 horsepower Maybach HL108TR engine for the early models of both tanks proved a good choice, which ensured adequate mobility. Unlike the British Army, the German Army leadership kept their eyes on the end goal of producing an effective medium tank, which could spearhead combined arms offensives on the battlefield. The Germans were also designing their tanks solely for the purpose of fighting a peer enemy force. In contrast, the British Army leadership allowed itself to be distracted by fads such as the tankette, then light tanks, then cruiser tanks and infantry tanks. Inexpensive tankettes and light tanks, best suited for colonial warfare, were prioritized over medium tanks. As a result, the British Army would have no effective medium tank of its own design until mid-1944. Once the tanks were out in the open and there was money to fund Army expansion plans, considerable dissent arose within the upper ranks of the Wehrmacht about who would control mechanized forces and how they would be used. General der Artillerie Ludwig Beck, chief of the Großer Generalstab, General Staff, was unwilling to assign all panzer and motorized units to Lutz's independent force and mandated that several panzer brigades would be assigned to the infantry support role and kept under OKH control. The German cavalry arm, which was giving up personnel to help form the 1st Panzer Divisions, also wanted its own mechanized force to perform traditional cavalry missions such as screening, delay, and pursuit. Consequently, in June 1936, Beck authorized the creation of 3 light divisions for the cavalry, each to consist of 1 panzer battalion, 3 motorized infantry battalions, 2 armored reconnaissance battalions, 2 artillery battalions, and 1 Panzerjäger battalion. As a result of these decisions, the formation of the German Panzerwaffe in 1937-38 fragmented into 3 different types of units, each with a different role. On top of this, Beck also wanted to create Sturmartillerie, assault artillery units, with assault guns for additional infantry support, which would result in the creation of assault gun units. This fragmentation of purpose in the Panzerwaffe was not corrected prior to the outbreak of war in 1939. In addition to the large-scale investment in tanks, the Wehrmacht invested in other weapons which enabled it to fight as a combined arms team on the battlefield. Unlike the British Army, which failed to provide its mechanized infantry with a proper armored personnel carrier, the Germans developed the armored SD-KFZ 250 half-track to carry 10 infantrymen and had it in low-rate production by 1939. The half-track also made an excellent command vehicle. The German motorized artillery and flak units assigned to mechanized units were given tracked vehicles like the SD-KFZ-11 to tow artillery pieces, which had excellent cross-country mobility compared to trucks. The SD-KFZ-10 series half-tracks were also used to mount 2-centimeter flak guns, thereby providing mobile air defense over a mechanized force. The SD-KFZ-9 series heavy half-tracks provided an excellent capability to recover damaged tanks on the battlefield, which few other armies had even considered. Improved armored cars like the SD-KFZ-222 and the SD-KFZ-231 added considerable punch to the German armored reconnaissance units and enhanced tactical communications in division signal units. Taken together, prior to the war, the Germans had succeeded in creating a wide variety of armored vehicles that were tailored to specific tactical tasks, which provided an unmatched level of combat synergy against less well-equipped opponents. Furthermore, the Luftwaffe was explicitly tasked to create close air support capabilities to support mechanized units, and they succeeded brilliantly with the development of the Ju-87 Stuka dive bomber. The Panzerwaffe underwent a rapid expansion in 1937-38, and in addition to adding new divisions, changes were made to tactical organizations. Panzer battalions were restructured with 3 companies, ideally 1 medium and 2 light, and a large headquarters element, which reduced authorized strength to 77 tanks. However, equipment shortages prevented the Germans from enforcing a standard organization on their panzer divisions, which led to considerable variance between units. At the outset of the war in September 1939, the Panzerwaffe consisted of 7 panzer divisions, 4 light divisions, and 3 independent panzer battalions. Altogether, the Panzerwaffe amounted to 34 panzer battalions with 2,859 tanks, 1,026 Panzer I, 1,151 Panzer II, 87 Panzer III, 197 Panzer IV, 221 Czech-made tanks, and 177 command tanks. However, the German armor was dispersed across 5 different corps headquarters, some intended more for infantry support than fast-moving deep strike operations. German armored warfare tactics worked well in the Polish campaign in 1939, although the failure to conduct proper tactical reconnaissance led to several costly encounter battles. It was apparent that all current German tanks were vulnerable to 3.7 centimeter anti-tank guns, and improved tank models with additional armored protection were urgently needed. German commanders learned that panzer divisions worked best in pairs to conduct pincer attacks, and that more motorized infantry was needed than originally anticipated. The 4 light divisions proved less effective, and after the Polish campaign, they began converting into full-fledged panzer divisions. Logistics had proven challenging in fast-moving operations, and German mechanized units found themselves running short on fuel at awkward moments. Air-ground operations were still rudimentary in Poland, with the Luftwaffe preferring to use its dive bombers for battlefield interdiction rather than provide close air support to the panzer units. By the start of the Western Campaign in May 1940, the Germans had begun to refine their armored doctrine and tactics based upon lessons derived from Poland. Rather than just using tanks to create a break in the front line as envisioned a la 1918, German doctrine now recognized that panzer units and other support assets should be assigned to the Schwerpunkt, main effort, at a chosen point where they could achieve a decisive local advantage over an enemy. In Fall Gelb, Case Yellow, the Panzerwaffe employed 10 panzer divisions with a total of 35 panzer battalions. The newest panzer divisions did not have a panzer brigade headquarters and possessed only 2 3-panzer battalions instead of 4. After further tinkering with company-level organization, the 1940 panzer battalions averaged about 60 tanks at the start of the campaign. Fall Gelb was premised upon the massed use of armor with over 1,000 tanks concentrated in Panzergruppe Kleist, tasked with creating an irresistible shock effect at the decisive point, Sedan. Generalmajor Erwin Rommel, recently given command of the 7th Panzer Division, participated in the ensuing drive to the Channel coast, which isolated the British Expeditionary Force and the French First Army in Belgium. The British armored counterattack at Arras on 21 May 1940 provided great insight into the state of tactical doctrine and tank technology on both sides. The British counterattack was a hastily improvised operation, but it was personally directed by Martel, who was commander of the 50th Infantry Division, which contributed units to the operation, and conducted by 2 regular armored units, the 4th RTR and 7th RTR, from Brigadier Douglas Pratt's 1st Army Tank Brigade, with a total of 88 tanks. The poor mechanical reliability of British tanks was revealed in pre-battle movements, which left 27 infantry tanks sidelined by mechanical faults. Martel divided the 2 armored battalions, plus 2 of his supporting infantry battalions, anti-tank and artillery, into 2 balanced columns. The 16 available Matilda II infantry tanks were split between both columns. Tactical communications were poor between both columns, ensuring minimal cooperation. The RAF was supposed to provide air support, but this fell through. Nevertheless, the British counterattack struck Rommel's 7th Panzer Division by surprise, and the German division was imprudently moving past Arras in very dispersed formations. At first, the British infantry tanks enjoyed great success shooting up a German motorized infantry battalion and causing local chaos. In particular, the Germans were chagrined to see their 3.7-centimeter anti-tank rounds bouncing ineffectually off the thick armor of the British infantry tanks. However, once the Germans recovered from their initial shock, Rommel coordinated his artillery and 8.8-centimeter flak guns to halt the British armor, while Ju-87 Stukas dive-bombed the halted British columns. Both British tank battalion commanders were killed in action, and the handful of Matilda II tanks were gradually picked off. There was relatively little tank versus tank combat at Arras, although the lighter German tanks suffered significant losses from the 2-pounder guns on the Matilda II. After 3 hours of intense fighting, the British counterattack fell apart and the survivors withdrew. Altogether, the British lost 58 of their 88 tanks, including all but 2 Matilda IIs. 2 captured Matilda II tanks were later sent to Kummersdorf for evaluation. German losses were heavy, but the BEF in Belgium had lost its only real armored reserve. Despite the enemy's initial numerical superiority in tanks and their possession of some superior tanks, such as the French Char B-1Bs and the British Matilda II, German armored units were able to achieve all their operational objectives within 6 weeks. As a result of the Western campaign, the Germans regarded their armored doctrine as battle-proven, the essence of which was using combined arms organization to achieve a synergistic effect on the battlefield, where the sum of the whole is greater than that of the constituent parts. Speed, mass, and maneuver, which were facilitated by near real-time communications and streamlined decision-making, were all part of this equation. Pre-war doctrinal publications like Beck's Truppenführung set a common baseline for German tactical leaders, although it was not exercised in a rigid maneuver. Although the overused term Auftragstaktik, mission-oriented orders, was not explicit in German doctrine of the time, it does encompass the mission-oriented focus in German tactical decision-making and the requirement for initiative, rather than waiting for orders in uncertain situations. Thus, German armored doctrine heading into 1941 was premised on the symbiosis of human and material factors. With well-trained leaders, German armored units were expected to fight and win through bold actions, even when they were outnumbered or the enemy possessed technically superior weapons. The U.S. Army's delayed mechanization. A tank is a far cry from a horse, but I am going to the armored force. I am totally ignorant on the subject, so will have plenty to do and plenty of incentive to learn. Colonel Orlando Ward, 23 August 1941. After the end of the First World War, the U.S. Army's Tank Corps was subordinated to the infantry branch, and only 3 tank battalions remained in the U.S. Army force structure for training. The tank school remained at Fort Meade, Maryland. Officers like Patton and Dwight D. Eisenhower, who were far from the mindset of the tank radicals in England, tried to use the U.S. Army's professional journals to promote further development of tanks, but ran into a solid wall of opposition from the infantry branch. Discussions about development of any new tanks became mired in an infantry support mindset and asphyxiated by a perpetual lack of funding. Nor was Patton much impressed with either Fuller's or Hart's ideas about armor, which he considered unrealistic. Indeed, Patton referred to Hart as a hack writer whose opinions were puerile. A frustrated Patton returned to the cavalry branch, although he kept a keen eye on armored developments. Instead of relying upon private industry to develop new armored vehicles, the U.S. Army Ordnance Department depended upon a small design team at the government-owned Rock Island Arsenal, RIA, in Illinois. In the immediate aftermath of the First World War, RIA focused on trying to develop a new medium tank. After 7 years of plodding work, the project was abandoned after only a dozen test vehicles were built. By 1926, the RIA decided to shift to developing light tanks and hired a civilian automobile engineer, Harry A. Knox, to assist with the project. By 1928, Knox had perfected the 7.8-ton T-1 light tank, armed with a 37mm gun and capable of speeds up to 29 kilometers per hour. While the T-1 light tank possessed mechanical reliability, Knox's decision to mount the engine in the front of the vehicle and protect it with only 10 millimeters of armor is the kind of mistake one could expect from a civilian designer who did not consider how a single armor-piercing bullet could immobilize his tank. The infantry branch was not much impressed with the T-1, so only 4 T-1E1 tanks were built, along with a few improved prototypes. Although the U.S. War Department expressed limited interest in developing tanks in the 1920s, it was prudently monitoring developments in other countries. In 1927, Dwight F. Davis, the U.S. Secretary of War, visited England and observed the EMF exercises on Salisbury Plain. Impressed, he returned home and authorized the U.S. Army to conduct a similar experiment in order to develop mechanized warfare doctrine. Consequently, in July 1928, the U.S. Army established a mixed brigade-size mechanized force at Fort Meade, with 2 tank, 1 infantry, and 1 artillery battalions, plus company-size support elements. Aside from the handful of new T-1E1 light tanks, most of the other vehicles were obsolete, such as the 6-ton M1917 tank. Limited tactical training was conducted, and after 3 months, this mechanized formation was disbanded. The condition of the armored vehicles was so poor that the force commander, Colonel Oliver Eskridge, asked the War Department now to allow foreign visitors to view the maneuvers. Although the short-lived experiment had little impact on U.S. Army armored doctrinal development, it did provide ample opportunity for independent tank designer John Walter Christie to try and sell his M1928 tank to the U.S. Army, with the support of Major George S. Patton. Christie's tank was designed around a novel suspension system with large road wheels, which could run with or without tracks, which provided superior mobility over a variety of terrain, as well as a powerful 12-cylinder Liberty L12 petrol engine, capable of delivering 449 horsepower and driving the tank at speeds up to 40 kilometers per hour. Christie drove his M1928 tank along the same route as the RIA's T-1E1 tank at nearly triple the speed. As a result of this demonstration, the U.S. Army considered purchasing M1928 tanks from Christie instead of more T-1 tanks from RIA. After disbanding the mechanized force, Davis created a mechanization board to study mechanization programs for the U.S. Army, in conjunction with the G3 section, Operations. In October 1928, the board recommended the establishment of a permanent mechanized force with just over 2,000 personnel. Lieutenant Colonel Adna R. Chaffee, Jr., a cavalry officer working in the G3 section, went even further and used his position on the board to advocate the creation of a separate mechanized branch. With the zeal of a new convert, Chaffee's opinions shocked the more conservative infantry officers, particularly when he recommended that tank units should not be tied to the infantry. Major General Stephen A. Fuqua, chief of the infantry branch, vigorously argued that only infantrymen should be involved with deciding what tanks should be built and how they should be used, but Davis ignored his protests and approved the creation of a permanent mechanized brigade to be equipped with the latest equipment. However, due to fiscal constraints, Davis decided to put actual establishment of the unit off for 2 years. In the interim, Colonel James K. Parsons, head of the tank school at Fort Meade, wrote a memorandum to the Mechanization Board suggesting that the ultimate objective should be the creation of 6 armored divisions. It is worth pointing out that at this point, the majority of U.S. armored strength was actually in the U.S. Army National Guard, not the regular Army. Out of a total of 28 tank companies, 18 were attached as individual companies to National Guard infantry divisions, and only 10 were in the regular Army tank units. With fewer than 1,200 trained tankers, forming division-size armored units was well beyond the reach of the interwar regular Army. Unfortunately, any grand plans for rapid mechanization evaporated due to the Wall Street crash in 1929 and the onset of the Great Depression, both of which severely impacted the Army's budget. Instead of the $4 million recommended by Chaffee, the War Department allocated only $284,000 to create the mechanized force. As a result, the mechanized formation that was established at Fort Eustis in November 1930 was far smaller than intended and consisted of only one tank company with 15 light tanks, 11 M1917 and 4 T1E1, a reconnaissance troop with 11 armored cars and 1 artillery battery, altogether fewer than 600 men. Laughably, the mechanized force initially was provided with some horses for its support units due to the shortage of trucks. Nor would the infantry branch provide an infantry unit to join the formation. Furthermore, technical problems encountered developing a standard tank design doomed the mechanized force. Christie was only able to sell 7 of his latest tanks for $34,500 or 7,600 pounds each to the U.S. Army in June 1931, but his hand-built tanks proved fragile in service, and he proved incapable of mass-producing more robust tanks. Losing patience with Christie, the U.S. Army purchased one Vickers 6-ton tank, which it used as a model to upgrade its lagging T-1 light tank project into a more viable design. Yet, with little money left for further purchases or testing, General Douglas MacArthur, Chief of Staff of the Army, decided to pull the plug in October 1931 and disbanded the mechanized force at Fort Eustis. Instead, MacArthur decided that the infantry branch could continue its low-key efforts to develop infantry support tanks, while the cavalry branch was also allowed to pursue its own mechanization projects. Chaffee and his incipient mechanized cavalry force made their home at Fort Knox, Kentucky, while the infantry relocated their tank school to Fort Benning, Georgia. Since the cavalry branch was not allowed to possess tanks, which were reserved for the infantry branch, the armored fighting vehicles for the cavalry were designated as combat cars. MacArthur's decision effectively split the U.S. Army's armored development along 2 diverging paths. As a result of MacArthur's policy, the development of U.S. armored forces fell into a long period of stagnation between 1931 and 1937. George Dern, the new Secretary of War in President Franklin D. Roosevelt's administration, arbitrarily decided to impose a limit of 7.5 tons upon new tanks, which temporarily closed the door on any medium tank programs. The budget for tank development by the U.S. Army Ordnance Department for most of the decade averaged just $60,000 per year, which was enough to cover the cost of a single prototype. During 1931 to 35, a grand total of only 16 tanks of 5 different models was built at the Rock Island Arsenal. However, Knox's design team made steady progress, developing rubber-bushed tank tracks and vertical volute bumper spring suspension, which greatly enhanced mobility and reliability. In 1933, a torsion bar suspension system was developed, which could have greatly improved tank mobility, but the lack of funds forced RIA to continue to rely upon volute bumper springs instead. By 1936, RIA was finally able to produce an upgraded version of the T-1 light tank, with the first version standardized as the M2A2 light tank. The 9.5-ton M2A2 was equipped with twin machine gun turrets, one mounting the 50-caliber 12.7mm heavy machine gun. In addition, the M2A2 was relatively fast and adequately protected, 16 millimeters of armor, for a tank of the mid-1930s. Recognizing that it finally had a decent light tank, serial production was begun, and RIA was able to manufacture 311 tanks over the next 3 years. In response to lessons learned about armored combat in the Spanish Civil War, the U.S. Army Ordnance Department requested an upgraded version of the M2 tank in late 1938, armed with a 37mm gun and 24mm of armored protection. For the first time since the end of the First World War, the U.S. Army decided to issue contracts to a private firm, American Car and Foundry in Berwick, Pennsylvania, to manufacture 329 of the new M2A4 light tank. Production was just ready to begin in 1940 when the German invasion of France began. One of the key figures who joined the RIA design team in the early 1930s was Joseph M. Colby, who was commissioned from West Point as a cavalry officer in 1929, then switched to ordnance in 1931. Colby was an accomplished engineer who also earned a degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in 1935. He played an important role in developing many new features that would appear in the forthcoming generation of American tanks, including suspension systems, individual track blocks clad in rubber and with center guides, as well as recoil systems for main guns. Colby was also one of several engineers at RIA who recognized the need for a high-torque diesel tank engine, but when the Chief of Ordnance asked for $100,000 in 1939 to cover the design costs, he was rebuffed. Consequently, much of the blame for deficiencies in the first generation of U.S. tanks in the Second World War lies with the bean counters, not the engineers. While the engineers at RIA labored to manufacture better tanks, the infantry and cavalry branch diverged on how to organize and employ future armored units. Doctrinally, the infantry branch view of tanks at Fort Benning, as espoused by the 1931 Infantry Field Manual, remained stuck in the mindset of 1918, regarding tanks as possessing only one mission, to slowly advance in close support of infantry units. The infantry branch controlled 2 armored regiments, nominally each with 3 battalions, plus 7 separate tank companies which could be attached directly to infantry divisions. Infantry officers served in the tank units and developed the oversized tables of organizations, which envisioned up to 300 tanks in a regiment. However, the tanks were obsolescent and scattered over multiple bases, which precluded large-scale training. The limited field training that did occur mostly focused on gunnery rather than tactics. Nor had the infantry branch invested in radios for their tanks, which made controlling large formations problematic. In contrast, the cavalry branch embraced mechanization and a more vibrant attitude toward armored operations. Although there was resistance in the cavalry from officers who recognized that mechanization would lead to the abandonment of horses, there were enough visionaries to advance an evolutionary agenda. Forbidden by the 1920 National Defense Act to possess tanks, in November 1931, the 1st Cavalry Regiment, mechanized, was formed and outfitted in Texas, with available armored cars and motor vehicles. The regiment was not able to relocate to Fort Knox until March 1933, and then was forced to devote many of its personnel and trucks to support President Roosevelt's Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, program. The 7th Cavalry Brigade, mechanized, was also established as a command headquarters, but initially had no other units assigned. It was an inauspicious start. Nevertheless, the cavalry branch began developing a unique doctrine for the mechanized cavalry. Unlike the infantry branch, the cavalry envisioned multiple missions for its armored units, including reconnaissance, screening, guard, and delay. Yet the cavalry also added in a close combat mindset, which emphasized fire and maneuver. Instead of focusing on tanks, which it was not supposed to have, the mechanized cavalry emphasized the development of a whole new family of armored scout cars. The 4x4 M1 Scout car was the first of the series, with 76 purchased in 1934. improved M2 and M3 Scout cars followed in 1935 and 1936. The 6.25-ton M3 Scout car was armed with the new 50-caliber machine gun, which gave it equivalent firepower to contemporary tankettes. However, the cavalry branch felt that wheeled armored scout cars lacked all-terrain mobility and began investigating the integration of existing designs with the French Citroën Kégresse half-track technology. By 1938, the cavalry branch was testing a prototype half-tracked armored personnel carrier that would evolve into the M2 half-track. In the meantime, the 7th Cavalry Brigade, mechanized, finally had enough new equipment to add another mechanized cavalry regiment and a motorized artillery battalion. Small numbers of M1 combat cars, light tanks, were also added to the brigade. During field maneuvers in the summer of 1936, the brigade also trained with an attached motorized infantry battalion, which encouraged the cavalry officers to push for permanent detachment of infantry, signals, and engineer detachments. By the time that Chaffee took over command in 1937, the 7th Cavalry Brigade, mechanized, was the only combined arms formation in the U.S. Army. The brigade made a favorable impression at the First Army maneuvers at Plattsburgh, New York, in the summer of 1939. When war broke out in Europe in September 1939, the U.S. Army had two armored forces. The infantry branch had a provisional tank brigade with 280 modern M2 series light tanks armed with machine guns, but none with cannon. Although the infantry branch had started a gun-armed medium tank program, T5, the resulting M2, M2A1 medium tank proved to be a conceptual disaster and was canceled after a short production run. The cavalry branch had its one mechanized brigade, which was equipped with about 100 machine gun-armed M1, M1A1 combat cars. No single unifying doctrine existed for the two armed forces. In contrast to France, Germany, the Soviet Union, and even Britain, the U.S. Army's mechanized force was small, inexperienced, and ill-prepared even for large-scale training exercises. Everything changed in June 1940 when the leadership in the U.S. Army were confronted with the indisputable fact that German armored forces had played a critical role in defeating the French Army in just 6 weeks. The time for debate was over. On 30 June 1940, the National Munitions Program was approved, which called for purchasing 1,690 medium tanks in the next 18 months, along with 200 scout cars and 744 personnel carriers. On 10 July 1940, the War Department established the Armored Force, which merged the infantry and cavalry mechanized units and put Chaffee in charge of it. 5 days later, the War Department authorized the creation of 2 armored divisions. The 1st Armored Division would be based on the 7th Cavalry Brigade mechanized at Fort Knox, and the 2nd Armored Division would be based on the Provisional Tank Brigade at Fort Benning. Patton was brought back from the cavalry to command one of the tank brigades in the nascent 2nd Armored Division. Since the cavalry branch had the more mature, combined arms approach to mechanized warfare than the narrowly defined infantry branch approach, the cavalry was able to shape the doctrine for the new armored divisions. Yet despite the emphasis on creating armored divisions, the infantry branch succeeded in convincing the War Department to create a number of separate tank battalions which would be assigned to General Headquarters, GHQ, as corps-level assets, then attached to infantry divisions as needed. One separate tank battalion was formed in 1940, followed by 14 in 1941 and 13 more in 1942. As a result of this end run by the infantry branch, a large portion of the U.S. Army's armored force would remain dispersed and under infantry control. In terms of structure, the 15 November 1940 Table of Equipment and Organization, TO&E, for the new armored divisions created very large, tank-heavy formations. The 1940 Armored Division comprised 9 tank battalions, 3 medium, 6 light, 2 mechanized infantry battalions, 7 towed artillery batteries, 1 armored reconnaissance battalion, 1 engineer battalion, and various support units. Each armored division would be equipped with 432 tanks, 161 M3 Grant and 271 M3 Stuarts, and 600 M2 M3 half-tracks. The 1940 Armored Division was designed around the cavalry-developed concepts of maneuver warfare, but the tank-infantry ratio of 9 to 2 battalions was extremely unbalanced, and the armored units were simply too large to effectively control. Organic fire support was also inadequate, depending on just 28 105mm howitzers. The U.S. War Department's budget increased by one-third in 1940, and the development of armored fighting vehicles was suddenly untethered from the decade of previous fiscal austerity. However, Chaffee and other armor officers recognized that the new M2A4 light tank, just beginning to roll off assembly lines, was unsuited to meeting the kind of enemy that had just overrun France. Consequently, production of the M2A4 was limited to 325 tanks for training purposes, but Chaffee requested that RIA instead shift its priority to developing an improved light tank with better armored protection. This would become the M3 and M3A1 light tanks. In August 1940, the War Department invested resources into the crash development of a new medium tank armed with a 75mm gun. However, asking industry to leapfrog from building small numbers of machine gun-armed tanks to building large numbers of gun-armed tanks in just 1 year proved too much, which led to an evolutionary approach. Joseph M. Colby, now a captain, was one of the primary designers of the medium tank. Earlier in the year, the French had provided RIA with the designs for their Char B-1B's tank in the hope that the Americans would manufacture copies for export to France, which influenced Colby's design. As a result, the 30-ton M3 medium tank that emerged from a frantic 60-day development period featured a 75mm gun mounted in a hull-mounted sponson and a 37mm gun in a small turret, similar to the French Char B-1B's layout. The M3 also incorporated technology from existing programs, such as the failed M2A1 medium tank, in order to build an interim tank as soon as possible. The M3 was an expedient design that was far from ideal, but it could be built quickly and in quantity. While accepting the necessity of building the M3 in order to provide the U.S. Army with a medium tank as soon as possible, the long-term solution was the T6 program, begun in February 1941. The T6 featured a turret-mounted 75mm gun, and it would be standardized in 1942 as the M4 M4A1 medium tank. In addition, both the M2 and M3 half-tracks were ready to begin production by October 1940, and they would be used to equip the new mechanized infantry regiments. However, before the U.S. Army could receive any of the new tanks, Winston Churchill set his sights on acquiring American-built tanks to supplement Britain's own troubled post-Dunkirk tank production programs. The British Purchasing Commission, BPC, had been sent to the United States to purchase a wide variety of military hardware, and Michael Dewar, a British industrialist, was assigned in July 1940 to negotiate a tank deal with the Americans. Dewar had previously worked at Vickers and had experience with tank production in the First World War. In addition, Dewar was joined by Brigadier Douglas Pratt, who had commanded the 1st Army Tank Brigade at Arras in May, and by L.E. Carr, an experienced tank engineer. Initially, Dewar hoped that the Americans would agree to manufacture British-designed tanks like the cruiser Mark IV-A or Matilda II in U.S. plants, but the National Defense Advisory Commission quickly squashed that idea. Instead, the BPC would have to purchase American-designed tanks and pay in cash. Brigadier Pratt disliked the wooden mock-ups of the M3 medium tank he was shown at Aberdeen Proving Grounds. He regarded the tank as too tall, its suspension as suspect, and its armor as too thin. Pratt suggested an increase of armor thickness to 50 millimeters and a redesigned turret before he would recommend a major purchase by the BPC. Nor was Pratt impressed with the M3 light tank, which, being armed only with a 37mm gun seemed to offer no advantage over British cruiser tanks. Nevertheless, Churchill wanted American-built tanks for the British Army, and Dewar was left with no real alternatives. Thus, in October 1940, the BPC placed large orders for both the M3 light tank and M3 medium tank. Even some M2A4 tanks were ordered for training purposes. As it turned out, the American factories slated to produce the new tanks were more notional than real, and some plants were not only derelict, but lacked machinery. The BPC was induced to provide £3.8 million, $16.57 million, just to jumpstart production, plus millions more for production contracts. Given the level of British investment in the medium tank program, the U.S. Ordnance Department agreed to allow British designers to develop a new cast turret for the M3 medium tank, as well as other improvements. Needless to say, the U.S. Army was not happy to see many of its new tanks being sent overseas, rather than used to train and equip its own armored units. By the spring of 1941, the two existing armored divisions had sufficient M2A4 light tanks to conduct useful training, and the first M3 light and M3 medium tanks were rolling off the assembly lines. However, experienced armored leaders could not roll off assembly lines, and finding capable officers to lead these new formations proved difficult. Major General Leslie J. McNair, appointed commander of the General Headquarters, GHQ, tasked with training all the newly created formations, tended to select officers for command who looked good on paper, but not necessarily in fact. McNair's selections were also influenced by General George C. Marshall, Army Chief of Staff, who had a list of likely command cadre in his famous Little Black Book. McNair and Marshall also had a tendency to select officers who were known for polished staff work rather than command experience or technical expertise. Consequently, they picked Colonel Orlando Ward to be a brigade commander in the 1st Armored Division and Colonel Paul M. Robinette to command an armored regiment in the same division. Neither Ward nor Robinette had any prior experience with tanks, but both officers had worked on the staff directly under McNair and Marshall. Ultimately, Ward was relieved of command in Tunisia in April 1943, and Robinette's performance was controversial. In order to test the newly formed units, Marshall and McNair organized a series of large-scale field exercises in late 1941. During the Louisiana maneuvers, 15 to 28 September, the 1st and 2nd Armored Divisions were grouped under the 1st Armored Corps. Chaffee had been in charge of the Armored Corps, but he died of cancer in August 1941, and another cavalryman, Brigadier General Charles L. Scott, replaced him. The Louisiana maneuvers went badly for the two armored divisions due to a combination of inexperienced leaders, communications problems, and faulty tactics. Like British armored units in 1940 to 41, the American tankers tended to charge into a meeting engagement with no reconnaissance and limited support. Consequently, the anti-tank units were assessed to have destroyed over 300 tanks in 2 days. The Carolina maneuvers on 16 to 28 November did not go well for the armored force either, and the 1st Armored Division was assessed to have been surrounded and destroyed. McNair believed that the exercises proved the superiority of towed anti-tank guns over tanks, and without waiting for any real analysis, recommended the formation of a new branch to consolidate anti-tank units. As a result of McNair's snap decision, the Tank Destroyer Branch was established at Fort Hood, Texas in December 1941. While the formation of dedicated anti-tank units was a sound idea, the doctrine and weaponry of the Tank Destroyer Branch proved problematic for the armored forces when committed to battle in North Africa. By the time of the German declaration of war in December 1941, 3 more armored divisions had begun forming, giving the United States a total of 5. Another more positive result of the Louisiana and Carolina maneuvers was the creation of 2 brigade-sized combat commands, A and B, in each armored division. These headquarters could be assigned various assets depending upon the mission. The Combat Command was Chaffee's idea and was an important step toward enforcing a combined arms, mission-focused mindset into the U.S. armored divisions. In March 1942, the War Department also decided to substantially modify the Armored Division TO&E by reducing the number of tank battalions in the division from 9 to 6, while increasing the number of mechanized infantry battalions from 2 to 3. The new 6-to-3 tank infantry ratio represented a far more balanced formation. Artillery firepower was also doubled and put under a divisional artillery DIVARTY command, which could centrally direct fire support. The 1st and 2nd Armored Divisions retained the larger organization when they deployed to North Africa in 1942, but the rest of the armored force was trending toward fewer tanks and more support forces. Although the U.S. Army had made little progress in tank design or doctrine during most of the interwar period, the amount of progress made in 1939 to 41 was astounding. Indeed, the intensity of American industrial mobilization, which enabled the mass production of medium tanks, provided the U.S. Army with a long-term advantage in armored warfare. Italy's mechanized facade. You can be sure that with these medium tanks we will do wonders. Maresciallo Italo Balbo, 23 June 1940. The Royal Italian Army, Regio Esercito, had no experience with armor in the First World War, but Fiat acquired a license to build copies of the Renault FT light tank in late 1918. During 1921 to 1926, Fiat built 100 modified FT tanks, which were designated Fiat 3000 and used to equip 2 battalion-sized tank groups. The 5.5-ton Fiat 3000 Model 1921 was a 2-man light tank equipped with 2 6.5mm machine guns. The only real improvement of the Fiat 3000 over the original Renault FT was a more powerful engine, which significantly increased speed and mobility. In 1928, Fiat began work on an improved Fiat 3000, equipped with a 37mm gun, which would enter service as the Model 1930. A tank training school was established at Forte di Pietralata, outside Rome in 1924, operated by the infantry branch. Of the officers assigned to the school, 44 came from the infantry, 12 from artillery, and just 1 from the cavalry. By 1927, the 2 Fiat 3000 battalions were expanded into a tank regiment, Reggimento Carri Armati, with 5 small battalions. However, each battalion was only authorized 20 tanks and 100 personnel, and the units were dispersed across Italy, which discouraged large-scale training. Indeed, the tank regiment was an administrative entity, never intended for use as a large combat unit. In 1931, the tank training school shifted from Rome to Bologna. In addition, a group of 4 squadrons of armored cars under Tenente Colonnello Valentino Babini were attached to the tank regiment for training. Military doctrine in Italy was promulgated by the Ministero della Guerra, Ministry of War, and the Stato Maggiore, General Staff. Existing doctrine in the early 1920s was fixated on Italian military experience in the First World War, which thought only in terms of positional warfare. Tanks had very little place in existing doctrine, aside from being just another infantry support asset. The Regio Esercito had no Fuller, Guderian, or Chaffee to advocate for tanks, and there was very limited organizational interest in mechanized warfare. The handful of Italian military officers who wrote about tanks and mechanization in the 1920s were easy to ignore. The Stato Maggiore expected any future conflicts to occur on Italy's northern borders or in the Balkans, which were regarded as too mountainous for tanks. Consequently, the Italian General Staff emphasized developing forces that were best suited for mountain warfare, like elite Alpini or Bersaglieri regiments. Yet once Benito Mussolini came to power and added Minister of War to his portfolio, the Regio Esercito was forced to rethink its operational requirements. Mussolini had a thirst for acquiring new territory through colonial warfare, particularly in Africa. A company-sized group of Fiat 3000 light tanks was sent to Libya to participate in counterinsurgency operations against the Senussi rebels, for which they were clearly ill-suited, since slow-moving tanks with short range could hardly catch a fleeting enemy. Instead, the Regio Esercito relied upon Lancia 1ZM armored cars and air power to run the rebel groups to ground. 2 battalions of Fiat 3000s were also used in the annual summer maneuvers in 1929, but infantry officers were unimpressed with their limited mobility over rough terrain. Something new was needed. Given the limited experience of Fiat Ansaldo in designing armored fighting vehicles from scratch, the Regio Esercito decided to examine foreign designs. Italian military observers were interested in the Cardin-Lloyd Mark VI tankette, and 4 were purchased from Vickers in 1929. The General Staff's Ispettorato Tecnico Automobilistico, Automotive Technical Inspectorate, tested the Cardin-Lloyd tankettes and found them sufficiently useful to order 25 kits, which could be assembled in Italy by Fiat Ansaldo. Once completed, the tankettes were designated as the Carro Veloce 29, Fast Tank, or CV-29, and assigned to a special unit for testing and experimentation. The Regio Esercito studied the CV-29 closely, but recognized that it was only an interim design. However, the Army leadership did not know what kind of AFVs they wanted, because they had no doctrine for mechanized warfare, and instead let subjective factors shape their weapons development programs. The requirement that was handed to the Ansaldo design team in June 1930 specified a 1.7-ton vehicle with a 2-man crew protected by light armor and a maximum height of just 1 meter. Essentially, the Army quartermasters wanted a tankette that was easily transportable on heavy trucks, while the War Ministry wanted a vehicle that was inexpensive and simple for Fiat Ansaldo to manufacture. The only real tactical requirement from the infantry branch was the need for a tankette that was fast and maneuverable, particularly in rough terrain. The new tankette entered service in 1933 as the L3/35 or CV-33. Despite very tight budgets due to the global depression, the low cost of the new CV-33 enabled the Regio Esercito to purchase it in bulk, with over 600 built between 1933 and 1935. A slightly improved version, known as the CV-35, entered service in 1935. Ironically, instead of providing the new tankettes to the infantry's armored regiment, most were turned over to the cavalry branch, which used Colonnello Gervasio Bertozzi's 19th Cavalry Regiment, Cavalieri Guide, as a school unit to train and form 5 fast tank groups, each with about 60 CV-33/35s. The Army's armored regiment, mostly still equipped with Fiat 3000 tanks, was rebranded as Carri d'Assalto, assault tanks. By 1935, Mussolini had set his sights on colonial acquisitions in East Africa, and he directed the Army Chief of Staff, Generale Federico Baistrocchi, to prepare the Army for mobile warfare. In order to move the Regio Esercito away from the trench warfare mindset of 1918, a new field manual was published, and Baistrocchi began talking about guerra lampo, fast war, and the need for mechanization. However, issuing fascist slogans was not the same as creating effective doctrine. Baistrocchi created 3 divisione celeri, fast divisions, which combined 2 mounted cavalry regiments with a regiment of bicycle-mounted bersaglieri, 1 battalion of CV-33 tankettes, and a group of partially motorized artillery. The Divisione Celeri were hybrid units with a weird mix of tankettes, trucks, bicycles, and motorcycles that were ill-suited to work together on a battlefield, and they were not based upon any doctrinal concepts that had been worked out in advance. The real problem was that Italy was a poor nation, both in terms of financial resources and raw materials, which made it extremely difficult to develop new equipment and manufacture it in quantity. During most of the interwar period, Italy only spent 60% as much as Britain on defense, and the Regio Esercito was last in priority for defense spending. Nevertheless, Mussolini wanted to use his new tankettes in the invasion of Ethiopia, and several of the new tank groups, with a total of about 175 CV-33s, were sent to Eritrea. Essentially, a battalion-sized group of tankettes was attached to each of the infantry corps, and they were used to spearhead mobile columns. After an embarrassing tactical defeat at Dembergina Pass on 14 December 1935, in which Ethiopian infantry destroyed an isolated detachment of 6 CV-35s, the Italian tankettes performed fairly well in the Ethiopian campaign of 1935-36. The fact that a CV-35 could be transported in the back of a Fiat SPA-38R 2.5-ton truck gave the tankettes much greater operational range than they normally possessed, and greatly reduced wear and tear on their tracks. In large part, Italian tankers, caristi, were emboldened by the fact that the Ethiopian armies had virtually no anti-tank guns or artillery, which enabled tankettes equipped with machine guns and flamethrowers to rip through lightly armed infantry formations. Complete air superiority and the liberal use of chemical weapons also facilitated the defeat of Ethiopia's large but poorly equipped infantry armies. Although the Italian advance was slowed by rough terrain and logistic factors, the ability of tankettes and motorized infantry to advance 700 kilometers to reach Addis Ababa by 5 May 1936 demonstrated that the Regio Esercito was capable of successfully conducting operational-level mobile warfare. Indeed, this was an achievement that Hitler's new panzer divisions, equipped solely with the Panzer I tankette, were incapable of replicating at the time. Hardly had the Ethiopian campaign ended when the Regio Esercito was tasked to provide troops and equipment to intervene in the Spanish Civil War on the side of the nationalist forces. In August 1936, a platoon of CV-35 tankettes was sent to Spain, followed by more the next month. However, unlike Ethiopia, the adversary possessed anti-tank guns and better tanks. The Soviet Union sent T-26 light tanks, based on the Vickers 6-ton tank, to aid the Spanish Republicans, and these AFVs, armed with a 45mm gun, completely outclassed the Italian CV-35s. Germany also sent tanks to Spain to support the nationalists. Oberstleutnant Wilhelm Ritter von Thoma commanded a panzer detachment equipped with 41 Panzer I light tanks, which were also outclassed by the T-26 tanks. Nevertheless, Mussolini ordered more forces sent to Spain, which were organized into the Corpo Truppe Volontarie, CTV. During the winter of 1936-37, an Italian tank battalion was formed in Spain and grouped with some armored cars, machine gun troops, and light artillery into the Raggruppamento Caristi, Tank Corps Group. In March 1937, the CTV tried to use its mechanized forces in the Battle of Guadalajara, but Republican T-26 tanks mauled one company of CV-35s, and the Italian offensive turned into a disaster. It should also be noted that the Italian CTV generally split its tanks up into small groups in the infantry support role. As a result of the tank versus tank combat in Spain and the lethality of modern anti-tank guns, the Stato Maggiore realized that tankettes were no longer survivable on the battlefield. After examining captured T-26 tanks in Spain, the Stato Maggiore established a requirement to acquire a larger gun-armed tank in order to compete with foreign tanks. Prior to the Spanish intervention, Italian officers had not seen any need for medium tanks, but the shocking vulnerability of the CV-35 to modern weapons prompted a crash program. The War Ministry had already asked the Ansaldo design team to begin developing a new tank in 1935, but the project was low priority until the T-26 appeared. Now, under time pressure, the Ansaldo engineers opted for the expedient approach of melding features of the Vickers 6-ton tank, one had been purchased for evaluation, with some existing technology from the CV-35 tankettes. Since the Fabbrica d'Armi Terni already had a license from Vickers to manufacture the low-velocity 37mm L40 gun for the Fiat 3000 Model 1930, it was decided to use this weapon on the new tank. Fiat Ansaldo built 2 prototypes in 1936-37, which were not entirely satisfactory. The Army wanted the main gun mounted in a fully rotating turret, but Ansaldo was unable to mount the 37mm gun in the small turret, so instead mounted it in the hull. It was not until mid-1938 that the Regio Esercito was willing to order 100 of the new tanks, which were designated as the M1139 medium tank. Equipped with the Ansaldo 8-cylinder Model 8T diesel engine, 105 horsepower, the 11-ton M1139 was rather underpowered compared to most comparable foreign tanks. Although the M1139 was slightly superior to the awkward British A9 tank in terms of armored protection, it was otherwise outclassed by the improved British cruiser tanks in development. The M1139 also lacked a radio, which put it at a major tactical disadvantage. Furthermore, it took Fiat Ansaldo nearly 18 months to begin production of the new tank and was only able to manufacture about 9 tanks per month beginning in August 1939. Recognizing that the M1139 was simply an interim solution to provide the Regio Esercito with some kind of medium tank, the Stato Maggiore also issued Fiat Ansaldo with the requirement to develop a more modern design. Specifically, the Army wanted the new high-velocity Beda 47/32 M35 cannon mounted in a fully rotating turret, which would provide firepower equivalent to the Soviet T-26 tanks. Rather than starting from scratch, Ansaldo used the same chassis as the M1139 and focused on building a larger 2-man turret. The first prototypes were not ready until after the outbreak of the Second World War in Europe, but the Regio Esercito readily accepted the vehicle as the M1340 medium tank and placed an order for 400 before the end of 1939. While Fiat Ansaldo was laboring to bring the M1139 and M1340 medium tanks to fruition, the Stato Maggiore decided to add on a nonsensical requirement for a new light tank, to be equipped with a Beda 20mm autocannon. By this point, the Stato Maggiore already knew that gun-armed tanks were critical to building a modern armored force, but hoped that Fiat Ansaldo could manufacture a new light tank in quantity. However, the resultant L640 light tank project proved to be a complete failure, which, by the time the first production models reached North Africa in early 1942, was already obsolete. After the Ethiopian campaign ended, the Regio Esercito moved to create new mechanized formations and doctrine, although in a haphazard manner. In May 1936, the War Ministry created 24 armored battalions, 5 with the Fiat 3000 and 19 with the CV-35. 16 battalions were assigned to 4 new armored regiments, which would dole out battalions to support infantry corps in wartime. But 3 battalions went to the Divisione Celeri, several to other cavalry regiments, and some as independent units. However, this dispersion of existing armor assets to units that had a wide variety of missions and responsibilities made it difficult to create a coherent form of mechanized warfare. Indeed, some battalions were focused on infantry support, some on cavalry missions such as reconnaissance, and others on overseas counterinsurgency missions in occupied Ethiopia. While Fiat Ansaldo was able to manufacture enough CV-35 tankettes to outfit these new battalions, the supply of trained tankers, caristi, was more constrained. The Regio Esercito depended on short-term conscripts, few of whom had previous civilian experience with driving or vehicle maintenance. The number of officers who possessed experience with armored fighting vehicles was even more constrained, fewer than 200, but over 600 were needed for the new battalions, which seriously undermined the ability to shape recruits into competent tank crews. The Regio Esercito was also constrained in purchasing modern equipment to build a proper combined arms team due to the huge expenditure of resources on the Ethiopian and Spanish campaigns. Over 18 billion lira had been spent on the two campaigns, which added up to more than one-third of Italian defense spending in 1935 to 38. Italian field artillery pieces were obsolescent and not suited for the tempo of mobile warfare. Only 20% were capable of being towed by vehicles. Italian doctrine specified that the field artillery would deal with enemy tanks, but the standard Cannone da 75/27 model 1906 could not accurately hit tanks beyond 400 meters, and it could not defeat the Matilda II's thick frontal armor. Indeed, none of the extant Italian field artillery had telescopic sights or the ability to pivot rapidly to engage moving targets. Amazingly, the Regio Esercito had invested no effort in developing anti-tank guns or medium-caliber weapons for new tank designs. Instead, Fiat purchased a license to manufacture the Austrian-designed Beda 47mm cannon, which was designated as the Cannone da 47/32, to fit both roles. Nor did Italy invest in developing armored tracked vehicles for their infantry, like the Anglo-Americans and the Germans. However, Italian industry did produce several trucks that were well suited for mobile operations in North Africa. In particular, the Beda SPA 35 Dovunque, anywhere, 2.5-ton truck, could carry 25 troops or a 20mm anti-aircraft gun or tow light artillery pieces. The Dovunque was extensively tested in Libya and enjoyed excellent off-road mobility. Likewise, the Lancia 3RO heavy truck also performed well in multiple roles in North Africa and could even transport medium tanks on a special cargo trailer. Fiat was also developing a new series of armored cars, although these would not be ready before 1940. One area where the Italian armored units had a potential edge over their British opponents was in terms of close air support. The Regia Aeronautica, Royal Air Force, had put some effort into developing ground attack aircraft, which had been used extensively in both Ethiopia and Spain. The Beda BA-65 fighter bomber, armed with two 12.7mm heavy machine guns, two 7.7mm machine guns, and a pair of 250-kilogram bombs, was capable of conducting strafing and dive bombing attacks. The newer Beda BA-88 was also available, although it proved a serious disappointment in combat. While pre-war air-ground training was uncommon, the Regia Aeronautica was willing to provide close air support to the Army when requested. Despite the lack of proper equipment and adequate numbers of trained personnel, the War Ministry pressed ahead with forcing mechanization upon the Regio Esercito. As an interim step, a motor mechanized brigade, 1st Brigata Motomeccanizzata, was formed in Siena in June 1936, with 2 battalions of motorized bersaglieri, 1 battalion of CV-35 tankettes, and a light artillery group, with 12 obsolete 75mm field guns. An engineer officer, Brigadier Carlo Favagrossa, was put in charge of the brigade, but little training was conducted. A year later, in July 1937, this experimental unit was expanded into an armored brigade, 1st Brigata Corazzata, with 2 more tank battalions, and it participated in the 1937 summer maneuvers, but it was not assigned an independent role. Soon thereafter, a 2nd Armored Brigade was formed. Mussolini wanted a modern army, but quantity and appearance mattered more to him than quality and capability. He also preferred to place men in command slots based on political loyalty rather than demonstrated competence. Consequently, in November 1938, the War Ministry stood up an Armored Corps headquarters, Corpo d'Armata Corazzato, in Mantua, led by Generale Fidencio D'Allora. This infantry officer had distinguished himself in the Ethiopian campaign in a logistic role, but had no previous experience with tanks. The Corps was formed to command the 2 armored brigades and 2 new motorized infantry divisions, but it was more of an administrative entity. Once a general European war appeared imminent, the Italian War Ministry decided to upgrade both existing armored brigades into divisions, the 131st Divisione Corazzata Centauro in Siena and the 132nd Divisione Corazzata Ariete in Milan. On paper, each armored division was authorized an armored regiment with 3 battalions, total of 184 CV-35, a Bersaglieri regiment, 2 battalions of motorized infantry, 1 battalion of motorcycle machine gun troops, and 2 artillery battalions with a total of only 24 75mm/27 M1906. The division had no reconnaissance unit, only a single anti-tank company with 8 47mm guns and 1 engineer company. Overall, the Italian 1939 Armored Division was little more than a brigade of tankettes, with modest infantry and artillery support. The formation lacked the radios, the support units, or appropriate combined arms doctrine to actually conduct mechanized warfare against an enemy equipped with modern weapons. Although the Italian armored divisions were nominally intended for independent mobile operations, their lack of artillery and supporting arms left them dependent upon neighboring infantry corps. The officers assigned to command the Centauro and Ariete divisions were infantrymen with little or no prior experience with armor, and they did not remain long enough to lead their divisions into combat in North Africa. Indeed, the Regio Esercito had a penchant for frequently rotating officers through command slots in order to placate ticket-punching regular officers. Most training for Italian tank officers and enlisted crews, carista, was conducted at either the infantry-run school at the Mazzoni barracks in Bologna or one of the cavalry-run schools. Officer training typically lasted about 5 months. Junior officers such as Sottotenente Fulvio Gero, sent off to join the 21st Battaglione Carri Leggeri, 21st Battaglione Carri L, Light Tank Battalion, in Libya in 1939, were reservists. In Gero's case, he had just completed law school and was looking forward to some overseas service. Given the almost exclusive training focus on CV-33/35 tankettes until 1940, Italian pre-war armor officers had virtually no training on long-range gunnery or using radios to control tank formations, which put them at a disadvantage against British armor officers. Another big training problem for the Italian armor branch was the paucity of enlisted personnel with prior driving experience, which meant that a large part of training focused on basic driver skills. Less time was devoted to tactical maneuvering or skills such as learning how to occupy hold-down positions. In April 1939, staff talks between the Stato Maggiore and the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, OKW, began, and the Italians were quick to inform their would-be allies that Italy's armed forces would not be ready for war for another 2 or 3 years. Given the limited manufacturing capability of Italy's armaments industry, even this estimate was likely too optimistic. When Germany invaded Poland in September 1939, the bulk of Italy's mechanized forces were massed with the 6th Army at Verona, which was dubbed the Armata Po, Army of the Po, in northern Italy, since Mussolini was contemplating operations against Greece or Yugoslavia. The 6th Army had the Ariete Armored Division, the 2 motorized infantry divisions, Trento and Trieste, and the 3 Divisione Celeri. The Ariete Division began to receive its first M1139 medium tanks just before the start of the war, but was not able to equip its 2 medium tank battalions, Battaglioni Carrimeri, until spring 1940. The 2 motorized infantry divisions were rather small, with just 7 infantry battalions and limited firepower. Altogether, the 6th Army had 2 medium and 10 light tank battalions. 6 other light tank battalions were stationed in Italy as Army-level assets, and the Divisione Corazzata Centauro had deployed to Albania. Despite the shortage of medium tanks, the War Ministry made the foolish decision to send 2 tank companies, 24 M1139 tanks, to East Africa, where they would surely be isolated in event of war with Britain. The ministry also authorized the creation of a third armored division, the 133rd Divisione Corazzata Littorio, in November 1939, although this was merely a reshuffling of existing assets. By June 1940, the Regio Esercito had a total of 100 M1139 medium tanks and 1,320 CV-33/35 tankettes. Thus, Mussolini possessed the appearance of a large mechanized army, when in fact his mobile forces had been cobbled together with obsolete equipment and vague ideas about how to use them on the battlefield. Doctrinal Summary and Comparison. It is pardonable to be defeated, but never to be surprised. Frederick the Great. Germany's Panzerwaffe had the best validated doctrine for armored warfare by the conclusion of the French campaign in June 1940. Although the Wehrmacht would continue to refine its doctrine during the North African, Balkan, and Russian campaigns of 1941 to 42, the basic formula was well established and understood by most commanders at the tactical and operational levels. In particular, the use of fully integrated combined arms Kampfgruppen based on subunits that habitually operated together was outstanding. German armored doctrine proved well suited to the open spaces of North Africa and Russia, where panzer divisions could come into their own. The only real weakness in German maneuver warfare doctrine relates to combat sustainability. The Wehrmacht was simply not provided with sufficient materiel and logistic resources to conduct protracted, long-distance maneuver operations without wearing its forces out. Lack of spare parts, rubber tires, fuel, and ammunition often acted as more of a brake on German armored operations in 1941 to 42 than enemy resistance. German commanders tended to assume that providing the logistic support for mechanized operations was somebody else's problem, leaving them free to simply focus on combat operations. This was a blind spot in training that would haunt the Panzerwaffe throughout much of the Second World War. In contrast, British armored doctrine was in a muddle after the disastrous French campaign, but there was little time to effect change. The RAC was pulled in two divergent directions, forming armored divisions for independent operations while also forming tank brigades to support the infantry. Both types of formations were dangerously tank-heavy, with little regard for combined arms tactics. British operational-level commanders had very limited grasp of how to use their armor and tended to default to textbook methods taught at Camberley Staff College. Nigel W. Duncan, who attended Camberley in 1935-36, noted that armored tactics and operations were virtually ignored in the curriculum, rather than try the innovative trial-and-error methods used by German commanders. At the tactical level, British commanders regarded adding a few small infantry and artillery detachments to a tank-heavy force as an adequate nod to combined arms, which proved totally inadequate on the battlefield. Indeed, the British approach to forming temporary combined arms formations can be traced back to the mechanized experiments at Tidworth, which minimized the contributions of other combat arms. At both the operational and tactical levels, British commanders wanted to use armor aggressively, probably too aggressively, because the tank zealots regarded armor as the ne plus ultra of modern warfare. However, British armored doctrine in 1940 and 1941 was still trying to figure out how to convert pre-war theory into wartime reality, which would prove to be a painful journey. Due to the Regio Esercito's late start toward developing medium tanks, Italian armored doctrine in 1940 was the least developed of all the armies that would fight in North Africa. Although striving to develop armored divisions that would be capable of conducting independent operations, Italian armored units in the first 6 months of the war were forced to operate as dispersed corps-level assets, which deprived them of mass. Furthermore, the lack of vehicle-mounted radios meant that Italian tactical-level commanders could not command and direct more than company-size units, which further limited the ability to mass combat power. Lacking the firepower or armored protection to go toe-to-toe with enemy tanks or to achieve numerical superiority, Italian armored units in North Africa in 1940 ended up being tied to their infantry units. Yet when pressed, Italian tankers, caristi, were far from timid and often aggressively charged the enemy. In theory, the Italian approach to combined arms was sound, particularly in long-term associations between armored regiments and bersaglieri motorized infantry units, but material deficiencies prevented successful demonstrations on the battlefield until late 1941. Like the British, the U.S. Army armored doctrine was in a muddle after the 1940 French campaign, which led to the creation of the separate tank destroyer branch. However, unlike the British, the U.S. Army would have 2 more years to rectify their doctrinal issues before meeting enemy armored units on the battlefield. The American approach to forming modular Army units as building blocks, e.g., tank battalions were equipped with the same types of tanks regardless of whether they were part of an armored division or used as separate infantry support battalions, also proved less disruptive than the British approach, which used different tank types and methods between its armored regiments assigned to armored divisions and those assigned to infantry support brigades. Likewise, the American approach to forming combat commands/task forces was closer to the German Kampfgruppen approach than the British ad hoc methods. The U.S. Army's armored doctrine also greatly benefited from the additional time granted to field armored personnel carriers and self-propelled artillery, which made for more robust combined arms teams when finally committed to action in North Africa. An additional advantage was that all 3 American tanks, the M3 Stuart/Honey light tank, M3 Grant medium tank, and M4 Sherman medium tank, would be battle-tested against the Deutsche Afrika Korps prior to the U.S. Army using them in combat for themselves, so their comparative advantages and disadvantages were already known. Chapter 2. The Opposing Armored Forces in 1940-41. Italian Armored Forces in Libya. The olive branch of peace springs from a forest of 8 million bayonets. Mussolini. On 10 June 1940, Italy declared war on Britain and France. Although the newly formed Comando Supremo, Supreme Command, was nervous that France might launch an attack upon Libya from Tunisia, the French armistice with Germany on 22 June quickly ended any threat from that quarter. Consequently, the only active front that the Regio Esercito had to worry about was North Africa and Britain's small army in Egypt. At the outset of the war, Italy had 225,000 troops in Libya, with 2 field armies and various garrisons. The 5th Armata faced west against the French, and the 10th Armata faced east against the British. Altogether, these 2 armies comprised a total of 14 infantry divisions, 9 auto-transportable, 3 CCNN Black Shirt, and 2 Libyan. The bulk of the combat power resided in the auto-transportable infantry divisions, Divisione Motorizzata Tipo AS, which only possessed 1/3 of the motor transport in a true motorized infantry division. Indeed, the Italian forces in North Africa were configured more for defensive roles and lacked the organic mobility to maneuver with more than a fraction of their strength. Once the French threat evaporated, the 5th Armata began transferring units to reinforce Generale d'Armata Italo Garibaldi's 10th Armata, which became the primary Italian field force in North Africa. In terms of armor, there were 3 battalions, 9th, 20th, 21st, each with 43 CV-35 tankettes attached individually to different corps to be used in the infantry support role. Enough tankettes were available in storage in Libya to form 4 additional light tank battalions, 60th, 61st, 62nd, and 63rd Battaglione Carri Leggeri, using surplus personnel as crews, but these units were essentially untrained. While the 7 light tank battalions stationed in Libya, with a total of 301 CV-35 tankettes and 38 spares, seemed to be a credible armored force, they were initially dispersed and not trained or organized for offensive action. Although the Stato Maggiore had known since late 1939 that war with Britain was inevitable, it had not thought to transfer any of the new armored or motorized divisions to Libya prior to the declaration of war. Consequently, the Comando Supremo hurriedly decided to dispatch 2 battalions from the Ariete Division, equipped with the new M1139 medium tanks, to Libya in early July 1940. A heavily escorted convoy delivered the 1st and 2nd Battaglione Carri Medi, 1st and 2nd Battaglione Carri M, to Benghazi on 8 July, along with a large amount of fuel and supplies. Local Italian commanders described the M1139 tanks as "che sono magnifici." They are magnificent. An Italian medium tank battalion, Battaglione Carri Medi, in 1940, was supposed to consist of a headquarters element and 2 tank companies, each consisting of 3 platoons with 5 medium tanks. On paper, the M Battalion was authorized about 400 personnel, 37 medium tanks, and about 20 trucks. In addition, the Italian medium tank battalion had a repair platoon with about 20 personnel, with a Lancia 3RO Field Workshop Model 1938 and a Dovunque light wrecker. In reality, very few of the support personnel in 1940 to 41 were trained mechanics. Since the Ariete Division sent both its existing medium tank battalions to North Africa as independent battalions, a poor decision in itself, the division would not be able to deploy until the end of 1940. Battalion mechanized operations in North Africa were directly influenced by operational-level logistics, which determined exactly how much ammunition, fuel, and reinforcements could arrive in theater. At the start of the war, the Italian Merchant Marine had 31 merchantmen, only 20 of which could carry tanks, 5 fast troop carriers, and about a dozen tankers it could use to support the maritime supply route from Naples to Tripoli and Benghazi. Even without enemy interference, the ports of Benghazi and Tripoli were barely adequate to handle enough shipping to meet the Army's minimum logistic needs. The loss of even a few merchant vessels to enemy action could have serious consequences for the Axis forces in North Africa, particularly when tankers were lost. As Heinz Guderian aptly noted, logistics are the ball and chain of armored operations. Italian ignorance about enemy armored capabilities also impacted the performance of their mechanized forces in North Africa. In April 1940, the Germans offered to send Oberst Ritter von Thoma to Rome to brief Italian officers on lessons learned from armored operations in the Polish campaign, but Mussolini rejected the offer. The Germans obviously knew quite a lot about the British Matilda II and Cruiser series tanks by the time that Italy entered the war, but it does not appear that Italian military intelligence, Servizio Informazione Militare, or SIM, asked for any of this information. As a result, Italian mechanized units in North Africa were unaware that their existing artillery and anti-tank weapons were ineffective against the Matilda II tank. Indeed, Italian troops in North Africa at the outset of the war were provided negligible information about the enemy or his intentions. Mussolini wanted the 10th Armata to invade Egypt as soon as possible, but in fact, no plans had been developed for this mission prior to hostilities. Maresciallo Rodolfo Graziani, the theater commander, reluctantly began to organize his forces for offensive action, but kept badgering Rome with requests for more trucks, more artillery, and more fuel. While Italian doctrine spoke glibly of guerra lampo, fast war, when facing colonial opponents, the 10th Armata in Libya was only capable of mounting a ponderous, methodical operation after 3 months of preparations. In order to provide a spearhead formation for the Egyptian campaign, Graziani concentrated all the available armored assets into the Libyan Tank Command, Comando Carri Armati della Libia, under the command of Generali di Brigata Valentino Babini on 29 August 1940. The 50-year-old Babini was an excellent choice, given that he had 12 years of experience with tank units, plenty of colonial experience in Libya and recent combat experience with the CTV in Spain. Babini's new command included Colonnello Pietro Aresca's 1st Raggruppamento Caristi, 1st Tank Group, consisting of the 1st Battaglione Carrimeri, 1st Medium Tanks Battalion, and the 21st, 62nd, and 63rd Light Tank Battalions, Battaglione Carri Leggeri. Colonnello Antonio Trivioli's 2nd Raggruppamento Caristi, 2nd Tank Group, with the 2nd Battaglione Carrimeri, -1 company, and the 9th, 20th, and 61st Light Tank Battalions. Generale Pietro Maletti's Raggruppamento Maletti, Mobile Group, consisting of 1 company of M1139 medium tanks, the 60th Light Tank Battalion, and the desert-trained motorized 1st Battaglione Sahariano, Saharan Battalion, equipped with Fiat AS-37 and Fiat 634 trucks. Aside from the technical deficiencies of Italian tanks, the Regio Esercito's armored units were poorly equipped for maneuver warfare in North Africa due to their lack of radios and logistic support. Since neither the CV-35 tankettes nor M1139 medium tanks had radios, tank companies were directed by signal flags, which made night operations virtually impossible. Italian armored units had very limited repair and retrieval capabilities, particularly for the new M1139 medium tank. Each tank battalion generally had 1 fuel truck, up to 5,000 liters capacity, but the tankettes used petrol while the medium tanks used diesel fuel. In July 1940, the 10th Armata had 2,400 trucks, but 30% were non-operational, which severely limited the ability to support a large ground operation into Egypt. In terms of tank tactics, Italian commanders were still entrenched in a colonial and infantry support mindset, which rendered effective combined arms difficult to execute. Furthermore, the mass of Italian tankettes lacked the firepower to engage enemy gun-armed tanks, so defense and reconnaissance were really the only suitable roles. Indeed, the thin armor on the CV-35 could barely withstand fire from heavy machine guns. Italian armored units equipped with medium tanks could be more aggressive when circumstances were favorable, but were not provided the requisite support assets until mid-1941. Lacking a turret-mounted gun, the M1139 had difficulty engaging moving enemy tanks, and its obsolescent 37mm gun was greatly inferior to the British 2-pounder gun. While the introduction of the M1340 medium tank in July 1940 improved the ability of Italian armored units to engage enemy cruiser and light tanks, it did not put them on an equal footing. Furthermore, production of the M1340 tank was restricted to just 30 to 40 tanks per month in 1940 and would not ramp up until 1941. Once it became clear that the enemy had better quality weaponry, and more of it, Italian tactics became even more risk-averse. It is also important to note that Italian armored units lacked the esprit de corps of their opponents in the Royal Armored Corps or their allies in the Panzerwaffe, given how most tank battalions were hastily trained, equipped, and sent off to North Africa. In late 1940, a conversion course was established at Bracciano outside Rome to train personnel from tankette-equipped battalions on the new M1340 tank. However, the 25-day curriculum provided only a few hours of actual driving training and a weapons familiarization firing, but no actual tactical training. Conscripts and junior officers were provided with a steady diet of bellicose fascist rhetoric, but an insufficient amount of technical and tactical training to give them confidence in their armored vehicles. As a result of these intrinsic deficiencies, Italian armored units in North Africa in 1940 were really only suited to defensive operations. Britain's armored forces in the Middle East. Lieutenant General Sir Archibald Wavell arrived in Egypt in August 1939 to take over the Middle East Command and begin preparing it for possible hostilities with Italy. Wavell was responsible for defending an enormous amount of territory, including Egypt, Palestine, Transjordan, Sudan, and Aden, and he had very limited forces. In Egypt, there were approximately 36,000 troops, although many were garrison and support personnel. Britain had signed a treaty with Egypt in 1936, which limited its forces in country to just 10,000 personnel, but this constraint was ignored in the lead-up to hostilities, which created considerable ill will in Egypt. The only real ground combat capability in the region resided in Hobart's incomplete armored division, Egypt, and 2 infantry brigades. Hobart's division consisted of 2 small armored brigades with a total of only 65 operational tanks of all types, no support group, and minimal logistic units. The first A-9 cruiser tanks arrived in Egypt just before the outbreak of war and were assigned to the 6th RTR. By 25 August 1939, the 6th RTR had 39 tanks, 8 A-9s, 16 obsolete Mark II mediums, and 15 Mark 6B light tanks. The 8th Hussars, 8H, only had 1 squadron of light tanks and 2 of armored cars. The 7th Hussars, 7H, had 2 squadrons of light tanks, which were a mixed bag of Mark III, Mark 6A, and Mark 6B. Although the priority for new equipment went to outfitting the BEF in France and the 1st Armored Division in England, the War Office did begin sending a trickle of reinforcements to build up the units in Egypt. An even more pressing problem for the Armored Division was the shortage of motor transport, particularly off-road vehicles. At the outbreak of war in 1939, the division was short of about 200 trucks, which seriously limited its striking range. A single-track rail line from Alexandria to Mersa Matruh allowed the Royal Armored Service Corps, RASC, to efficiently transport bulk supplies to this forward position, but in order to move further westward, virtually all supplies had to move by motor transport. Ideally, a RASC transport company with 120 3-ton trucks could move 360 tons of supplies over a distance of 55 to 60 kilometers. Supporting a single 1940 armored brigade, 3 battalions, would require at least 50 tons of supply per day during mobile operations. Extending this line of communications to the Libyan border would require 4 truck companies, which were not yet available. Many of the trucks that were available could not operate over soft sand or rocky desert tracks. Without adequate motor transport, the Armored Division was only capable of short-duration jabs near the coast with both armored brigades or longer operations with a single armored brigade. The division also lacked transporters to save wear and tear on its tanks, as well as recovery vehicles to retrieve damaged vehicles from the battlefield. All British armored strength in Egypt was tied to the RAC depot at Abbassia in Cairo. In Abbassia, the Royal Army Ordnance Corps, RAOC, conducted vehicle maintenance and repair. Any new tanks arriving by sea from England disembarked at Suez, 120 kilometers east of Cairo, and were then brought to Abbassia to make ready for operational use. Hobart deployed the Armored Division to Mersa Matruh, 400 kilometers west of Cairo, where it could serve as a covering force if Italy should enter the war. During September-October, Hobart ensured that his units trained under realistic desert conditions, which helped to transition it from a peacetime mentality. However, Hobart was relieved of command in November 1939 by Lieutenant General Henry M. Wilson, commander of British forces in Egypt. Hobart's abrasive behavior with other officers had not won him any allies outside the RAC, and Wilson pointedly noted that his tactical ideas are based on the invincibility and invulnerability of the tank to the exclusion of the employment of other arms in correct proportion. Hobart was replaced by Major General Michael O'More Cray, a cavalryman who had been at Tidworth in 1928. Brigadier John A.L. Caunter commanded the heavy brigade with 1st RTR and 6th RTR. Caunter was an experienced tanker who had commanded the 1st RTR in Egypt since 1935. Brigadier Hugh E. Russell commanded the Light Brigade with the 3 mechanized cavalry regiments, 7th, 8th, 11th Hussars. The division included a number of other officers with significant experience in armor, including Colonel Alexander Hugh Gatehouse, who had commanded a tank at the Battle of Cambrai in 1917 and was later in charge of testing new tanks at the MWEE in Farnborough in the 1930s. Colonel Horace L. Burks was another veteran tank officer who had commanded tanks at Passchendaele and Cambrai. Despite the fact that the Armored Division was desperately short of personnel, the War Office directed Cray to send trained tankers back to the United Kingdom to help train armored units going to the BEF. The 6th RTR was obliged to send 4 officers and 50 other ranks back as a training detachment and received untrained Territorial Army TA troops as replacements. Other personnel replacements for the 7th Armored Division came from Rhodesia and New Zealand. Additional tanks gradually arrived, and by January 1940, the 6th RTR had 23 A9 cruiser tanks. Unfortunately, no spares were sent for the A9s, which left them in a fragile state. On 16 February 1940, the division was redesignated as the 7th Armored Division. The Heavy Brigade became the 4th Armored Brigade, and the Light Brigade became the 7th Armored Brigade. A small support group was created under the command of Brigadier William E. Strafer Gott, based upon his mechanized infantry battalion, the 1st KRRC, 1st Battalion King's Royal Rifle Corps, and a single battery of artillery. Initially, the 7th Armored Division had completely inadequate logistics support, with just one RASC company to transport fuel, ammunition, and water. Since no companies were attached from the RAOC, which was responsible for vehicle maintenance and repair, the 7th Armored Division had negligible ability to repair its tanks and other vehicles at the front. Instead, RAOC units in pre-war Egypt were only configured to operate from the Abbassia Depot, which was over 400 kilometers from Mersa Matruh. General Wilson, commander of British forces in Egypt, was most interested in seeing what the 7th Armored Division could do and decided to hold a large-scale field exercise. Consisting primarily of long, dusty road marches, the field exercise succeeded in causing all of the new A9 tanks to fall out with mechanical defects, which could not easily be corrected. Without adequate logistic support, the 7th Armored Division was exceedingly fragile. Another serious weakness revealed in early desert training was that the 18-liter container used for refueling and water supply, referred to by the troops as a flimsy, was poorly manufactured and prone to leaking. Indeed, when RASC transport columns tried to move trucks with these fuel containers over rough desert tracks, up to 30% of the contents were lost en route, which put further strain on British tactical logistics. Authorized strength for a British mixed armored regiment, which was actually a battalion-size unit in 1940, was about 49 to 50 tanks, 24 light, 23 cruiser, 2 CS. But the 7th Armored Division did not conform to standard tables of organization and equipment. The armored regiments consisted of headquarters element and 3 maneuver squadrons, companies, each of 3 troops, platoons. Since the tank troop, platoon, consisted of 3 tanks, each tank squadron, company, was supposed to consist of 16 tanks. But in 7th Armored Division, this was not always the case in 1940. Although it authorized 500 personnel, typical regimental strengths at this stage were about 400, of whom only about half were actually tankers. The tanks and other organic or attached combat equipment, such as armored cars and anti-tank guns, consisted of the F echelon, or fighting element. A large portion of the regimental strength resided in the support echelons. Each company/troop had an A echelon, the company trains in U.S. Army jargon, with 9 trucks, e.g. Bedford MWD 15 CWT and Bedford OY 3-ton, that carried extra fuel, food, and ammunition for the F echelon. The A echelon typically remained several kilometers back from the forward line of troops and only moved forward at dusk to resupply their companies. The armored regiment also maintained a B echelon with 13 trucks that was supposed to act as a go-between from the RASC forward supply dumps to the A echelon. The B echelon tended to operate more in the brigade and division level support areas, and also provided repair workshops, spares, and other high-level logistic support functions for its regiment. The 1940 British Armored Division was particularly anemic in terms of organic support units. On paper, the division support group was supposed to have 2 motor battalions and 1 Royal Horse Artillery RHA regiment with 16 towed field guns, 2 towed anti-tank batteries, each with 12 2-pounder guns, 2 anti-aircraft batteries, each with 12 40mm guns, and 1 truck-mounted engineer squadron with about 150 sappers. In reality, the 7th Armored Division in Egypt had only a single motor battalion at first and few anti-tank guns. While the motor battalions had a nominal manpower strength of 650, their actual bayonet strength in terms of infantry was about 360. A few universal carriers were available in Egypt, but most of the motor battalion relied on 15 CWT trucks for transport. By the time of the Italian declaration of war in June 1940, the 7th Armored Division had a total of 175 light tanks, Mark III and Mark 6B, 75 A9 cruiser tanks, and 91 armored cars, 44 Morris CS9, 47 Rolls-Royce Pattern 24. A number of A9s were not combat ready, lacking 2-pounder guns, machine guns, and/or radios. Even the light tanks were handicapped by shortages of 50 caliber 12.7mm ammunition. Although the bulk of the gun-armed A9 tanks were in 1st RTR and 6 RTR, Cray ensured that the 7th and 8th Hussars each received enough cruiser tanks to equip 1 squadron. Lieutenant Colonel John F. B. Coombs's 11th Hussars, equipped solely with armored cars, served as an independent divisional cavalry unit. The Western Desert Force was created under Lieutenant General Richard O'Connor to command the mobile forces of Egypt, which now consisted of 7th Armored Division and the 4th Indian Division, plus some corps artillery. Given the limited forces available and inadequate logistics, O'Connor was forced to remain on the defensive at the start of the war with Italy, although limited raids into Libya were feasible. In England, Prime Minister Winston Churchill was eager to reinforce Wavell's Middle East command in order to shift to an offensive posture against the Italians. The only major armored unit in England was the 1st Armored Division, which was still rebuilding from its heavy losses in France. Despite the threat of enemy invasion, Churchill's War Cabinet voted on 13 August 1940 to send 1 armored brigade from the division to reinforce the 7th Armored Division in Egypt as part of Operation Apology. The brigade consisted of 3 armored regiments, the 7th RTR with 50 Matilda II infantry tanks, the 2nd RTR with 6 A9CS, 28 A10s, and 18 A13s, and the 3rd Hussars, 52 Mark 6B light tanks. In addition, the Apology convoys, designated AP1 through AP3, would bring other equipment, such as AEC 850 R6T tank recovery vehicles and the first tank transporters to Egypt. The first vessels left Liverpool on 22 August, and by early October the armored brigade had reached Suez. No sooner had this brigade reached Egypt than Churchill directed another armored brigade, with 3rd RTR and 5th RTR and the 2nd Armored Division headquarters to sail for Egypt as well. Additional units training in England were also earmarked for eventual deployment to the Middle East and North Africa. The 2nd Armored Division had begun forming in England in early 1940, but was handicapped by shortage of equipment and forced to train its personnel on trucks and armored cars for much of the year. Major General Justice Tilley, an experienced armor officer who had commanded the pre-war 1st Armored Brigade, was brought in to shape the new formation, which gradually began to acquire some cruiser and light tanks. The 3rd Hussars and 2nd RTR were stripped from the division in September and sent on the first apology convoy, which deprived Tilly of his best trained and equipped armored regiments. Then the rest of the division was alerted for deployment to the Middle East in October 1940, even though it was far from ready for active service. Britain's Territorial Army, TA, had been greatly expanded in size during 1938-39, and a number of infantry battalions units began converting to armored regiments. The RTR added 12 new regiments, most of which would be sent to North Africa in 1941-42. The TA also began converting 12 of its yeomanry cavalry regiments into armored regiments, several of which would also be sent to North Africa. Given that the British Army had no other theater of war that required substantial armored forces, unlike the Germans, British forces in North Africa would enjoy a steady stream of armored reinforcements arriving in theater throughout the 3-year campaign. Furthermore, the steady growth of British armored strength in North Africa meant that veteran regiments could be pulled out of the line to rest, while new units took their places, a luxury that the Afrika Korps could not afford with its handful of panzer battalions. British tank tactics in 1940 were split between using heavily armored infantry tanks to support conventional attacks and the use of highly mobile cavalry tactics by regiments equipped with cruiser and light tanks. In movement to contact, British armored regiments in the desert usually advanced in a one-up formation, wedge, with one company of light tanks in the lead, followed by the other 2 tank companies, then any support elements. British tankers liked to spread out in the desert, meaning that the frontage of a single squadron might easily be 1 kilometer across, and that of the entire regiment 3 kilometers across. Each cruiser-equipped squadron was supposed to have 2 combat support CS tanks equipped with a 94mm howitzer to fire smoke rounds, plus 2 more belonging to regiment, although no unit in Egypt had its full complement of CS tanks in 1940. The 2-pounder gun possessed excellent armored penetration for the battlefield of 1940-41 and could defeat all enemy tanks in theater out to ranges of 800 meters or better. Although many sources claim that the 2-pounder gun lacked an HE round, this was not entirely accurate. Before the war, a 2-pounder APHE, armor-piercing high-explosive round with a small burster charge, was developed and some rounds were issued, but production was discontinued in mid-1940. Instead, British tankers were taught to rely upon their Beza machine guns to suppress enemy anti-tank guns, but only ball ammunition was issued, which could not penetrate gun shields. Influenced by pre-war maneuvers in England and Hobart's vehement advocacy of this tactic, British tankers also often tried to fire on the move, although this was highly inaccurate and consumed a great deal of ammunition. As a former tanker myself, I can attest that shooting on the move is difficult even with modern tanks and only worked when tanks were moving at very low speeds, 8 kilometers per hour or less, on flat ground. The preferred tactic is overwatch, with one armored section moving at high speed while the other section sits in hull-down positions, ready to place accurate fire on any enemy reaction. Tank charges with wild firing could be effective in spooking some infantry units in 1940 due to the limited amount of organic anti-tank capabilities, but usually failed miserably when attempted against steady, well-armed units. The main problem with British armored doctrine, unrecognized in 1940, was the low level of tank-infantry cooperation and the lack of effective fire support from artillery and the RAF. Another serious problem for the conduct of British armored operations was the lack of sufficient radios, trained signal personnel, and an insouciant attitude among senior leaders about communication security. Until 1942, British armored units in North Africa were dreadfully short of radios, meaning that the loss of even a few command vehicles could cause effective command and control C2 to collapse. The The Royal Signal Corps had been starved of funds and resources before the war, which translated into real C2 problems in the first 2 years of the Desert War. Oftentimes, forward regiments and brigades were out of contact for many hours. Furthermore, the lack of a secure tactical communication system, like the German Enigma, meant that armored units did most of their communications either in the clear or via uncoded plain text, WT wireless telegraphy. Adding to that technical deficiency, the poor communication security used by senior British commanders enabled an alert enemy to acquire advance warning of British armored operations. Yet, in order to function as a combined arms team, an armored division must be more than just a collection of tanks and other support forces. It must have a division or corps-level staff that knows how to plan and conduct mechanized operations. O'Connor's Western Desert Force had no one on its staff with direct experience in planning armored operations, but they did have a solid cadre of regular Army officers, several with general staff training. Colonel Charles H. Gardner, the 7th Armored Division GSO-1, Chief of Staff, was a cavalryman who had no previous experience with tanks, and when he attended Staff College at Camberley in 1933-34, the British Army was still struggling to form and equip a single armored brigade. Otherwise, the rest of O'Connor's senior staff were Camberley-trained infantry officers such as Brigadier John Harding, Brigadier Alexander Galloway, and Brigadier Eric E. Chink Dorman Smith. These were all competent regular Army officers who knew how to plan conventional operations, but in terms of armored warfare, they were neophytes. Yet what O'Connor's staff lacked in terms of technical experience, they made up for in terms of aggressiveness and willingness to close with the enemy. O'Connor's staff also had another key advantage. Unlike the Italian forces in North Africa, British commanders were provided considerable intelligence on their opponents. Britain's intelligence services had cracked 3 of the 6 ciphers used by Italian army units in North Africa, which enabled a signals intelligence unit, SIGINT, to read a good amount of the enemy's communications in near real time. Furthermore, British armored commanders were well aware of the technical limitations of the Italian CV-35 tankettes and obsolescent artillery, which encouraged an aggressive mindset during initial operations. The collection of a wealth of information about the Italian 10th Armata's dispositions would play a key role in the planning and successful outcome of Operation Compass in December 1940. Armored forces are precision instruments, which achieve the greatest results when their maneuvers are conducted based upon reliable intelligence about enemy strength and dispositions. Despite serious materiel and doctrinal limitations, the British armored forces in North Africa in late 1940 were prepared to wage aggressive mobile operations when circumstances were favorable. German Armored Forces. The soldier is levied, clothed, armed, exercised. He sleeps, eats, drinks, and marches, all merely to fight at the right time and place. Von Clausewitz. Prior to late 1940, the Wehrmacht never ever expected to conduct armored operations in North Africa. In particular, the panzer divisions were configured to rely upon nearby railheads for logistic lines of communications and lacked the motor transport to sustain long-haul supply lines on their own. Sending a single panzer division to operate in a remote theater of war on its own simply did not fit into German operational-level methods. However, political circumstances dictated that the Wehrmacht would have to modify its doctrinal concepts in order to fulfill its assigned strategic mission in North Africa. In mid-July 1940, the OKH began studying the idea of sending panzer units to North Africa to support the Italian invasion of Egypt. On 31 July, the OKH suggested sending 2 panzer divisions to North Africa, although this recommendation was not based on any real analysis. While the OKW was preoccupied with planning the invasion of England, Operation Seelöwe, the OKH had the time and staff to examine other projects, including Gibraltar and the Soviet Union. Hitler, who became increasingly uncertain about the prospects of success for Seelowe, wanted other options available, but simply directed the OKH to study the Libya option and provide more data. As the deadline for Seelowe approached and the Luftwaffe failed to achieve air superiority over the English Channel, Hitler authorized the OKH to make preparations to send one panzer division to North Africa. As a result, in early September, the 3rd Panzerdivision received a warning order to prepare for deployment to North Africa, which the OKH staff estimated would require 10 weeks to complete. Meanwhile, the Italian Comando Supremo was not comfortable about the idea of German combat units arriving in North Africa, which would likely prove embarrassing for Graziani's command. On the other hand, the Comando Supremo recognized that it would likely require military assistance from the Germans at some point, and was thus reluctant to reject any German offers outright. Instead, the Comando Supremo suggested that it was preferable for the OKH to provide 150 to 200 medium tanks to Italy in order that it could fully equip and send its own Ariete division to North Africa. The OKH responded that it had no medium tanks to spare, but said it could provide captured French tanks to Italy, which temporarily halted discussions on this subject. In mid-October 1940, the OKH sent Generalmajor Wilhelm Ritter von Thoma, one of its most experienced panzer commanders, to Rome to gather information about the theater of operations. Von Thoma spent 3 days in discussions with the Italian Army staff and returned to report to the OKH on 24 October. Hitler requested a personal briefing from von Thoma as well, noting that the desert environment would prove a major logistical challenge for German panzer forces, and that the Italian 10th Armata was ill-disposed toward any major offensive operations. At best, the Italian supply lines would be stressed to sustain a single panzer division in Libya. Generalleutnant Friedrich Paulus, the Oberquartiermeister I of the OKH, pointed out that sending a single panzer division to operate with the Italians made no sense because it would be too small a force to operate independently. On the other hand, a mechanized corps with 3 divisions might achieve useful results, but would require 80,000 tons of supplies just to begin operations in North Africa, with more to follow every month. In Rome, the Comando Supremo decided to sit on the German proposals, since Mussolini hoped to achieve a tactical victory in North Africa at Mersa Matruh without help from his ally. On 12 November, Hitler signed Führer Directive No. 18, which directed that one panzer division would stand by for service in North Africa. But without Mussolini's concurrence, the directive was essentially a dead letter. However, the situation changed quickly because of Operation Compass in December 1940. By 21 December, the Comando Supremo was urgently sending requests to the OKH for tank support. But now all German panzer divisions were assigned to participate in Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union. After its earlier proposals had been rebuffed, the OKH was now reluctant to help the Italians, but Hitler was unwilling to see his ally defeated in North Africa. Consequently, on 11 January 1941, he signed Führer Directive No. 22, Unternehmen Sonnenblume, Operation Sunflower, which authorized the transfer of a defensive covering force to Libya. The OKH decided to create a hybrid division designated as the 5th Leichte Division, rather than redirecting the entire 3rd Panzerdivision to North Africa. Oberst Hans Freiherr von Funk's Panzerregiment 5, with 2 battalions, was the primary combat element of the hybrid division, but 3rd Panzer Division also contributed its reconnaissance battalion, its anti-tank battalion, and 1 artillery battalion. The rest of the division was filled out with Heeresgruppen, independent army-level battalions, including 2 motorized machine gun battalions and Panzerjäger Abteilung SFL 605, equipped with 27 Panzerjäger 1 tank destroyers. The 5th Leichte Division was a very unbalanced formation, with emphasis on tanks and anti-tank weapons, but very little infantry or artillery. Although von Fonck assembled the task force, Generalmajor Johannes Streich was given command of the 5th Leichter Division on 7 February 1941. Streich was a very experienced armor officer, having led Panzer Regiment 15 in the Polish and French campaigns. In addition to the 5th Leichter Division, the OKH decided to form a second armored unit to deploy to North Africa, using the 33rd Infanterie Division as a base. By adding Panzer Regiment 8 from the 10th Panzer Division and a large amount of motorized transport, a mundane infantry formation was transformed into the 15th Panzer Division in just a few months. The 15th Panzer Division was a more balanced formation, with 2 tank, 5 infantry, and 3 artillery battalions, plus normal allocations of engineers, reconnaissance, and anti-tank support units. On 18 February 1941, the German forces deploying to North Africa were designated as the Deutsches Afrikakorps, DAK, and Generalleutnant Erwin Rommel was assigned as commander. Although Rommel had put in an exemplary performance as commander of the 7th Panzer Division during the French campaign, he had no prior experience with tanks and had never commanded anything larger than a battalion prior to 1940. While other officers had been gaining experience commanding tank battalions and regiments since 1935, Rommel had been guarding Hitler at the 1936 Nuremberg Nazi Party rally and training Hitler youth groups, along with brief stints commanding the Führer's escort unit. Nor did Rommel have any general staff or technical training, which made him poorly prepared to conduct operational-level warfare with mechanized units. In particular, he had little patience for intelligence and logistics, and simply assumed that he could overcome all obstacles with his bulldozer approach to leadership. Despite efforts by historians to paint Rommel as apolitical and opposed to the Nazi regime, in fact, Rommel clearly worked the system through close contact with Hitler and other high-level officials like Joseph Goebbels to get the command assignments he wanted. The first major German armored unit to reach North Africa was Oberst Herbert Olbrich's Panzer Regiment 5, which had a total of 155 tanks, 25 Panzer I, 45 Panzer II, 61 Panzer III, 17 Panzer IV, 7 Panzer Bef, divided into 2 Panzer battalions and a Regimentsstab, headquarters. The regiment also had an organic tank repair company, Panzerwerkstatt Company, which, in addition to workshops, possessed a single SD-KFZ-9 recovery vehicle, FAMO. Each Panzer battalion comprised a headquarters company, Stabskompanie, with 5 Panzer II, 1 Panzer III, and 2 Panzer Bef, 2 light companies, Leichte Kompanien, each with 5 Panzer II and 17 Panzer III tanks, and 1 medium company, Mittlere Kompanie, with 5 Panzer II and 10 Panzer IV tanks. Altogether, a total of 65 tanks, 20 Panzer II, 35 Panzer III, and 10 Panzer IV. Platoons equipped with the Panzer III medium tank had 5 vehicles, while those equipped with the Panzer IV had 4 vehicles. In terms of combat support, the Panzer Battalion had a motorized tank maintenance platoon with 8 trucks and 5 half-tracks, and 1 Leichte Kolonne, light supply column with 18 trucks. The authorized personnel strength of the Panzerabteilung was about 760, which was significantly larger than a British armored battalion. Although short on infantry and artillery support, the 5th Leichte Division was provided with powerful support assets. The Luftwaffe 1 Flak Regiment 33 had 3 Schwere, heavy batteries, each with 6 8.8 centimeter Flak 18 guns. These high-velocity weapons could destroy even the Matilda II tank out to 1,500 meters. The Panzerjäger 1 tank destroyers and Panzerjäger Abteilung SFL 605 combined a Czech-made 47mm anti-tank gun on the chassis of a Panzer I tankette, which proved to be an effective combination. The Germans also placed great emphasis on reconnaissance, and Aufklärungsabteilung 3 had about 40 armored cars, some like the SD-KFZ 222, mounting a 2-centimeter gun. The German reconnaissance units proved better equipped than the British units, which still depended on lightly armed, obsolescent armored cars. The Luftwaffe also provided a close support package for the DAK, including 2 groups of Ju-87 Stuka dive bombers, 1st Stuka G-1 and 1st Stuka G-2, and 1 Staffel squadron of Bf-110 fighter bombers, 8 ZG-26. The primary German tanks sent to North Africa in March 1941 were the Panzer III Ausf G model and the Panzer IV Ausf D/E models. With the Ausf G model, the Panzer III was finally hitting its stride as a medium tank, possessing a good mix of firepower, mobility, and armored protection for the battlefield of 1941. Against the Allied tanks of this period, the 5-centimeter KWK 38 L42 gun was capable of defeating all but the thickly armored Matilda II at ranges up to about 1,000 meters. The Panzer IV Ausf D with its 7.5-centimeter KWK L24 howitzer had the ability to engage enemy anti-tank guns at a distance, a capability none of the British tanks possessed. Although the British 2-pounder gun, 40mm, could defeat both German medium tanks at typical battlefield ranges, this declined when up-armored versions of both tanks appeared early in 1941, the Panzer III Ausf H and Panzer IV Ausf E. Unlike the Italian armored units, all the German tanks were equipped with VHF radios, most with either the Fu-2 or Fu-5 short-range models. Battalion and regimental level command vehicles were equipped with the longer-range Fu-6 or Fu-8 radios. German regimental and battalion level commanders also had dedicated command vehicles, Panzerbefehlswagen, outfitted with extra radios, which enhanced their ability to coordinate fast-moving armored operations on the battlefield. While German logistical support was thin on the ground in North Africa, they did enjoy a few advantages. Unlike the British, the German Army had put a great deal of effort into developing various ancillary equipment to support mechanized operations, including the famous Wehrmacht Einheitskanister for field refueling. The pressed steel container, dubbed the jerry can by the Allies, could hold 20 liters of fuel and proved extremely useful in North Africa. Each panzer deployed to North Africa arrived with at least 6 to 8 of these fuel canisters mounted on their turrets. The Panzerwerkstatt workshop company within the Panzer Regiment was capable of considerable field repair, including welding to repair damage and replacing faulty engines and transmissions. Unlike British armored units, German panzer units were already well versed in battlefield recovery, which enabled them to recover both friendly and enemy vehicles after dark. Although neither of the German armored divisions deploying to North Africa had fought as complete units before, these ad hoc formations quickly gelled into veteran units with high esprit de corps. Superior tactics, doctrine, small unit leadership, and reliable weapons gave the Afrika Korps panzer units a considerable edge against their Commonwealth opponents in 1941 and 1942. However, the Afrika Korps was never intended to conduct a multi-year campaign in an austere environment or provide the means to win a protracted battle of attrition, which limited the scale of what it could actually accomplish. Chapter 3. Early Armored Operations in 1940-41. Border Skirmishes, June through August 1940. The Mediterranean will be turned into an Italian lake. Mussolini, 1940. Once the Italians declared war, the British wasted no time in initiating hostilities across the Libyan-Egyptian border. During the counterinsurgency campaign against the Senussi in the early 1930s, the Italians had created a barrier on the Egyptian frontier known as the Wire, which ran for over 600 kilometers. It consisted of 4 rows of single-strand barbed wire, secured by metal posts. The Italians had built several small stone forts to monitor the border area, and Generale di Divisione Luigi Sibile's 1st Libyan Division, 1st Divisione Libica, which reported to the 21st Corps, was responsible for manning the garrisons. Generale Garibaldi intended to keep most of his forces back from the border area to protect them from British attack, so the only armored unit near the border was Colonnello Lorenzo D'Avanzo's 9th Battaglione Carriel. O'Connor lacked the strength or logistic resources to mount an offensive, but he directed Cray's 7th Armored Division to conduct cross-border raids to harass the enemy and gather information on their dispositions. Cray assigned the armored cars of Lieutenant Colonel John F. B. Coombs's 11th Hussars to penetrate the frontier wire in several places and send troop-sized patrols into enemy territory on the evening of 11 to 12 June. Coombe and his men took to the task with relish, scooping up about 70 unwary Italians and then returning to Egypt without loss. Emboldened by the lack of enemy resistance, Brigadier John A. L. Conter decided to reinforce the 11th Hussars with Lieutenant Colonel Geoffrey Fielden's 7th Hussars and conduct simultaneous attacks against some of the Italian border forts on the morning of 14 June. Fielden sent his A and B squadrons, supported by one company of the 1st KRRC, to attack Fort Capuzzo. The attack was also supported by RAF Blenheim bombers, which dropped bombs near the fort just prior to the ground attack. Accuracy was poor and the bombs missed the target. Fielden's 7th Hussars conducted a pincer attack against Fort Capuzzo, while the British infantry dismounted at a distance of 1,400 meters and advanced on line. 2 infantry carriers ran onto mines, killing 1 infantryman. After a brief show of resistance, the 226-man garrison surrendered. Meanwhile, Coombe Force, consisting of B and C squadrons of the 11th Hussars, about 35 armored cars, plus C Squadron of the 7th Hussars, and 1 troop of 4 25-pounder howitzers, had crossed the border into Libya at 0710 hours and headed past Fort Capuzzo toward the Italian fortified camp at Sidi Azeiz, 10 kilometers to the northwest. Apparently, the previous patrols by the 11th Hussars had failed to identify the strength of the enemy garrison at Sidi Azeiz. Gruppo Garelli consisted of 1 infantry regiment of the 1st Libyan Division, 2 companies from the 9th Battaglione Carri Leggeri, with a total of 24 CV-35 tankettes and 4 artillery batteries, equipped with 77/28 guns. It was a strong position, made stronger by the fact that the Italians had also emplaced Valdogna B-2 anti-tank mines around their camp. As they approached the camp, the lead squadron of the 11th Hussars came under fire from 2 77/28 76.5mm artillery batteries at a range of about 5,000 meters. While the armored cars tried to skirt around the enemy position, Major Ronald F. G. Jane, commander of C Squadron 7H, spotted an enemy infantry position on a nearby ridge and opted to attack immediately with his Mark 6B light tanks. Charging quickly to reduce their exposure to enemy artillery fire, one of Jane's troops ran straight into a minefield, and 3 Mark 6B light tanks were destroyed. Trooper Leslie L. Webb from Sheffield was the first British tanker killed in North Africa. Major Jane succeeded in rescuing the crew of one of his destroyed tanks under fire from the enemy artillery. The British brought up their 25-pounder artillery troop to try and suppress the enemy guns and engaged from maximum range, about 12,000 meters, which was well beyond the range of the Italian guns. However, at that range, the British gunners found that the shimmering heat rising from the desert made it impossible to adjust fire onto targets that were difficult to spot. After failing to make any progress, Coombe decided to withdraw after 1,200 hours. When the Italian garrison spotted the British pulling back, the commander committed 1 company of CV-35 tankettes to attack the 11th Hussar rear guard. 6 CV-35s moved rapidly against B Squadron 11H, but one of the armored cars had a 14mm Boys anti-tank rifle, which it used to disable one of the tankettes and capture its 2-man crew. The attack on Sidi Azeiz had failed, primarily due to the lack of proper pre-battle reconnaissance and support assets. Nor did it help that a large number of A-9 cruiser tanks fell out en route to the objective, mainly due to fragile track pins which easily broke on the rocky desert terrain. Most of the British mechanized units retreated back across the border, but part of Sea Squadron 11H was ordered to set up an ambush along the Bardia-Tobruk road. During the morning of 15 June, the 5 armored cars in this group intercepted a number of small Italian convoys, resulting in Italian losses of 21 dead, 88 captured, and 37 vehicles lost. The biggest prize was the capture of Generale di Brigata Romolo Lastrucci, the 10th Armata's new appointed chief engineer. However, the Italians identified the British roadblock and called in aircraft to attack the enemy armored cars. Italian fighters strafed the British troop and managed to penetrate the turret armor on one Rolls-Royce armored car, indicating the very limited protection of these obsolete vehicles. Unlike the RAF, which preferred to attack fixed targets, and the further back behind the front the better, the Regia Aeronautica proved capable of finding and attacking moving targets in the desert, a legacy of their focus on counterinsurgency warfare. Generale Garibaldi was incensed about reports of British raids across the border and attacks on his border forts, so he ordered Sibile's 1st Libyan Division to send a battle group into the area south of Fort Capuzzo to deal with the enemy infiltrators. Colonnello Lorenzo D'Avanzo, commander of the 9th Battaglione Cariel, was chosen to lead the column, which consisted of 1 battalion of Libyan infantry mounted in Lancia 3RO trucks, Capitane Rizzi's 3rd Company of 9th Battaglione Cariel with 16 tankettes and a battery of 4 77/28 field guns. D'Avanzo was an experienced armor leader, having previously commanded the 4th Tank Infantry Regiment in Rome and seen combat in Spain with the CTV. He advanced toward Girba with 1 tankette platoon in the lead, followed by the infantry and artillery in the center of the column, and the rest of the tankettes in the rear. Early on the morning of 16 June, 2nd Lieutenant Warren V. H. Gape, with just 2 armored cars from B Squadron 11H, spotted Raggruppamento d'Avanzo near Nezuet Girba and boldly decided to attack. Gape advanced rapidly, spraying the column with .303 7.7mm Vickers machine gun fire. The Libyan infantry quickly dismounted, but their trucks drove off, leaving them stranded in the open. The Italian tankettes counterattacked, forcing Gape to veer off. However, Gape plastered the lead Italian platoon, knocking out 4 tankettes. It is unlikely that the Vickers machine gun fire penetrated the 15mm armor on the tankettes, but a large number of impacts at close range likely caused spalling, which could injure the crew. Despite this success, Gape was still badly outnumbered until several more British armored cars arrived, causing the Italian tankettes to fall back toward their supporting infantry and artillery. Since a handful of armored cars could not destroy an Italian battle group on their own, they called for reinforcements. Major D.C. Seymour Evans's A Squadron 7H soon arrived, with 6 A-9 cruisers and several light tanks. Rather unusually, the British commanders were able to observe D'Avanzo's column, which had deployed in the open, about 3 kilometers away, and plan a deliberate attack. Around 1100 hours, the British advanced, with the 2 armored car troops swinging wide around the Italian flanks in order to cut off their retreat, while Evans's tanks headed straight for the Italian column. 7 Italian tankettes vainly tried to counterattack the approaching British tanks, but were shot to pieces, some at point-blank range. The Italian artiglieri gunners, led by Tenente Raffaele Bonanno, fired repeatedly at the British tanks with HE rounds, but their inability to traverse prevented them from scoring any hits on the moving tanks. In a complete break with standard tactics, the British tanks circled the Italian column twice, pouring machine gun and cannon fire into it. Once Tenente Bonanno and his gunners were killed, the survivors tried to escape in the remaining vehicles, but the 11th Hussar armored cars were waiting for them. Colonnello D'Avanzo was killed in his Fiat staff car by machine gun fire, but a large number of survivors did escape. The British had won a clear-cut tactical victory in their first tank-versus-tank action in North Africa. In the Battle of Ghirba, the Italians lost 16 CV-35 tankettes, 4 field guns, and 13 trucks, plus over 50 killed and 101 captured. The British units had not suffered a single casualty. Despite their tactical victory, the British noted several problems that the Battle of Ghirba exposed. Foremost, it was discovered during the action that the number 9 wireless sets in the 11th Hussars could not communicate with the number 11 wireless sets in the 7th Hussars. And this would not be the last time that British battlefield communications would be hampered by failure to check equipment and frequencies prior to combat. British gunnery was also found to be good at close range, but ineffectual at longer ranges. The A-9 cruisers should have been able to pick off the Italian tankettes at 600 to 800 meters, but this proved impossible. Italian gunnery was even more ineffectual, inflicting no serious damage. The initial encounters also reinforced a tank-heavy mindset in British commanders, inasmuch as detachments of infantry, artillery, engineers, and anti-tank had not contributed much. Tanks and armored cars had sufficed. Nor did the lack of any air defense capability in the 7th Armored Division seem to be a noticeable vulnerability, despite frequent enemy air attacks and the lack of RAF fighter support. During the first month of the Desert War, British senior officers also demonstrated a risky tendency to go swanning about near the front line. On one evening, a patrol from the 11th Hussars was surprised to encounter an unescorted staff car containing General O'Connor himself, approaching from Italian-held territory. O'Connor's staff officers, such as Gairdner and Dorman Smith, also made sudden appearances and tried to micromanage junior frontline officers. This command style worked against the development of effective combined arms warfare. After the destruction of Raggruppamento d'Avanzo, Garibaldi decided to rush more reinforcements to the border region and requested the Regia Aeronautica to concentrate on destroying the British armored screening units that were operating west of the wire. By 24 June, Coombs' 11th Hussars were under regular air attack and were no longer able to move large formations without being spotted from the air. While British histories tend to emphasize that the Italians were demoralized by these early raids, in fact, the British covering force action only achieved success in the first 2 weeks of the war. After that, the Italians steadily increased the pressure on British units operating inside Libya. In fact, the British screening forces were operating at the limit of their logistic support and in the worst desert heat of the summer. Daytime temperatures could reach up to 43 degrees C, 109 degrees Fahrenheit, and water was in very short supply. Consequently, the 11th Hussars could only operate in the early morning hours and evening. Many personnel, such as the audacious 2nd Lieutenant Gape, became sick after a few weeks in the desert and had to be sent back to Cairo to recuperate. Trying to control a dispersed squadron by radio over a distance of over 160 kilometers also stretched British command and control to its limits. In retrospect, Brigadier Caunter was being far too aggressive with his covering force, exposing it to risk for very limited gain. Reports of small enemy truck convoys did not answer any of O'Connor's priority intelligence requirements, PIRs, such as when would the Italian 10th Armata invade Egypt. The Italians slowly began inflicting losses on Coombs' 11th Hussars with air attacks, ambushes, and mines. Nor could the 11th Hussars prevent the Italians from reoccupying Fort Capuzzo and digging in a battalion of artillery there, supported by 47mm anti-tank guns. When Caunter learned about this development, he ordered Lieutenant Colonel Fielden's 7th Hussars to mount a full-scale attack on Fort Capuzzo to drive the enemy out. The first attack, conducted on the morning of 29 June, was an all-tank affair. Charging to within 1,500 meters, Fielden's 3 tank squadrons encountered heavy artillery fire and some anti-tank fire, which was unhealthy for the thin-skinned Mark 6B lights and A9 cruisers. The 2-pounder guns proved completely incapable of hitting dug-in enemy guns, so Fielden pulled back. The Italians called up close air support, which annoyingly bombed and strafed the British armor, which was trying to reform. Colonel Gardner turned up and chided Caunter into making another attempt, this time with a battery of 4 25-pounders to support the attack. However, no infantry was committed to the attack. The 25-pounders arrived, fired ineffectually for 40 minutes, and then stopped by about 1845 hours. Fielden was slow to organize the second attack, which did not commence until 2035 hours. The 7th Hussars mounted a converging attack from 3 directions in the evening twilight, moving rapidly to within 500 meters of the Italian positions in the best cavalry tradition. The Italians fired flares and opened fire with every gun. A platoon of CV-35s also joined the action, attempting to ram one British tank. Multiple British tanks were hit, and Fielden was wounded. Major Frederick W. Bias took command of the 7th Hussars. Although Italian gunnery was poor, there was a lot of it, and the British armor withdrew after 2 tanks were destroyed and several others damaged. After this unsuccessful action, Cray decided to replace Caunter's 4th Armored Brigade with Brigadier Hugh Russell's 7th Armored Brigade. Although part of the 11th Hussars was pulled back to rest, C Squadron continued to operate near the Bardia-Tobruk Road in the hope of intercepting more Italian convoys. Instead, the Regia Aeronautica spotted 2 troops of 11th Hussars around noon on 25 July, and CR-42 fighters subjected them to intense bombing and strafing attacks. This time, the Italian pilots did not miss, and all 6 armored cars were knocked out. On top of this, a platoon of M11 39 tanks, just arrived from Benghazi, appeared and dispersed the dismounted British crewmen. Although a minor tactical success, this action demonstrated that the Italians were capable of coordinating tanks and aircraft, as well as conducting a competent counter-reconnaissance action. While the British continued to contest the area around Fort Capuzzo, Sidi Aziz, well into August, the wear and tear on their vehicles was considerable, and they achieved no further successes. On 5 August, Lieutenant Colonel T.G. Watson's 8th Hussars encountered elements of Major Eugenio Campanile's 2nd Battaglione Carriem near Sidi Aziz, in the first action between British cruiser tanks and the M11 39 tanks. Details on this action are sparse, but it is clear that the Italians destroyed 2 British tanks, likely Mark 6, and captured 2 A9s that had been disabled or thrown track. In exchange, 3 Italian M11 39 tanks were destroyed. The British tankers opened fire with their 2-pounder guns at around 600 to 700 meters and could easily defeat the 30mm frontal armor on the M11 39s at that range when they could hit them. The Italian Carrista were quick to recognize that their hull-mounted 37mm gun left them at a severe disadvantage against British cruisers with turreted-mounted 2-pounders, although in terms of mobility and armored protection, the M11 39 was comparable to the A9. After this action, Wavell directed O'Connor to reduce the covering force operation in order to conserve the 7th Armored Division. By mid-August, nearly half the vehicles in 7th Armored Division were deadlined for repairs, and few spares were available. Some British sources claimed that the 2-month-long covering force action inflicted over 3,000 casualties on the Italian 10th Armata, which is absurd. Italian sources indicate that they suffered 558 casualties in the first 2 weeks of the Desert Campaign, which is when the British inflicted the most damage. Aside from the destruction of 1 company of CV-35 tankettes and 1 platoon of M11 39s, no other Italian armor was lost. In contrast, British personnel losses were light, but they lost at least 5 light tanks, 2 cruisers, and 8 armored cars, plus more damaged. Although Cray and his brigade commanders were sanguine about the casualties they had inflicted on the Italians, they had actually achieved very little in operational terms, since they lacked the strength to prevent the Italian 21st Corps from reinforcing its border outposts. The British cavalrymen also had a tendency to confuse raiding with reconnaissance, which led to unnecessary losses. As an old Apache saying goes, 1 man sees as much as 10 men. Ergo, reconnaissance is best conducted by small, inconspicuous units. Committing an armored brigade to a 2-month-long reconnaissance mission was a contravention of British pre-war doctrine and a misuse of a precious asset, which needed to be conserved for the appropriate moment to strike. For their part, the Italians learned 2 lessons from the initial desert skirmishes. First, their tankettes and obsolete field artillery were of no use against British armored units in an open battle. Thus, these kinds of actions should be avoided until better equipment was available. The new M1139 medium tanks seemed best suited for defense rather than offense. Second, British armor was stymied by fortified positions, surrounded by mines and protected by multiple field guns. Thus, fortified camps seemed to offer a means to neutralize the British advantage in armor. Despite inducing greater caution into Italian tactics, the early desert actions did demonstrate the bravery of Italian caristi, tankers, who were willing to attack enemy vehicles that were clearly superior. Disaster in Egypt, September to December 1940. Maresciallo Graziano and Generale Garibaldi were not eager to invade Egypt, but Mussolini insisted, and the best they could do was put off the inevitable until September 1940. Had Mussolini only intended to invade Egypt, the 10th Armata might have been provided enough resources to mount a proper operation, as the Regio Esercito had done in Ethiopia. However, Mussolini also wanted to invade Greece and committed large resources to a simultaneous build-up in Albania, including the 131st Divisione Corazzata Centauro and a great deal of motor transport. If Mussolini had deferred his Greek campaign, the Regio Esercito could have deployed a mechanized corps to Libya, albeit a poorly equipped one. Graziani and Garibaldi used July through August to build up an offensive capability in the 10th Armata, primarily upon Generale di Corpo d'Armata Annibale Bergonzole's 23rd Corps, 3 infantry divisions, Generale Sebastione Gallina's Libyan group, 2 Libyan infantry divisions, and the Raggruppamento Maletti, Group Maletti, which had the 2nd Battaglione Carrimeri, M1139 tanks, and 3 battalions of truck-mounted Libyan infantry. Garibaldi was provided with a total of about 2,000 motor vehicles, adequate to transport his 3 Italian infantry divisions, but most of the Libyan infantry would have to walk to the objective, which was Sidi Barrani. Altogether, the strike force for Operazione E, the Italian invasion of Egypt, would consist of 30 infantry battalions and 4 tank battalions, 1 medium and 3 light. Much of the Italian armor, 5 battalions, was kept in reserve near Bardia, along with 2 more infantry divisions. Despite being reinforced with some medium tanks and additional anti-tank guns, Garibaldi's 10th Armata was quite unimpressive in terms of mobility and firepower. In order to bolster the anti-tank capability of infantry in North Africa, the Comando Supremo sent the 10th Armata a batch of newly purchased Swiss-made 20mm Solothurn anti-tank rifles, but it turned out these weapons were only effective against British light and cruiser tanks at ranges under 300 meters. Recognizing the weakness of Italy's quasi-mechanized force, Garibaldi opted to conduct a strategic offensive into Egypt to satisfy Mussolini, but to conduct the operation as a tactical defense once they reached Sidi Barrani. Italian Military Intelligence, SIM, estimated that the British Western Desert Force now had about 700 tanks, which induced great caution. Graziani intended to develop a robust line of communications before plunging deep into Egypt, and he was also playing for time until the arrival of División Ariete and its new M1340 medium tanks. On 13 September 1940, Garibaldi's 10th Armata began moving into Egypt. Bergonzoli's 23rd Corps and Libyans advanced eastward along the coast, clearing a small British rear guard out of the Halfaya Pass, then Sollum. Although the British laid some mines in the Halfaya Pass and harassed Italian units with long-range artillery fire, O'Connor only had a single reinforced infantry battalion and some artillery batteries defending the coast road, so no effort was made to halt the enemy advance. Generale Pietro Maletti's tank group was deployed as a flank guard and started its advance from Sidi Omar, but quickly got lost in the desert twice. Coombs' 11th Hussars fell back in front of the Italian advance, maintaining contact and reporting the enemy's movements. Garibaldi relied on motorcycle troops to lead his advance and keep his tanks close in hand, which made it impossible to trap or destroy any of the British rearguard units. Amazingly, the Libyan units advanced with camels carrying their light artillery pieces and officers mounted on horseback, as if they were on a colonial expedition. Garibaldi ignored Italian doctrine for mobile warfare and pre-war rhetoric about guerra lampo and instead advanced cautiously, almost at a walking pace, with his infantry leading while the tanks followed. The one impressive unit in the invading force was the 1st Battaglione Sahariano, 1st Saharan Battalion, which was trained and equipped for desert reconnaissance. In particular, the battalion's four-wheel drive Fiat SPA-37 trucks were optimized for the desert and could mount a variety of weapons, including 20mm autocannon and 47mm anti-tank guns. On the afternoon of 16 September, the lead elements of Bergonzoli's 23rd Corps reached Sidi Barrani, and the next day they reached Maktila, 24 kilometers to the west, and halted. Garibaldi then began deploying his divisions into a linear defensive line centered on several fortified camps, stretching 26 kilometers to the south. The accompanying M1139 medium tanks had suffered no combat losses, but 31 out of 68 were not mission-capable after moving just 100 kilometers. Garibaldi intended to remain within range of Italian air support, while stockpiling supplies for the next phase of the advance to Mersa Matruh. No fuel or food awaited the invaders at Sidi Barrani. It all had to be brought up by truck from Bardia and Tobruk. Since the British had poisoned the wells at Sidi Barrani, which British histories studiously avoid mentioning, it would take time to provide a daily water supply for over 60,000 troops. Furthermore, the Via Balbia stopped at the Libyan-Egyptian border, and the existing road was insufficient to handle daily traffic from hundreds of trucks, so considerable engineer effort would be required to create a viable line of communications for the 10th Armata. Consequently, for the next 12 weeks, Garibaldi focused on improving his forward positions and solving his logistical problems, but did not advance another inch further east. Leaving Coombs' 11th Hussars as a screening force to monitor the Italians at Sidi Barrani, O'Connor waited with the bulk of the Western Desert Force 130 kilometers to the east at Mersa Matruh. A strong defensive position, known as the Bagush Box, was created east of Mersa Matruh, an early example of the British use of fortified boxes in the desert. Cray's 7th Armored Division was concentrated near the town, and O'Connor hoped that the Italians would advance, so that he could launch a concentrated attack with all his armor. However, Cray only had about 70 operational cruiser tanks, including 10 recently arrived A-10 tanks, which was not much of a strike force either. Weeks passed, and the enemy made no advance, which prompted O'Connor to begin rethinking his plan to fight an aggressive defense at Mersa Matruh. By the end of September, the first of the apology convoys reached Suez from England, bringing with it 165 tanks from the 3rd Hussars, 2nd RTR, and 7th RTR, as well as additional 2-pounder anti-tank guns and 25-pounder howitzers. By 4 October, the convoy had been unloaded and crews reunited with vehicles. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander C. Harcourt's 2nd RTR had a mix of cruiser tanks, including 18 of the new A-13 Cruiser Mark III tanks. The real game-changer was Lieutenant Colonel Roy M. Jerram's 7th RTR, equipped with 50 Matilda II infantry tanks, which were nearly invulnerable to all Italian anti-tank weapons. Jerram's Matilda II tanks were moved forward by rail from the Abbassia Depot to the Sidi Hanesh rail station east of Mersa Matruh on 21 October. With the additional reinforcements, Cray was able to substantially upgrade the 7th Armored Division. Each armored brigade now had over 150 tanks, 1/3 of which were cruisers, A9, A10, A13. Jerram's 7th RTR was kept as a corps-level asset under O'Connor's control. Furthermore, O'Connor received the 4th Indian Division, which gave him a seasoned infantry unit. By 20 October, Wavell was requesting permission to launch a limited attack against the forward Italian positions. Unfortunately, events outside Wavell's control had a direct impact on his plans to mount a counterstroke against the Italian 10th Armata at Sidi Barrani. First, the Italians invaded Greece from Albania, which prompted Churchill to provide assistance to the Greeks, which meant taking troops and air support from Wavell's command. Second, Italian operations in Ethiopia caused Churchill to direct Wavell to send reinforcements, such as the 4th Indian Division, to the Sudan. Strategic distractions and attempts by Churchill to micromanage operations complicated Wavell's ability to develop and plan a set-piece operation against Garibaldi's forward positions near Sidi Barrani. In the interim, Cray's 7th Armored Division continued to develop a strong defensive position at Mersa Matruh, while using the 11th Hussars to mount aggressive patrolling against the Italian positions. A raid against the Italian fortified camp at Maktila on the night of 23 through 24 October failed and was driven off by strong enemy fire, which probably encouraged Garibaldi to think his forward positions were secure. Mussolini continually pressured Garibaldi and Graziani to resume their advance into Egypt, but they procrastinated, waiting for more reinforcements. The 1st Battalion equipped with the new M1340 medium tank, the 3rd Battaglione Carri M under Tenente Colonnello Carlo Ghioldi, was rushed to Benghazi in early October and unloaded. The M1340 was a limited improvement over the M1139 tank since it mounted a 47mm gun in a full rotating turret, but it had essentially the same modest mobility of its predecessor. Compared to the British cruiser tanks, the M1340 had better armored protection than the A9, A10, and A13 models, but it was slower, and its lack of a radio put it at a serious disadvantage in mobile warfare. Equipped with just 37 M1340 tanks, Ghioldi's battalion was kept in reserve near Gambut in Libya and spent the rest of October in training. A second M1340 battalion, the 5th Battaglione Carrimeri under Tenente Colonnello Emilio Iezzi, was earmarked for Libya but would not arrive until mid-December. In order to mass both medium tank battalions under a single commander, Graziani directed his armored force commander, Generale di Brigata Valentin Babini, to form a special armored brigade, Brigata Corazzata Speciale, or BCS, on 25 November. Since the lead elements of the Ariete Division were not expected to reach Libya until January, Graziani wanted to form an ad hoc armored division based on units that were already in theater. Thus, the BCS, or Babini Group, was supposed to consist of both M1340 medium tank battalions, 3rd and 5th, 3 Bersaglieri battalions, 1 motorcycle battalion, 1 artillery regiment, 2 anti-tank companies, 1 engineering company, and several logistics units. In short, this was the first real Italian effort to build a balanced, combined arms force for mechanized warfare. However, the Italian leadership failed to appreciate that it takes more than equipment to form an effective combat team, and the Babini group was composed of subunits that had never trained or worked together before. Garibaldi's front near Sidi Barrani was anchored upon fortified camps built at Maktila, Tumar, Nibewa, and Sofafi Rabia. The camps were based upon experience from previous colonial wars and the First World War. They were organized for all-around defense and protected by minefields, anti-tank ditches, and barbed wire. Each camp was defended by a regimental-sized force consisting of entrenched infantry, field artillery, anti-tank guns, and an attached tank battalion. Based upon experience gained in the defense of the similar fortified camp at Sidi Aziz against British armor, Garibaldi had reason to be confident that the camps would be difficult to overrun. However, the British had been afforded over 2 months to study the camps, and they quickly noticed a 24-kilometer-wide gap around Bir Enba in the south between the Nibewa and Sofafi Rabia camps, which was dubbed the Enba Gap. By early November, Wavell and O'Connor were already considering a limited offensive against Garibaldi's forward camps, and the Enba Gap offered an opportunity to outflank and defeat the enemy in detail. O'Connor sent Coombs' 11th Hussars and Lieutenant Colonel Youngblood's 3rd Hussars into the Enba Gap to gather additional information on Italian dispositions and to lay the groundwork for an offensive. It was at this point that the 7th Armored Division's support group began using so-called jock columns, mixed reconnaissance/battle groups, which typically consisted of some motorized infantry, armored cars, and towed artillery pieces. British histories tend to exaggerate the importance of the jock columns, which were not particularly innovative and more reflective of past colonial warfare experience than peer-versus-peer warfare. In Nibewa, Generale Maletti noted this British reconnaissance activity and tried to mount a coordinated air-ground response on the afternoon of 19 November using 27 M1139 under Major Victor Ceva from 2nd Battaglione Carrimedi, a company of motorized infantry, a mixed artillery group, and a squadron of ground attack aircraft. While the initial Italian strafing attacks inflicted some casualties on the 3rd Hussars, the ground assault at 13:30 hours did not go well. Capitano Giuseppe Locatelli led a company of M1139 tanks in the assault near Alam Abu Hilat against a squadron of A-10 cruisers. The British cruisers calmly engaged the approaching Italian tanks, inflicting multiple hits. Tenente Leo Todeschini, a tank platoon commander, left his tank in an attempt to tow one of his damaged vehicles, but had his leg shattered by a 2-pounder shell. Locatelli tried to order his company to break off the action, but this proved difficult without a radio, and he was forced to dismount and run to individual vehicles to tell them to withdraw. While standing next to one damaged M1139, Capitano Locatelli was hit in the chest and killed. Nearby, Sergente Umberto Dianda was the driver of an M1139 that had been hit 4 times, and his other 2 crew members were dead. Despite being badly wounded himself, Dianda continued to fire by himself for a time, then drove his damaged tank to an aid station. In the short skirmish, Ceva's battalion had at least 5 M1139s immobilized and 11 others damaged. The lack of radios proved to be a severe detriment and prevented Ceva from effectively controlling his battalion. Altogether, the Italians suffered 76 casualties in the brief action, including 13 dead. Afterwards, the Regio Esercito was generous in its awards for the skirmish at Alam Abu Hilat, awarding the Gold Medal for Military Valor, Medaglia d'Oro al Valor Militare, or MOVM, to Locatelli, Todeschini, and Dianda. Following this brief action, Maletti pulled his forces back from the Enba Gap, and Garibaldi decided to rely upon air power to keep the British armored units in check. rather than expose his own limited armor resources to further losses. The Italian failure to mine the Enba Gap or position anti-tank units to keep the Jock columns out of this mobility corridor was a critical operational-level error. Meanwhile, O'Connor sorted through the available information and developed a rudimentary plan to strike the vulnerable south end of the Italian line of camps, then roll them up. Originally, O'Connor wanted to attack the 4 camps situated around Sofafi Rabia, but this objective would require longer approach marches over rocky, unsuitable terrain. Instead, O'Connor and his staff selected the Nibewa camp as their first target, to be followed up with an immediate attack on the Tumar camps. Although the camps had strong obstacle belts on their eastern and southern faces, British aerial reconnaissance observed gaps in the minefields on their northwestern sides. Authorized by Wavell to conduct a 5-day raid against the Italian forward positions, O'Connor, Cray, and Dorman Smith developed an aggressive plan to exploit the Enba Gap with armor, then assault the southernmost Italian camps from their western sides. Wavell approved the plan, which became Operation Compass. Unlike the previous British armored attacks at Arras and Abbeville 6 months earlier, O'Connor had several weeks to plan the operation and even conduct a full-scale rehearsal on 26 November. At dusk on 7 December, the 7th Armored Division and the 4th Indian Division began moving forward toward the Enba Gap. Moving a large armored force with roughly 5,000 vehicles over 100 kilometers along desert tracks at night from Mersa Matruh to the Enba Gap proved challenging for the limited logistic capabilities of O'Connor's Western Desert Force, WDF. The 7th Armored Division marched in brigade columns at a speed of 12 kilometers per hour. The 4th Armored Brigade column alone was 6 kilometers in length and raised a tremendous amount of dust. Although the Matilda Mark II infantry tanks were a key element of the assault plan, they were poorly suited to long-distance movement across desert on their own tracks, possessing a maximum range of barely 70 kilometers. Consequently, the RASC was obliged to set up 2 field supply depots, FSD, to provide refueling along the route of march. Jerram's Matildas managed to make the trek in 2 nights to the assembly point known as Piccadilly, located east of the Enba Gap. A few tanks fell out due to mechanical defects, but the B echelon personnel were on hand to make repairs. Masking the movement from Italian aerial reconnaissance also required limiting most large-scale vehicle movement to hours of darkness, even though night navigation in the desert was problematic. One Italian aircraft did spot the British columns around midday on 8 December, about 50 kilometers southeast of Nibewa Camp, but the report was ignored. The Royal Air Force assisted O'Connor's advance by conducting strikes on Italian air bases, which prevented the Regia Aeronautica from bombing his columns. By 0100 hours, the main strike force, Jerram's 7th RTR and the 11th Infantry Brigade, 4th Infantry Division, were through the Enba Gap and reached an attack position 10 kilometers southwest of Nibewa Camp. O'Connor's attack on the Nibewa and Tumar camps turned out to be exactly the kind of battle that British pre-war armored doctrine expected. While the cruiser and light tanks from the 7th Armored Division maneuvered to cut across the enemy's lines of communications, the 7th RTR's infantry tanks would mount a powerful attack against a fixed enemy defense, supported by infantry and artillery. Conter's 7th Armored Division was not actually assigned to conduct any fighting on the first day of Operation Compass. Rather, the 4th Armored Brigade would thrust north to the sea to cut the coastal road, while the 7th Armored Brigade merely screened the Italian forces in the Sofafi Rabia camps. Although the Italian camps were on alert, a certain amount of laxness was evident at dawn. British diversionary fire throughout the night had kept the defenders awake most of the night, and dawn is a time when troops look forward to a respite. The 22 remaining M1139 tanks from 2nd Battaglione Carrimeri were parked outside the northwest corner of the Nibewa camp, with most of the crews eating breakfast away from their vehicles. Tankers tend to be comfort-oriented, and this can lead to making tactically imprudent decisions. Although the Raggruppamento Maletti had plenty of motorcycle troops and Saharan scouts, none were deployed to provide advance warning of the British movements. Inside Nibewa, Maletti had 2 battalions of Libyan infantry, the 1st Battaglione Sahariano, and plenty of fire support, including 4 105mm howitzers, 12 75mm guns, 12 65mm guns, 14 47mm anti-tank guns, and 11 20mm anti-aircraft guns. All the infantry were protected by trenches, bunkers, and a stone wall, Sanger. Unnoticed, Jerom's 7th RTR began approaching Nibewa camp at 0615 hours and was soon assembled about 1,500 meters from the northwest corner. Jerom's 7th RTR was thoroughly versed in the existing doctrine of tank infantry tactics espoused by MTP No. 22, published in September 1939, which stipulated that tanks should attack an objective in 2 echelons. The first echelon, consisting only of tanks, would advance upon the objective after an artillery barrage and suppress enemy weapons with direct fire. The second echelon, consisting of tanks and dismounted infantry, would follow at a distance of about 1,000 meters, or 10 to 20 minutes later. Meanwhile, the 4th Indian Division deployed most of its artillery east of Nibewa and started a 10-minute artillery preparation on the camp at 0715 hours. This barrage was the first time that the Italians experienced a large-scale British artillery barrage, fired by 56 24-pounder guns, 8 127mm guns, and 8 6-inch howitzers, although early morning haze made observation difficult. Satisfied that the defense was suppressed by the barrage, Jerom's 7th RTR started its advance at 0725 hours. The 7th RTR attacked with Major Henry Roux's A Squadron in the first echelon, followed by the regimental headquarters element, then Major Edwin Hawthorne's B Squadron in the second echelon, followed by 2 platoons of British infantry and carriers, a total of about 60 infantrymen. Jerom kept Major Kenneth P. Harris's D Squadron in reserve, so only 32 Matilda tanks actually attacked the camp. 1 battery of 24-pounders fired in direct lay to suppress the defenses on the northwest corner of the camp. Advancing on line at a speed of about 150 meters per minute, Roux's Matildas quickly knocked out the cluster of M1139 tanks outside the camp, shooting up some with 2-pounder AP armor-piercing rounds and machine-gunning crews who were frantically running to their vehicles. Perhaps suppressed by the British barrage, the Italian artillery did not open fire until Roux's tanks were within about 700 meters of the perimeter, and their accuracy was poor. 1 Matilda tank driver, whose hatch was open, was seriously wounded, but otherwise the British armor reached the entrance to the camp virtually unscathed. Around 0735 hours, Roux aggressively pushed into the camp with 6 Matildas, engaging the Italian artillery at point-blank range with 7.92mm coaxial fire, Beza. Although the Italian 47mm anti-tank gun could not penetrate the 78mm thick frontal armor on the Matilda, it could penetrate the thinner side armor at ranges under 200 meters. While some British accounts suggest that Italian fire was ineffective against the Matildas, in fact, most of the tanks that entered Nibewa suffered significant external damage from multiple hits. Some Libyan infantry attempted futile close assaults with hand grenades, which failed miserably. Soon, tanks from Hawthorne's B Squadron also entered the camp, while 2 battalions of infantry dismounted from trucks and began advancing on foot toward the camp. Major Roux, still exposed in his turret, was killed by enemy fire, but his Matildas gunned down Generale Maletti when he emerged from his bunker. Once British infantry entered the camp, Italian resistance began collapsing around 0830, but sporadic resistance continued for another 2 hours. Jerom's 7th RTR, with support from the artillery and 11th Indian Brigade, had demolished Raggruppamento Maletti in 3 hours of intense fighting. Several Matildas had been hit by artillery rounds, with at least 2 disabled by direct hits on their radiators. Total Commonwealth losses were 2 killed and 5 wounded from 7th RTR and 49 casualties in the infantry units. In contrast, the Italians suffered at least 490 and possibly as high as 800 dead and 2,700 captured. Many British sources claim 4,000 prisoners at Nibewa, plus all their equipment was lost. Jerem hurried to reassemble his regiment in order to attack the Tumar camps as soon as possible, but 7 tanks from A Squadron stumbled into one of the minefields around the camp and were disabled. Ample proof that the Italian B-2 anti-tank mine could have stopped the Matildas from entering Nibewa. Given O'Connor's negligible engineer assets, just 1 company in the 7th Armored Division, if the Italians had emplaced more extensive minefields and covered them with fire, the British assault plan would likely have faltered. Despite the losses to mines, Jerem displayed considerable leadership ability in consolidating on the objective, quickly rearming and refueling. Captain George G. Anderson, the battalion technical officer, led a close support team at Nibewa that began repairing battle-damaged tanks while fighting was still going on. After this brief recovery, Jerem then dispatched Harris's D Squadron and 9 other Matildas to attack the Tumar West camp, located about 12 kilometers to the north. Jerem led from the front in a staff car, but a sudden sandstorm made it difficult to find the camp. Eventually, Jerem stumbled upon the camp and ordered D Squadron into the attack at 1350 hours. Tumar West was defended by 3 Libyan infantry battalions and ample artillery, and this time the defenders were not caught by surprise. Nevertheless, after a brief artillery preparation, D Squadron exploited gaps in the mine belt on the northwest corner of the camp, while infantry from the 5th Infantry Brigade disembarked outside the camp. Once again, the Italian gunners fired furiously at the Matildas, and Major Harris was temporarily blinded by a direct hit on his turret. The British repeated their methodical tactics of eliminating one gun after another, while their infantry moved into the camp. By 1600 hours, resistance in Tumar West was broken. During the action, the Italian garrison in Tumar East tried to send a battalion-sized force with 22 tankettes from the 9th Battaglione Carriel to aid their fellows, but it was repulsed with heavy losses by the supporting British infantry. No doubt exhausted, Jerem still had the wherewithal to rally 9 tanks and send them against the Tumar East camp, 8 kilometers to the east, with a small amount of infantry support. However, the growing darkness and continuing sandstorms made navigation difficult, and the assault group became disoriented. 6 Matildas attacked Tumar East, but were without infantry support, so the attack was suspended. Nevertheless, the demoralized garrison would surrender the next morning, including the rest of the 9th Battaglione Carriel. The other 3 Matildas overran a small subcamp known as Tumar Central. Over the course of less than 10 hours, the assault group had smashed 7 Italian battalions and inflicted over 6,000 casualties on the enemy. However, only 10 of Jerem's 47 Matildas were still operational by the end of the day. While the 7th RTR and 4th Indian Division were eliminating the center of the Italian front line, Colonel Horace L. Burks led the 4th Armored Brigade northwest toward the coast. The armored cars of Coombs' 11th Hussars were the first to reach the coast, west of Sidi Barrani, around 0900 hours. A squadron from 6th RTR soon arrived, followed by the 7th Hussars. Burks expected the Italians to have an armored reserve around the village of Azazia, but in fact, the 2 tankette battalions were further to the west, at Bukbuk. Garibaldi recognized that the British attack had broken his center and isolated the 2 divisions near Sidi Barrani, but there was little he could do to stop O'Connor's offensive. The only real mobile reserve, Babini's armored brigade, was 145 kilometers to the west and not yet ready to meet British tanks in battle. His remaining armor, 4 battalions of tankettes, could not even stand up to the British cruiser tanks. Nor was the Regia Aeronautica in a position to help much, since RAF raids had destroyed 39 aircraft on the ground just prior to Operation Compass. The only sensible course of action was a tactical withdrawal to save as much of the 10th Armata as possible. The 1st Divisione Libica was the first to retire, abandoning the Mactilla camp by 2100 hours on 9 December and pulling back toward Sidi Barrani. However, before Garibaldi could order a full-scale withdrawal, the British launched an assault upon Sidi Barrani on the morning of 10 December. Jerem personally led a composite squadron with his 10 operational Matildas to support the attack, and 7th RTR destroyed 7 batteries of artillery. Nevertheless, the Italian division-sized garrison fought hard, and 2nd Lieutenant Hugh F. Fane Harvey's Matilda tank was disabled, and he and his crew were briefly captured. Burke's 4th Armored Brigade also committed parts of 2nd RTR and 6th RTR to the fighting around Sidi Barrani, which proved costly. Major John P. Brown, commander of C Squadron 2nd RTR, was killed when his A-10 was destroyed by Italian artillery fire. Despite inflicting some losses on the British armor, the Italian forces in Sidi Barrani finally surrendered at 1640 hours. The 1st Divisione Libica, east of Sidi Barrani, also managed to knock out a number of 6th RTR's thin-skinned tanks and held out until midnight. Despite major success at Sidi Barrani, the British pursuit was not entirely successful. Brigadier Russell's 7th Armored Brigade failed in its mission to screen the Sofafi Rabia camps, which allowed the 63rd Divisione Cireni to escape intact during the night of 10 to 11 December. The 64th Divisione Catanzaro evacuated Bukbuk and slowly began retreating toward Sollum along the coast road. Caunter ordered Russell's 7th Armored Brigade, along with Coombs' indefatigable 11th Hussars, to lead the pursuit of the retreating Italian forces, since this was the only British armored force that was still fully capable. Although Russell's brigade had seen little action in the first 3 days of Operation Compass, mechanical defects were rapidly reducing its operational strength. For example, the 8th Hussars only had 25 of its 50 tanks still running. On the morning of 11 December, Lieutenant Colonel Younghusband's 3rd Hussars ran into the rear guard of the 64th Divisione Catanzaro west of Bukbuk. The bulk of the Italian divisional artillery was deployed on line, facing both east and south. Since hundreds of Italians had already been captured fleeing from Bukbuk, the enemy appeared to be in full retreat. While B Squadron cruisers tried to outflank the enemy around their southern flank, the light tanks of A and C Squadrons moved straight forward along the coast road. A Squadron advanced at a gallop, but unexpectedly ran into a salt marsh, which bogged down all their vehicles. At a range of about 500 meters, the Italian artillerymen methodically bombarded the immobilized British squadron, destroying 13 Mark VI light tanks, resulting in 10 dead and 19 wounded. Some of B Squadron's light tanks, following behind A Squadron, also became bogged in the salt marsh. The situation looked grim for the 3rd Hussars, but 1 cruiser tank from B Squadron and 4 armored cars were able to cross the salt marsh on a narrow track and engage the Italian gun line with machine gun fire. Not realizing how small the British force was, the Italian artillerymen panicked, which led to the rapid surrender of about 1,800 troops and the loss of all the divisional artillery. The rest of the Catanzaro Division, including 2 battalions of tankettes, 20th, 63rd, fell back toward Sollum and formed another rearguard position at Bir Tijdida. Russell's 7th Armored Brigade secured the Halfaya Pass, then attacked the Italians at Bir Dishtita on 13 to 14 December. Since the British had no Matilda II tanks here, and the Italians were dug in on a narrow sector between the coast and the escarpment, Russell was obliged to fight a more methodical battle with his thin-skinned cruiser and light tanks. The Italian rear guard, including both tankette battalions, was eventually demolished, but it bought time for the rest of the 10th Armata to reach Bardia. Operation Compass proved to be a major success and appeared to validate British armored warfare doctrine. O'Connor initially claimed to have taken over 38,000 prisoners and eliminated 3 Italian divisions, 1st and 2nd Libyan, 4th Camicie Nere, CCNN, in the opening round, while routing the remainder of the 10th Armata. In fact, the entire strength of the 3 destroyed divisions and the Maletti Group was less than 25,000 personnel, and a number of personnel likely escaped through the 7th Armored Division's loose ring during the night of 10 to 11 December. In any event, the 10th Armata was in retreat, and with this success, Wavell now authorized O'Connor to extend the operation into Libya in order to pursue the defeated enemy. However, O'Connor's ability to continue his offensive into Libya was problematic, because the 4th Indian Division was withdrawn and sent to the Sudan. It was replaced by the 6th Australian Division, and British theater logistics were strained nearly to breaking point. The British wonder weapon, the Matilda Mark II, was nearly spent, with barely 1 squadron still operational. Even the A-9 and A-10 cruiser tanks were proving to be mechanically unreliable in the desert, which gradually sapped 7th Armored Division's combat power. The easy success against the Italians in the early days of Operation Compass caused many British commanders and troops to adopt an insouciant attitude toward desert warfare, particularly in regard to operating in dispersed formations, which would lead to disaster against the Deutsche Afrikakorps. The Road to Beda Fomm, December 1940 to February 1941. Fox killed in the open. Lieutenant General Richard O'Connor, 7 February 1941. 6 days after the start of Operation Compass, the Western Desert Force had occupied Halfaya Pass and Sollum. Patrols from the 11th Hussars were already across the wire into Libya, although logistic problems made it difficult for O'Connor to push combat power forward to the border. Evacuating the mass of Italian prisoners and transferring the 4th Indian Division tied up most of the WDF transport resources. Indeed, Cray, who had returned to command 7th Armored Division, could only move his armored brigades across the border by taking all the motor transport from his support group to ferry fuel and ammunition forward. Consequently, O'Connor's advance into Egypt started as a tank-heavy affair with little artillery or infantry support and sustained only by shoestring logistics. Given a brief respite until O'Connor could push across the border in strength, Generale Bergonzoli was able to rally a corps-size force with 4 divisions at Bardia, 62nd, 63rd, 1st, and 2nd CCNN, plus remnants of some other units. Although the RAF airfield interdiction campaign was gradually wearing down the Regia Aeronautica in Libya, Italian ground attack units were still able to mount some effective sorties against the British armor, which was operating beyond the range of friendly fighter cover. 11th Hussars had 4 armored cars knocked out by strafing CR-42 fighters on 14 December, and was continuously harassed from the air. However, Bergonzoli's main hope was to get Babini's Brigata Corazzata Speciale into action. The 2nd Medium Tank Battalion, equipped with M1340 tanks, Tenente Colonnello Emilio Iezzi's 5th Battaglione Cariem, had joined Babini's command on 12 December. With this reinforcement, Babini now had a credible armored brigade, with 74 M1340 and 40 M1139 medium tanks, plus 2 battalions of tankettes. On 19 December, the Comando Supremo ordered all medium tanks sent to Libya. The disaster in Egypt sent shock waves through the Italian command structure, and Garibaldi was replaced as commander of the 10th Armata by Generale di Corpo d'Armata Giuseppe Telera, who was a competent professional infantry officer. Nevertheless, Graziani, as theater commander, decided to keep Telera on a short leash and play it safe. Rather than using Babini's Armored Brigade as a mobile reserve to strike at the 7th Armored Division if an opportunity arose, Graziani reverted to pre-war doctrine and opted to keep most of the armor tied to the infantry support role. When Bergonzoli requested some of the new medium tanks to reinforce his defense of Bardia, Babini was ordered to detach one company of M1340s, 1st Compagnia under Tenente Elio Castellano, from the 3rd Battaglione Cariem to join the garrison. Graziani ordered the rest of Babini's brigade pulled back toward Tobruk, since he was worried that the British armor might bypass Bardia and head straight for this key port city. If Graziani and Bergonzoli had been better informed about O'Connor's problems, they might have been more willing to employ Babini's brigade more aggressively. In addition to his persistent logistic problems, O'Connor was unable to move the 6th Australian Division forward to the border until 21 December. Artillery, engineer, and air support was also limited. Here, the flawed organization of the 1940 British Armored Division, which had only a single regiment of artillery, was exposed. Furthermore, the poor operational readiness of the British armor was of great concern. By late December, 7th Armored Division only had 150 of its original 350 tanks operational, and 7th RTR had just 25 of its 47 Matilda IIs in running order. Although combat losses were few, the ability of the pre-war designed British tanks to move long distances in the desert was proving to be a great disappointment, and the Royal Army Ordnance Corps, RAOC, had very little ability to repair vehicles under field conditions. The fragile track pins on the A9 and A10 cruiser tanks were the primary culprit, since they tended to break frequently when moving over rocky surfaces. Faced with these constraints, O'Connor was forced to mount a rock soup-style offensive into Egypt, reduced to using captured Italian trucks to haul part of his supplies. The reduction of Bardia, then Tobruk, was primarily a task for the 6th Australian Division, while armor was to be used sparingly. O'Connor recognized that 7th Armored Division was his operational center of gravity, and if squandered, the offensive would culminate short of its objectives, so it was assigned screening missions. On 1 January 1941, the Western Desert Force was redesignated as the 13th Corps, which still consisted of just 2 divisions. In contrast, Bergonzoli had 4 divisions inside Fortress Bardia, protected behind an anti-tank ditch and with plenty of artillery and bunkers. Bergonzoli also had 1 company of 13 M1340 tanks and 3 battalions of tankettes, 20th, 61st, 63rd. This time, there was no vulnerable flank to exploit, and the enemy was expecting an attack. The 6th Australian Division planned a classic set-piece assault, which commenced at 0640 hours on 3 January with a 25-minute artillery preparation. While the Italians endured the barrage, Australian sappers quickly breached the obstacle belt and created 6 crossings over the anti-tank ditch for Jerram's 7th RTR. By 0730 hours, 2 platoons of Matildas were through the breach, despite heavy Italian defensive fire. The Australian infantry and Matildas worked well together, even though the Australians had no prior experience with tanks. Once the Italian perimeter defense was punctured, the infantry tank teams quickly began rolling up one position after another. In response, Bergonzoli committed Castellano's medium tank company, without infantry support, to try and stop the Allied advance toward the town. Around noon, 6 M1340 tanks advanced up the Wadi El Garadia in single file toward one of the Australian infantry battalions. The Australians promptly deployed an anti-tank platoon equipped with 3 2-pounder guns mounted portee on trucks and ambushed the Italian tanks, destroying all 6 for the loss of 1 portee. Afterwards, Bergonzoli held his remaining armor back. Part of the 6th RTR was also committed to the attack on Bardia, but was pulled back after 3 Mark VI light tanks were destroyed by enemy artillery. The garrison in Bardia finally surrendered on 5 January. Only 3 of Jerom's Matildas were still running by the end of the battle. A number had been disabled by mines, but engine failures were increasingly common. But 4 more Italian divisions had been eliminated and 40,000 prisoners taken. Nevertheless, Bergonzoli and about 7,000 of his troops managed to escape and reach Tobruk. 12 M1340 tanks were captured intact in Bardia, as well as 115 near-useless CV-33/35 tankettes. The Australians used the captured Italian medium tanks to upgrade their divisional cavalry squadron, the 6th Cavalry Regiment. The capture of the port in Bardia and another 700 Italian trucks enabled O'Connor to advance further west toward Tobruk. When the British approached the city, Babini was ordered to detach the 1st Battaglione Carriem to support the garrison, while the rest of his brigade retreated to Machili. By 10 January, Tobruk was invested by the Australian 6th Division, who spent the next week conducting nightly reconnaissance patrols to identify the enemy defenses. O'Connor had no wish to expose the thin-skinned tanks of 7th Armored Division, 69 Cruiser and 126 Light on 16 January, to Italian artillery fire, so he assigned Cray a screening mission on the western side of Tobruk's perimeter. O'Connor chose to attack the southeast corner of the Tobruk perimeter, even though the western side of the perimeter was less well fortified. The preparations for the breach of the Italian anti-tank ditch, which was protected by anti-personnel mines, were meticulous and a model of combined arms efficiency, with infantry, tanks, artillery, and engineers synchronized for maximum effect. The attack on Tobruk began on the morning of 21 January, with sappers quickly breaching the obstacle belt, while British artillery suppressed a portion of the enemy defenders. Once the anti-tank ditch was breached, the 7th RTR's last 16 Matildas crossed and began to wreak havoc upon the enemy defensive positions. Although Italian artillery fire immobilized 1 Matilda by hitting its tracks, the enemy was unable to stop the British infantry tanks. The Australian 6th Cavalry Regiment also participated in the attack, with its M1340s adorned by kangaroo insignia. Inside the perimeter, the Italians had entrenched most of their M1139 tanks, many of which were immobilized due to mechanical issues. Only 10 M1139 tanks were still mobile, and they were unable to achieve anything useful. Instead, many of the best pre-war carristi, regulars like Sergente Maggiore Pietro Mitica, would go into the bag and sit out the war in British POW camps. Resistance collapsed more quickly in Tobruk, and the port was secured by noon on 22 January. The remaining operational M1139s were added to the Australian 6th Cavalry Regiment. However, Tobruk was the end of the line for Jerom's 7th RTR, and both the regiment and the remaining Matildas were sent back to Alexandria to refit. The capture of Tobruk's harbor improved O'Connor's logistic situation somewhat, at least in terms of fuel and potable water. Wavell authorized him to press on toward Benghazi, but O'Connor was already thinking about using 7th Armored Division to conduct an end run across the desert to cut off the Italian line of retreat. This was the kind of decisive stroke that had been envisioned for armor when training the Experimental Mechanized Brigade back in the early 1930s. However, less than half of Cray's tanks in 7th Armored Division were still operational. even though the division had not taken heavy combat losses. Lack of spare parts forced cannibalization of non-operational tanks, which became a vicious cycle. Even before the fall of Tobruk, Kray had sent the 6th RTR and 8th Hussars back to Cairo to refit, leaving his division with just 4 armored regiments. Conter's 4th Armored Brigade, now 2nd RTR, 3H, 7H, was provided most of the remaining tanks, with a total of 31 cruisers and 57 light tanks. Kray was not sanguine about moving his division 300 kilometers across open desert, which would be a logistic nightmare, but O'Connor and infantrymen gave his concerns about supply short shrift. O'Connor's new plan was to push the 6th Australian Division along the coast road through the Jebel Akhdar, Green Mountains, to Derna, then Benghazi. Simultaneously, the 7th Armored Division would split up, with 7th Armored Brigade supporting the Australian advance, while the 4th Armored Brigade advanced through the desert to Mechili. British intelligence was vaguely aware of Babini's Armored Brigade, but not its strength or dispositions. As soon as Tobruk fell, the 13th Corps shifted gears into pursuit and began moving west, with its 2 divisions on diverging tracks. O'Connor was convinced that he had the 10th Armata on the run and was willing to split up his forces to pursue multiple objectives. However, Taylor was not retreating but digging in. Although the bulk of the 10th Armata's original combat units had been destroyed, the Italians were beginning to receive significant reinforcements. The 60th Divisione Fanteria Sabrata, 60th Infantry Division Sabrata, moved up to Derna to block the coast road on the Wadi Derna, which was a formidable natural obstacle. Babini's Armored Brigade was deployed as a blocking force at Mechili, with 2 medium tank battalions, 3rd, 5th, with a total of 57 M1340s, a tankette battalion, 60th, and significant infantry and artillery support. On the day that Tobruk surrendered, a convoy reached Benghazi with the 6th Battaglione Kariem, 37 M1340, plus enough replacement medium tanks to convert the 21st Battaglione Cariel into an M1340 unit. Thus, Babini would soon have over 120 medium tanks, capable of standing up to the British cruiser tanks. In addition, Taylor knew that the lead elements of the 132nd Divisione Corazzata Ariete would be disembarking at Tripoli soon, with additional medium tanks. Once in theater, the Ariete Division would assimilate Babini's brigade. Although many of the Italian tankers were hastily trained on the M1340, for the first time in the Desert War, the Italians would enjoy numerical superiority in medium tanks. On 23 January, Taylor ordered Babini to mount a counterattack against the approaching vanguard of the 7th Armored Division. Conter's advance from Tobruk toward Mechili on 21 to 23 January 1941 was plagued by lack of maps, failing radios, and fuel shortages. The tank crews covered 140 kilometers in 2 days of continuous driving, which exacted a great toll on the fragile cruiser tanks and the drivers, who were prone to fatigue-induced hallucination. Colonel Burks, in temporary command of the brigade, ordered Lieutenant Colonel Frederick W. Bias's 7th Hussars to envelop Mechili to the north in order to cut the track to Derna, while the rest of the brigade assembled east of the town. A sandstorm and poor communications led to the 7th Hussars not reaching the Derna track until 0500 hours on 24 January, at which point some of its vehicles had nearly exhausted their fuel. 2 hours later, the A echelon arrived and began refueling the 2 squadrons. Bias had gotten lost during the night, leading to further confusion in 7th Hussars. Major Ronald F. Jane's C Squadron, equipped with Mark 6B light tanks, was assigned to watch the Derna track, while the rest of the squadron refueled. Around 10:15 hours, Jane spotted a large enemy column approaching on the track. It was a company of 14 M1340 tanks from Tenente Colonnello Emilio Iezzi's 5th Battaglione Cariem. the Italian tanks spotted Jane's covering force and immediately attacked, with some crews even firing on the move. 3 British light tanks were quickly hit by 47mm fire, and Jane ordered a tactical withdrawal. However, the Italian tanks kept on coming and soon encountered thin-skinned vehicles from the A echelon still involved with refueling operations. The M1340 spewed machine gun fire, scattering the British support personnel while continuing to pursue Jane's retreating light tanks. Jane called for support, but A Squadron was only able to send 3 A9s to meet the Italian tanks. In a brief skirmish, Captain D.C. Seymour Evans managed to knock out 2 M1340 tanks after firing 55 2-pounder rounds. Not exactly good gunnery, but in turn, the Italians destroyed one of his cruisers, and the other one was disabled when its 2-pounder gun malfunctioned. After a long desert march, the breech mechanism was likely fouled with sand and grit. For the first time, Italian tankers had a British armored unit on the run, if only briefly. Bias arrived during the middle of this flap and requested immediate help from Lieutenant Colonel Alexander C. Harcourt's 2nd RTR. However, there was a short delay when Harcourt decided to ask permission from Brigade to move from his assigned position, not exactly a march to the sound of the guns mentality. Harcourt then sent 2 of his cruiser squadrons to support 7th Hussars. Around 11:20 hours, A Squadron 2nd RTR found the Italian tanks stationary on a ridge near the track. The Italian commander had made the tactical mistake of leaving his vehicles skylined, i.e. easily visible in silhouette atop high ground. In tank tactics, skylining is a major sin and to be avoided. Handed this advantage, the British cruiser tanks used their 2-pounder guns to good effect, knocking out 7 M1340 tanks for no loss. The rest of the Italian armored force then withdrew. Altogether, in the action near Machili, the Italians lost 9 M1340, some accounts suggest only 7, and the British lost 1 A9 and 6 Mark 6B tanks. Although the British claimed a tactical victory, the 7th Hussars had been roughly handled, and it was clear that the Italians had a strong force of medium tanks in Machili. As a result, O'Connor ordered Cray to encircle the town and destroy the Babini Brigade once he had all of his division in place. After a few weeks' field service in North Africa, the Italian Carristi quickly discovered that the M1340 suffered from numerous technical deficiencies. The biggest problem was the lack of a radio, which made controlling even company-size units difficult. Internally, the turret was cramped, without a turret basket, and the main drive shaft that lay close to the hull was a serious obstacle for the crew. Like many early war tanks, the M1340 was equipped with a hydraulic pump to provide power traverse for the turret, but the Calzoni device easily broke down, forcing crews to resort to manual traverse. Having been in this situation myself, when the power traverse failed on my M68-3 tank in the 1980s, I can attest that manually traversing a turret is very tiring and greatly slows down the rate of fire. On the other hand, the primary gun sight on the M1340 was comparable to the telescope number 24 on the British cruiser Mark IVA, A13, and the Italian tanks carried both APBC, armor-piercing ballistic cap/HE, and HE ammunition, Perforante 39 and Ordinario 35, whereas the British tanks only had AP ammunition. While the cruiser Mark IVA had a mobility advantage over the M1340, it could rarely use it over rocky desert terrain, lest it were to throw a track. The M1340 also had somewhat better armored protection than the cruiser Mark IVA, which had been built for speed. In the hands of well-trained crews, the M1340 was capable of adequate battlefield performance, but none of the Italian Carristi were adequately trained on this tank during the first phase of the Desert War. By 25 January, the Italian situation was not entirely unfavorable. Bergonzoli had stopped the advance of the 6th Australian Division at the Wadi Derna, and Babini had halted the vanguard of the 7th Armored Division at Machili. The rainy season had just begun, which would favor the defense by turning desert tracks into muddy morasses. The British supply situation was also very poor, with forward units short of fuel and ammunition. While the Italian M1340 tank was not great, they could defeat the British cruiser tanks under the right tactical conditions, and the Italians now enjoyed a 2-to-1 numerical superiority over the depleted 7th Armored Division's cruiser-equipped squadrons. However, O'Connor was aided by interference from Graziani, who had retreated to Tripoli, who believed that the British armored force was much stronger than it actually was. So he ordered Letra to pull Babini's brigade out of Machili and move it northwest 70 kilometers to Slonta to protect Bergonzoli's right flank. The result was that the 7th Armored Division entered Machili unopposed on 27 January, and Babini's brigade was unable to prevent Australian infantry from eventually crossing the Wadi Derna and outflanking Bergonzoli's defense. By the night of 28 through 29 January, Bergonzoli was forced to abandon Derna and fall back on Benghazi. Babini provided some tanks to form a rear guard for Bergonzoli's infantry, while the rest of his brigade was ordered to move across the desert toward Antalat, 146 kilometers south of Benghazi. Despite the fact that the 10th Armata had been forced out of a favorable position at minimal cost, O'Connor was incensed that Cray's 7th Armored Division had allowed Babini's brigade to slip away unmolested from Machili. He also remarked about the disinclination of our armored forces to take any action at night, which was rather a cheap shot given that the 7th Armored Division had successfully maneuvered toward the Italian camps south of Sidi Barrani during the hours of darkness. In fact, no army had yet trained to conduct significant armored operations at night, and O'Connor was confusing the Italian ability to conduct a night withdrawal in friendly territory with a night movement to contact in enemy territory. Despite his operational flair, O'Connor demonstrated little comprehension of mechanized operations, particularly in terms of operational constraints and logistics. When Cray complained about fuel shortages and the necessity to cannibalize disabled tanks in order to keep even half his armor mobile, O'Connor chastised him as threatening the success of the campaign, which had actually far exceeded its original goals. O'Connor was telling Cray to run his armor into the ground in order to achieve mission success, but kept shifting the operational objectives. Cray wanted to halt at Machili and resupply his 7th Armored Division. He was also aware that the lead elements of the 2nd Armored Division had arrived in Egypt and that 2 fresh armored regiments, 3rd RTR and 5th RTR, would soon be available. Major A.P.C. Crossley's B Squadron, from the 2nd Armored Division's King's Dragoon Guards, KDG, equipped with Marmon Harrington armored cars, had already reached Machili on 2 February and was attached to the depleted 11th Hussars. Since the Australian Division was able to continue its advance toward Benghazi using its captured Italian tanks, this seemed like a good opportunity to rebuild British armored strength in Libya in anticipation of follow-on operations. However, O'Connor made the snap decision on 3 February to send part of the 7th Armored Division down the desert track to Mazuz, then to the coast, in order to cut off the Italian line of retreat from Benghazi. British reconnaissance suggested that the enemy was in full flight, and O'Connor did not want to let them get away. The maneuver meant moving an armored force across over 200 kilometers of unfamiliar desert tracks, well beyond range of resupply. It was a bold, aggressive decision, with a high reward if it succeeded, and total disaster if it failed. Given the condition of Cray's vehicles and limited fuel, O'Connor ordered Cray to concentrate his best remaining tanks in Conter's 4th Armored Brigade, and to leave the 7th Armored Brigade with just 1st RTR near Machili. At 0830 hours on 4 February, preceded by C Squadron of Coombs' 11th Hussars and B Squadron KDG, Conter's 4th Armored Brigade, 3H, 7H, and 2nd RTR, with 50 cruisers and 95 light tanks, began the advance to Mazuz. Support forces were limited to 1 Motor Infantry Battalion, 2nd Battalion Rifle Brigade, Charlie Battery 4th RHA, 8 25-pounders, and 1 battery of 9 37mm anti-tank guns. Conter's vehicles were provided 2 loads of fuel and promised that more would follow. From Achille, Conter's brigade had to move across 80 kilometers of very rough terrain littered with boulders, which caused many of the flimsy fuel containers to burst. The Mark 6B light tanks had a particularly hard time on this rocky surface. On a good day, an A-10 cruiser could go about 100 kilometers on 1 load of fuel, but rainy weather and sandstorms turned the movement into an ordeal. Fuel was rapidly consumed, and progress was so slow that it was clear that the brigade would not reach Mazuz by nightfall. Unwilling to undergo further criticism from O'Connor about allowing the enemy to escape, Cray decided to form a fast pursuit group, based on Coombs' 11th Hussars and the support group. Coombs' force was sent ahead, reaching Mazuz by 1500 hours, then another 40 kilometers to the southwest. Coombs' 11th Hussars covered 175 kilometers in a single day, compared to only 70 for Conter's tanks. British command and control was also stretched thin over this distance, since the wireless sets in use by 7th Armored Division typically had a maximum range of just 60 to 80 kilometers. Italian air reconnaissance detected the British armored pincer moving across the open desert, and Letra ordered the Regia Aeronautica to bomb the columns, which had virtually no fighter cover from the RAF. The Italian air units had a new weapon, the AR-4 aerial-delivered mine, which was essentially an aerial denial munition. Italian S-79 bombers sowed the route ahead of the British column with AR-4 mines, which the British dubbed thermos bombs. Although designed to kill personnel, the AR-4 was capable of destroying trucks or damaging the tracks on tanks. The trucks of Coombs' force was delayed by the Italian mines, but not stopped. Furthermore, the desert tracks in this area were littered with unexploded ordnance, which would be a factor later in the campaign. Despite the failure of the AR-4 mines to stop Conter's advance, over half of the British tanks suffered mechanical problems en route. Tanks that fell out were left behind and hopefully recovered by following teams from the RASC, but 1 Mark 6B broke down and its crew were left in the desert alone for 3 weeks, with only minimal supplies. The desperate crew was forced to write "Help" in large letters in the sand and was eventually spotted by an RAF aircraft. This phase of the campaign also highlighted the operational mobility advantage of the Italian diesel-powered tanks over the British gasoline-powered tanks. For example, a single A-13 cruiser consumed about 3.5 liters of gasoline per kilometer in the desert, whereas an M1340 consumed only about 1.75 liters of diesel per kilometer, a discrepancy of about 2 to 1 in the Italian favor. Diesel fuel is heavier, 0.85 kilograms per liter versus 0.75 kilograms per liter for gasoline, which does become a factor in planning bulk logistics. In order to move 30 medium tanks 100 kilometers across the desert, the British needed about 4 tons of fuel, whereas a similar Italian armored unit would only require 2.2 tons of fuel. Cray instructed Coombs to proceed to the vicinity of Beda Fomm / Sidi Sala and establish a blocking position, with Conter's brigade to arrive as soon as possible. Coombs' column pressed ahead, without maps and relying on a basic compass heading. On the morning of 5 February, C Squadron of 11th Hussars reached Antalat and sent small patrols toward Sidi Sala and Beda Fomm. By noon, the motorized infantry and artillery arrived, and Coombs established a blocking position to stop enemy traffic along the Via Balbia. Many of the British vehicles ran out of fuel just as they reached the coast. Even before Coombs' force reached the coast, Letra was alerted to the British outflanking maneuver by intercepted radio traffic from the 11th Hussars. However, Babini's brigade was forming the rear guard from Benghazi and not immediately available to prevent the British from reaching the coast road. Instead, a large column of Italian motor transport vehicles, mostly support troops and one battalion of bersaglieri, appeared around 14:30 hours and came under fire from the roadblock. The Italians tried to slip past the roadblock but suffered heavy losses to artillery and machine gun fire. The lead elements of Conter's brigade reached Antalat by 16:30 hours, and the 7th Hussars was sent ahead, attacking into the flank of the Italian column. The Italians were shocked to see enemy tanks across their line of retreat, and this realization caused chaos among the support troops. From this point on, the Italians at Beda Fomm were wrong-footed, and Letra was unable to effectively organize his numerically superior forces. By dusk, the Italian column had been repulsed and well over 1,000 prisoners taken, but Combe's force was now short of ammunition as well. Both sides shifted forces late on 5 February. Bergonzoli intended to commit his reserve, Raggruppamento Bignami, which had 2 medium tank battalions, 6th, 21st, 2 bersaglieri battalions, and an artillery battalion to deal with the British roadblock. However, Cray sent Lieutenant Colonel George J. N. Culverwell's 1st RTR, 10 cruisers and 8 lights, and the rest of the support group to occupy Saledama, north of Beda Fomm, and ran into Raggruppamento Bignami. The result was an inconclusive meeting engagement, but it effectively kept both Bignami's tanks and 1st RTR out of the initial action near Beda Fomm. Bergonzoli also tried to shift Babini's brigade southward, but had to keep part of it to protect his rear guard, because the Australians were pressing hard in pursuit. Consequently, Bergonzoli was not able to mass much combat power to break through the British roadblock near Beda Fomm and would be forced to fight a piecemeal battle. Nor would either side have any significant air support in the coming action. A heavy, cold rain fell during the night of 5 through 6 February, soaking the battlefield. Large numbers of Italian vehicles congregated about 5 kilometers north of the British blocking position, but the personnel were amazingly passive and sent out no patrols. Nor did the Italians try to slip past the roadblocks in the darkness, even though the British were spread very thin. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander C. Harcourt deployed his 2nd RTR, 12 cruisers and 7 lights, in hull-down positions near the Pimple, a slight elevation 7 kilometers west of Beda Fomm. Major General Strong's A Squadron, equipped with about 6 A-13 cruisers, occupied hull-down positions, with just their turrets exposed. Major James Richardson's C Squadron, equipped with about 6 A-9 and A-10 cruisers, was located further east, near Mosque Ridge. 8 25-pounder guns from F Battery 4th RHA were also deployed on Mosque Ridge. Conter deployed the light tanks of the 3H and 7H to cover 2nd RTR's right flank and watch for any attempts to outflank the blocking position. All of the British armor was deployed perpendicular to the Via Balbia, forming a large L-shaped ambush with Combe's force forming the base. At dawn, 06:30 hours, Major Strong spotted the stationary Italian forces north of his position, but well beyond range of his 2-pounder guns. Morning brought more cold, heavy rain, which limited visibility. Letra and Babini were finally able to get enough of their tanks moving south around 08:30 hours, but without infantry or artillery support, the lack of radios now proved a critical weakness. Nor did the Italians conduct any reconnaissance to identify the British positions. This would actually have been a good mission for the CV-35s, but very few were left. Babini's armor advanced tentatively alongside the coast road in separate columns, in wedge formations, uncertain where the enemy was located. Without radios, coordinating these columns was nearly impossible. It was not until the lead Italian tanks from Tenente Colonnello Emilio Iezzi's 5th Battaglione Cariem were within 600 meters of the Pimple that they spotted Major Strong's hull-down A-13 cruisers, which was too late. Unwittingly, The Italian tanks had driven straight into A Squadron's engagement area, and 8 of 10 M1340s were quickly destroyed. Strong then ordered his squadron to back up, shift positions, and engage the next Italian company, knocking out 7 more M1340s. Major Richardson's C Squadron moved up on line and engaged the 3rd Italian Tank Company, knocking out 8 more enemy tanks. Iezzi's battalion was demolished, and he was wounded in the action. Apparently, none of the Italian tanks were able to return fire before they were destroyed. Both British squadron commanders used radio to coordinate their movements and direct fires, which greatly increased the effectiveness of their depleted units. Thus, in a matter of minutes, 3 Italian tank companies had been mauled and 25 M1340 knocked out, at no cost to 2nd RTR. From the British point of view, the opening round at Beda Fomm was a textbook example of how to conduct a successful anti-armor ambush. Although stung by his setbacks, Letra managed to get some Italian artillery into action and ordered Babini to bring up more tanks from Tenente Colonnello Carlo Ghioldi's 3rd Battaglione Carriem. Letra mounted one of Babini's tanks and decided to personally lead a second breakthrough attempt, which began around 11:15 hours. Now the Italians knew where the British armor was located, near the Pimple, and they pounded this hillock with a barrage from 75mm and 105mm howitzers. By 1200 hours, 4 of 2nd RTR's cruisers were knocked out, including Richardson's A-10, by Italian direct and indirect fire. Another Italian column approached the Pimple, with at least a company of escorting M1340s. The 2nd RTR managed to knock out 3 M1340s from this group, but the cruiser squadrons had nearly exhausted their ammunition and were down to just 8 tanks. Second Lieutenant Norman T. Plow, a tank commander in A Squadron, reported that he started the action with 112 rounds of 2-pounder ammunition. They had carried extra ammunition externally, but expended the last one by around noon. Most of the machine gun ammunition was also gone, having been expended against the large number of enemy trucks. Harcourt was forced to pull his 2 squadrons back from the Pimple to cross-level the remaining ammunition. In order to harass and slow the Italian column while 2nd RTR disengaged, Conter ordered both 3H and 7H to maneuver and engage the enemy's flank. The 3rd Hussars had been reinforced with B Squadron from 2nd RTR with 6 A9 A10, and it managed to knock out 3 more M1340s, but one of its A10s was disabled and the crew captured. Nevertheless, the Italians occupied the Pimple and appeared poised to push past the hard-pressed 2nd RTR. Unknown to the British, Letra had been mortally wounded by shell splinters in his lung when his tank was hit, leaving Bergonzoli and Babini to try and organize the breakout attempt. Although short of ammunition, the attached 25-pounder batteries from the 4th RHA pounded the Italian column all day, wreaking great havoc with the soft-skin vehicles and generally making life difficult for the enemy. By late afternoon on 6 February, Conter's brigade was hard-pressed, and he appealed to Cray to release Culverwell's 1st RTR to support the defense at Beda Fomm. Due to a variety of communications issues, this request took longer than expected, and 1st RTR also spent time refueling, so no reinforcements arrived until it was getting dark. By the time the 2 squadrons from the 1st RTR did arrive, they had difficulty identifying friend from foe due to heavy rain and darkness, so they simply harassed the flanks of the Italian column. Once 1st RTR pulled out of the action at Celedama, Bergonzoli was able to shift the armor from Raggruppamento Bignami toward Beda Fomm as well. The crews of the 6 Battaglione Carriem had been hastily trained in Italy before arriving in North Africa 2 weeks before, but the crews of the 21st Battaglione Carriem were completely untrained on their new tanks. The attempt to convert Carristi to the M1340 while engaged in a withdrawal left this battalion incapable of little more than simple movements.